outdoors. This was founded by a trained professional. Outdoors in heavy, or I'm sorry, outdoors in the freaking heavy gear weighs you down. Hot, cold, wet, windy. Sometimes it's all in one shift. Discovered it actually keeps you comfortable, capable, ready for whatever the day throws at you. It doesn't weigh you down. Designed advanced performance fabrics for lasting comfort, all-day mobility, year-round job site protection. Okay, you got to see it to believe it. Pieces tested on job sites with trained pros, and some, when the conditions change, are still freaking ready. Over 50,000 five-star reviews. 50,000 five-star reviews. How about that? I use the work pants. They're the jacket color work pants. They're great. I got a jacket. It's great. Upgrade. You work today with work real. Work wear. Like it now. That's TREWERK.com. All politicians are scared right now. Anybody in the line that should be scared that's talking about for a guy to get on the roof and have that easy access of a guy like Charlie Kirk. Charlie makes so much money. He can wear more than that at all other things. So that's what makes it. Double check. And check out the rooftops. I have a friend that you know who was doing an outdoors thing. It's a big thing. I said, I tell her, do me a favor, please. We just get somebody to work drones to look on those roofs. That's not too much to ask. It's appalling that Trump was speaking and nobody had a drone up there with a camera looking at the roofs. It's appalling. What are we fucking doing? So what are we doing? But also this isn't going to stop because there's a lot of pros to social media, but there's also a lot of cons. And one of the cons is these groups, they can find a community that will support these insane ideas, and they can rally them, and they can make them so upset that this is the result. Do you notice that will not be the last of it? Yeah, it's going to continue on. Do you notice what hasn't happened, even though, like, this poor woman from Ukraine was stabbed on the riots? Has there been any riots? Has there been any violence? There's been not rational if we do, because we go to work and we raise our family. We go to work because we're going to work, we're at work, and we're raising our family. There's none of that. We go to work. Yeah. Again, it's good versus evil. I agree with you. Don't give me this, he has mental health issues. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Well, you can see it with the celebrations. It's just shocking to me. You know, I stay on social media right now. And I don't think it's that rare. I do think there are a lot of people who I just think it's fucked up. Yeah. There's fucking eyes. He's gonna zero in on the suspect and fucking get to work. He's gonna arrest two of them on accident, but still. That's his eyes right there. I think you did that. That's why Rob's like, what? Get him. Get him. Spot on. You have it. Okay. I'm the competition. That's it. Yeah, it's just hard. It's just heartbreaking place. It's a heartbreaker. I don't get what you do either. I don't know. I do know if I'm a public person. If I'm a celebrity, I'm a person who talks politics. Buddy, I'm put a little more money in my security. Because as much as the death of Charlie Kirk will incentivize and get more people to go to church and look into things and be a good person and family man and stuff like that, this guy having success shooting something like Charlie Kirk also encourages more. Well, the main thing that you have to make sure is it's not a chilling effect. It doesn't stop you from speaking your mind. It doesn't stop us from talking. It doesn't stop us from telling the truth. And it should make you more aware. Fighting for what's right versus what's wrong. It should make you more aware. Yeah. Next current event, Jess. This is Angel Reese visiting Terrace Buffer. North of the Jews are not attractive. You can about basketball. We're saying towards that other She's so pretty as well. She starts all shit. She's mean to me. How is she mean to me? Mean girl. God, mean girl is. She's pretty. She's something else. She's something else. Just towers over. Wow. Everybody wants to say hi. So she feels is probably 6 to 12 years old. 6. Not too small. And he's 5'9". So they say, we look short. Can I see that again? I'd like to do a little forensics analysis here. That is, he's coming up to her chin. She can eat peanuts off his head. That's going to be hard for her to be certain of that. Yeah. Yeah. Who's the girl next to us? They blocked it for some reason. Girl, that's a man. She's short, she's tall. Yeah. She's very pretty. So, she also got skills. Meanwhile, she's something else. What's this? So, this has been going on for a little bit now. Tommy Fury is getting other he's so prepared for triathlon stuff, and other competitors are saying it's cheating. And he did not actually did get caught for not finishing the race. So, the reason why this is funny is because there's one video where he actually pushes someone.
It's Aquarius.
For no reason. It's funny.
It's Aquarius. Hey, did your headache go away?
Yeah.
Well,
It did.
that's good.
Talk it up.
That's good.
Yeah, I like it, Brandy. You know, they're going to be a friend. Is that our friend?
Is he my friend?
Is that our friend? That's our friend right there, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Our friend.
He's so funny. So sometimes people will just come in here for a second, and when they do, because it happens often, I have this joke that I do where I'm just like, "Get out of here! We didn't want to talk with you anyway." And he does this dance, and I do it, and it's really funny. It's hilarious. He's a really nice person.
And I'm going to see it one day.
Oh yeah, definitely. It happens a lot. So, all right. So work's over with, and you're just chilling.
Yeah, I'm eating and chilling. And I'm looking at my stuff, Gilmore Girls.
You're watching Gilmore Girls?
Mm-hmm.
How is it?
Good.
Excellent. Again, I'm gonna say
Yeah,
I've said so far so good. I'll say it before. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Those two people didn't look old enough to be mother and daughter. They look like sisters.
Yeah.
Like the people who did the casting for that show, they just messed up. I don't know. They're both women are really pretty, but they're like 6 years apart or something.
No, I'm trying to figure out why she's sitting here in the dorm. And these two sisters is hiding, and they got her in it. She's not saying, she's just listening to them fighting. I don't know what they're fighting about. They just fighting. And she always put it on for me when I come home. Because she now likes this show.
Do you watch them in order or do you watch them just randomly?
Yeah, it just come on well. It's on the Hallmark channel.
Oh,
I
okay.
say come on at, 5. Comes on at 4 and 5. So it's the last one. And then the movie comes on at 6.
I've got you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord. I might need to find it because I don't think I've seen them all.
Did I send you that website that has all the TV shows?
Okay.
Did I
Did you watch it? Did you
did I watch my show?
Yes, sir.
The Paper?
Yeah.
I've only seen one episode. I've been busy, so I haven't had a chance to
I know.
really get into it. But I plan on maybe doing it this week and just
Okay.
chilling out to it.
And then her friend, and what's her name? Mom's friend is a caterer.
Okay,
Food.
right.
She does food. Oh yeah, I see this one. And she tell about the food. And the food not gonna taste good. Oh yeah. Yeah. Please don't eat nothing green. Alright, Rabbi, I just came to stop by. I'll be back later to play with you, okay?
Excellent. I'm glad your headache went away.
Thank you. Why are you so sad?
I'm not sad at
Want me
all.
to stay?
No. I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm not sad at all, though. You go take on your evening, and I'll see you later tonight.
Okay, you stay. They say you're sad.
But I'm not. If I
You
was,
stay.
Miss Aquarius, if I were sad, I would say, Miss Aquarius, I'm sad. I'm not.
I know. I want you to just tell me, okay? If you are, okay?
Okie doke, but I'm not.
Okay. I love you, Rabbi.
I love you too, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, what is Brandon watch? You're watching something.
Not sure.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, dog.
Bye. All right, I'll be back.
All right, bye bye. Yo, what up? Oh, fuck you, man. Nobody want to talk with you anyway.
That's the funniest part. He doesn't look athletic. No. So it's right here says DNF did not finish. But he was like saying like, you know, thinking to my family, I was able to do. He didn't really finish. He didn't do the biking or the swing. Why didn't he finish? He got tired. Who knows? Let's see. This is one of the competitors, obviously. Makes me sick when people like you achieving the hard work. Others didn't do this full swim nor the full bike. People should be elated as you pay. You know, but stop and test off tips. If I finish, then he's bullshit. Then he finish, I think he's work for it. And so there's plenty. He put all up to all the French Riviera, 100 kilometers triathlon, 10 days of training completed. Go ahead and roast my form, but you could sprint and finish it after. But you didn't. For something, Brian, you didn't make the cutoff times. And here's the frightening world of social media. You would have more respect if you were honest. Can I see him running? Yeah, right here. Oh, that's. But I mean, you're also like very at that point. You're done. That's very unfortunate. That is. You saw the top edge. He ran 100 kilometers like this person. He does have a bit of an awkward mile. He does have an awkward. Yeah, he does. Really, yeah. Yeah, like a stinger. Yeah, that's a very awkward look. It's like the guy from Invincibles or that Incredibles. You know, like a stingray runs like Forrest Gump at the braces on. Here. It's the only person was that. Oh, yeah. Trying to use that finish line. He's going to take 20. Even there, he's not tired. His running form's not good. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't know why they wear those gray shorts. He's a light gray English guy. Well, that's what he wants to do. But just let him run around. But don't be saying like you completed it. Yeah, but I don't do that. Just do it and shut the fuck up. Okay, this is going to be really silly at first, but this is about Austin. So I'll just put it for you. Jessica Shaw at Lady Bird Lake, and today we'll have just some more job. Yeah, sorry. Well, I like the colors. It's clean and it's simple. First impressions from people were generally pretty positive. I think it's beautiful. I love blue. Until we told them how much it costs to make. What if I told you that it costs $700,000 of taxpayer money? Oh my lord, that's insane. The logo actually costs a few $100,000 more than that, according to city communications. It was $564,000 for the contract with 2 design firms for outreach research and testing, around $200,000 for the logo itself. But overall, when you look at all the things that we're putting together, about $1.1 million. City Manager T.C. Broadberg says this is all in an effort to have a unified identity that people can recognize. So it should have cost them. That is so outrageous. Put it into ChatGPT. That logo is so bad. And did they interview a bunch of gays? Right? I think everyone on there likes the same sex, including the guys who they went out there the day where, you know, just kind of strolling the park. You need people with real jobs, right? When they work at night. Yeah. because today, well, sometimes you don't get your greens. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't want to eat a bunch of greens, but you can get a super green drink. I don't know if you know that. What do you mean, dude? Well, I'll tell you what. You get ready for work. Yeah, you grab your stuff, you get your coffee and everything else, but you want that boost of nutrition. Yeah. All right. Well, pea powder. Yes. Huel, their black edition powder is complete meal, so you feel full, focused, and ready for your day. Oh, man, less than $3 per meal. It's packed with 40 grams of protein, plant-based protein, 27 essential vitamins and minerals, no added sugar, gluten-free, tastes great with flavors like salted caramel, chocolate, say less. Plus, you can be full for hours. Yep. Perfect for breakfast. Yep. And one of those, they also have the first kind of super greens drink in a can. It's called the Huel Daily Greens Ready to Drink. So forget powders, forget pills. You gotta have a blender and all that stuff. This is your Daily Greens, sparkling, refreshing, and ready whenever you are. All right. So that's how they do it. No mixing, no mess, quick and convenient. Without compromising nutrition, and it's sparkling. It comes with flavors like blueberry, apple, and peach. Sign me up. Try Huel with 50% off new customers today by using the code FIGHTER at HUEL.com/fighter. That's HUEL.com/fighter. Fuel your best performance with Huel today. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, right with that slapper of a song created. The song I sang is I'll never say it for Patreon. Oh yeah. Yeah, so we'll say it for Patreon. Okay. So Patreon people, that's another reason to go visit me. I'll have fun one for you. Yeah. Patreon. Patreon.com/TFATK. Extended episodes. Uncensored. We can play shit like this slapper song. TFATK. So, I don't know if you guys have noticed there's a drama going on between two country singers. Zach Bryan, who's huge, and another guy named Gavin Hadcock, which he's also pretty late. Both of them. Did Zach Brown or Zach Bryan get some date or some girl said he was this, and then another girl said he was defense? What was that about? Oh, no. The girl that he was on Barstool. His wife said he was like abusive and all this shit. Oh, I didn't know that. You bring up old shit. Yeah, he goes down. That's like 6 months. But for this one, there's a 14-year-old girl posted something on TikTok. It's just him driving away after doing a concert. They don't like each other. He like jumped the fence and fight him. Yeah. So it all started because this 14-year-old girl said, put on TikTok, like he didn't wait for his fans to sign autographs, take pictures. Zach did. Yeah, Zach Bryan. And then Zach actually commented on her post saying like, after doing these shows, I don't really owe it to you, kind of thing. And then so of course that guy Gavin Hancock, he got on there as well. He defended the girl. So Zach Bryan, he does make some slappers on you. That motherfucker can sing. And Bryan, actually a really good Zach Bryan, driving away from his fans that wait for us. He didn't even roll down his window to say hi. On Search, literally a 14-year-old fan. This video was literally a joke. What a dick. This video was literally a joke. What a dick. And then Zach I went out and took pictures both night 1 and 3. Well, I'm not doing 4. I had a third show the next day and it was late, needed to rest. That's not good. And she put, what's that mean? It means get off my dick. Oh, that's not nice. She's 14, dude. Get off my G-O-M-D. Am I a boomer? But that's I looked it up, so it took me a moment to start using G-O-M-D. Why? G-O-M-D, dude. It could mean other things, but that's what I looked. Get off my dick, right? And then Gavin put, if you can't handle the criticism of a 14-year-old, but why do people idolize you? That kid was head over heels to meet you and parents spent a ton of money to see you. He's got feeling too, and you're a grown man, nearly 30. Gavin, your grammar's fucking terrible. The only reason you was Gavin Hancock, he's also a musician. He did some slappers too. And then, that's such gossip. And then Zach saw him at a concert and climbed over the fence and found him. I appreciate that. Zach kind of seems like a dick, but I like his music. Well, I think he's telling you here about get the fuck out of her tire, 14-year-old girl. Okay, so this is him confronting Zach. Zach confronting Hancock. Oh, there's gotta be 2 short kings. also a good policy. He's having some trouble. Crazy because it was a barbed wire fence. The fact that here's where you can actually see it. That's a barbed wire fence. You have to have some balls to do that shit. Yeah, you do. Why is that other guy back? Because he has to back it up. Oh, that got backed off. He definitely backed up. He's going to climb a fucking toll somebody. He's like, hey. As soon as I climb a barbed wire fence, I'm impressed. Zach Brown, or Brian, I got it. So Zach Brown and Zach Brown are two different countries. Oh, they are. Keep saying Brown. It's trying to be fucking not right. So get the. So that is a Zach Brown as well. Get off. There's a Zach Brown. Zach Brown's massive. The Zach Brown is bigger. Zach Brown Band. It's called Zach Brown Band. Zach Brown Band had slappers back in the day. And he's still big. Zach Bryant is current massive. Yeah, really massive. And so, you got to see this explanation. All right, this is great because he just two famous whites fight. Two famous whites. So this is Adcock responding. Oh, he said, I don't think Zach Brown is a very good person. He wasn't locked out of the festival. He had been there all day with his multiple security guards. He saw me standing between my buses when he got here. He saw me walk on my bus when I went to watch the Georgia game. Proceeded to go to other artists and ask them, where's Gavin, and their guests, and treat them like dog shit. Flipping them birds and saying this douchebag stuff to them all day. So he had plenty of opportunity through the whole day to do whatever he wanted to do. But decided he was going to wait like an hour before my set while I was standing out there. And no artist that cares about their fans is going to fight right before their set. Missing going on and disappointing fans instead of waiting. Well, you had to be there. I wasn't even mad. Didn't have a single reason to fight him. After he already left, before my set, I was standing outside. Like I already said, I was taking a drug outside the gate and starts giving out friends. So I just decided to stir him up in the form of reaching out to him fans. I don't think anybody's scared of Zach Brown. I'm just an adult and fighting him when I only been going to jail. It's in my set. There is no upside to fighting. All the names with Zach Bryan Boston. And we all know he likes to manipulate people. He knew where I was all day. He knew my set. There is no upside in fighting. He's just a smart one out of the two, but also be on top of all that shit. Oh, exactly. Probably glad because he knew that they would play Britican out. You know, it's like, no, I think Zach won the fighter. He's also a wild boy. He's a veteran. He's a military guy. Zach's a wild boy. Zach won the fighter. You just heard about these two right now, but that's fine. Zach's a wild boy. Dude, even I don't know much about Hancock. But I would say like a thick kid. He didn't want to fight. He did not. He didn't want those problems. I think Zach would beat his ass, and that's all. Dude, he played guitar. Yeah. If you're gonna talk shit, then Zach goes, I'm gonna climb this barbed wire fence and fuck. By the way, he did talk shit, right? So he's like, why are you gonna talk shit? I'm on Zach's. Look, Zach climbed a barbed wire fence to get to him. That's a big deal. I'm not defending. I feel like he went far. I'm not sure that's the best dude, but he created some slappers. Well, I mean, I appreciate that he climbed the fucking barbed wire fence. That means he's serious, dude. Can you imagine climbing a freaking barbed wire fence? Yeah, that's great. He's like, let me tell you what's going on here. Yes, I did talk shit. He climbed the fence. So I've been around all day, and an hour before my show, and I didn't want to miss the show, so I'm not getting fired. So let's just say you were podcasting. No, it's not me. You said that. And I climbed the fence like that. I could have been it's you. It's the show. And I climbed the fence. I was thinking, I'm saying, no. I'm going to put you up. And then I came over to the camera was out. And I came in, you were talking shit to me. I said, I'm going to fight you because you said something to me. And I did exactly what that. You wouldn't get close enough to swing at me. It'd be a fucking head kick. You just let me just come out here. You wouldn't be like, no, I'm not going to fight you. Back in the day, you wouldn't fight. You'd be like, yeah, change that. Yeah, no one's the nice guy. No, I'm all for it. 10 years, you're not going to do it. You're like, I can't do this. 10 years now, I can't do it. I don't fuck your one stuff. You would just fucking shit kick me in the fucking head or something. Yeah. Where'd you get that cheese? I don't know. I can teach that shit now. Yeah. I think better for you and Dad just let me come in and grab off and then show you out. Yeah, that's good. Because I grab the smoking So nobody's expecting to fight for a fucking marathon for an hour, so he could have fucking fighted for one. The Georgia game was all about forgetting about that. I need to go in and watch my fucking football. GOMD, right? I just learned how to take stuff and get off my dick. But I talk talking shit here. Yeah, I talk smack, but no. Also, Jack Ryan, not the Dorsey film review. But also, who knows? Who fucking knows? You know, the gossip, I don't believe any of that shit. It's kind of cool. I love his music. September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. You can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Rabbi to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins. Or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for 3 full seasons of the CBS shows you love. Smart only on Pluto TV. Streaming never. This is another one where we've been some other musicians with it. Sounds great. So this is David Roth. Oh yeah, yeah, dude. She's all. I know. It's like, is that a something wrong? It's just like, oh man, would it be a game right now, or is that really him? No, that's him. That's him. That's David Roth. Fucking 70, dude. The Charlie Sheen doc on Netflix is so good. Really, his recall for all his memories is so good. Yeah. They talk about, you know, he's clearly an addict. He gets out of rehab, he relapses again, he's on all the shit, and then Live Nation's like, hey man, you should do a tour. He's like, what? They're like, you would sell out. He's like, okay, I need the money. Fuck yeah, let's do it. So he's like, I had no idea how sweet it up there. They showed fans. They got doing the show, and they're like, it was the worst fucking show I've ever seen. Like, I feel bad anybody that bought tickets at his upcoming shows. Do not go. Like, it's terrible. He mumbled for an hour. I have no idea what he said. He can't do stand up. He was just telling stories. Yeah, they're like, we can't understand what the fuck he was saying. I think Jeff Ross helped him out with that. Russell Peters. They tried. Yeah. Yeah, but even Charlie Sheen was like, looking back on it, like, so much should be like, no, dude, go get better. He's like, they're just capitalizing on money. He's like, they don't give a fuck about health. Yeah. He's sober now. You know that David on Mr. Rent? David Lee Roth, the top part of his building, right? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I hung out with David Lee Roth a couple times. That's cool. And he was such a character, he would actually have a tent. He slept on the roof of that tent sometimes. He was very sparse about things. He was a paramedic, flew helicopters. He's got time. You gotta watch that Charlie Sheen documentary. Oh, well, it's great. You hear him on the road? Yeah, it's great. Him and Rogan found out live on Josh Kurt. That's why I couldn't. And Rogan's like walking and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? And then the podcast, like, all right, well, let's wrap it up. Everyone saw that. Hassan Piker saw it. He was supposed to debate him. And Hassan Piker saw it. He went, oh my God. Like, he was just everybody. Anybody with a heart. Anybody's human. Dude, so I see the video I sent you to the group chat. I mean, that is the one from far away. The one close up, I was like, that's AI. That's not real. They find out that's a real video. Like, holy fuck. And then there's reports like, oh, he's still alive. And you see that close up, you're like, there's no fucking 30-on-6. There's no way. There's no way. It's fucking tragic. And his daughter was in that. I can't talk about it. So, David Lee Roth, to wrap this up, sounds like you're good. Do you guys saw that? There's a bunch of conspiracy stuff with the Charlie. Yeah, of course there is. Like what? The one thing that tripped me out was I didn't really fall for Jones. You know, the hat thing. It's like I don't know. There's a guy that tells me what makes happen. So when you're on a roof and you're drawing a bead, it doesn't matter what anybody's doing. You're watching the guy through your scope. It's like you don't need somebody to give you a message. Yeah, but there's like, yeah, why would you be like an okay? If taking a shot, his 200 yards not hard. Sure, that kid has been hunting his whole life to verify I can do that shot. It's not hard. It just isn't. It's you know, they say he was trained and stuff. His dad was not just a hunting since he was a kid. Yeah. Did you see the ring thing? What ring thing? No, his ring went from his ring finger to his pinky. Charlie's? Yeah. No. You guys both ever seen that? No. Did he just take his ring off because it was swelling or something? Just doesn't. No. Because why would literally when he was shot? This is the thing with AI. I don't trust anything anymore. But this did make the rounds. But what does that mean? Exactly. It doesn't mean anything. But it was just trippy to see like there was a ring that was in his ring finger and it went to his pinky. I don't know. Well, let me see. Fucking damn it. Charlotte, North Carolina this weekend, kids. Come see me in North Carolina, dude. Charlotte, North Carolina, enough for you. Come get some. I don't care, Jim. It's so. No, I'd like to see it. I know it is interesting, but anytime this stuff happens, there's going to be the conspiracies. You know all this crap that's going on. Did Sean Strickland go hunt that Moneyberg guy down? Yeah, hunt him down. He just ran into him. And he was just mean to him. It was mean. Did he call him a scumbag or something? Yeah. Why? I think he's a scumbag. That's kind of mean. Why does he believe that? He believes that. But why does he believe it? Like, but you fucking just get off that conspiracy shit. So does Sean Strickland. The Moneyberg thing? Should have given him. I gotta see these current events. They're gonna be gone. We'll have to save some for Patreon. Yeah, the dicey ones we gotta save for Patreon. Okay. It's around here, right? You had it up. I know, but I was like going through a shit ton. There's no. I don't want his reactions to Chuck Curry. The Moneyberg. Yeah, Moneyberg. I'm gonna get it from Mark. TSS. He must have ran into him or something. I think he actually found it. Take a break right now because I want to talk to you about Signos. SIGNO. Okay? If you're trying to manage your weight more efficiently and sustainably without resorting to crazy trends, okay? You're interested in intuitive eating and hunger signals. You want to do a better job of understanding your body's reaction to food, stress, sleep, movement. Exactly. So I'm going to give you a couple stats. 73.6% of U.S. adults are classified as overweight or obese. 88% of Americans are classified as metabolically unhealthy, and global diabetes diagnoses are projected to reach 1.3 billion by 2050. So here's the thing. You need to know when your blood sugar spikes. This is all about insulin resistance. Your body releases insulin to shuttle that sugar to your cells for energy. Eating carbs, your blood sugar will spike like crazy. So managing a healthy weight and blood sugar range can reverse this cycle. That's where Signos comes in. Okay. So here's what it does that's different. It packages an AI-powered platform for deciphering unique metabolisms with a continuous glucose monitor. Okay, or biosensor, which enables users to see how food choices, timing, activity, stress, and even sleep affect their bodies in real time. I order at the house. Yep. So you can learn which foods have cause spikes. Yep. Like spaghetti that my mother-in-law made, white bread, and you gotta stand by it. Yeah. There's a lot of it, man. You feel more energized doing it throughout the day. This is actually really important if you struggle with weight gain. Okay. It basically helps you by personalizing the data and it guides you. Okay. So Signos basically takes the guesswork out of managing your weight and it gives you personalized insights into how your body works with an AI-powered app and biosensor. Signos helps you build healthier habits and stick with this. Right now, Signos has an exclusive offer for our listeners. Go to Signos, SIGNOS.com. Use the code finder for $10 off select plans today. That's real good. And I saw my bird handing that saying it's fun too. And why is nobody asking these questions? I haven't had a black belt this right now. I don't know. Turkey's the part of the iceberg that's above the water. You understand? No. And I'm pretty sure it's the tip of the iceberg down. Okay, ladies. I got the background info. That's weird. Turns out we were wrong about Turkey. He didn't come from money. Born August 1981 in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. His parents were working middle class. His life works in the that's AI. They did some stupid shit. Well, no, there's no conspiracy. But you don't see upset, but it's just people think that the up close version is there's no up close, but they used the far back footage and then made AI so it's up close, it's more shocking. So they think that footage is the real one, just the one from a distance. So there's no conspiracy when it's killed or not. You have to be upset. They're just saying that because the rate's changing, they think that that footage is fake. And I've heard that footage is not real. It's obviously fucking trash. And now these days we'll never know. But yeah, we can't tell. But I think there's ways to figure out if that's real footage. You have to go really in depth. Yeah, we're not going to figure it out. That would give you the tip of the hat that up close footage is fake. That's what that is. And you want to walk for Patreon today? You guys want to do it today or Wednesday? Today. We're here today. That's what we're doing. We'll wrap it up and we'll just extend it with the Patreon. Yeah, wrap it up right now, guys. If you're enjoying this episode and you want to hear us get super juicy, head on over to the Patreon. It's patreon.com/TFATK. We can watch things and discuss things that we cannot on YouTube, so get you some. Patreon, you get 2 shows ad-free plus an extra 20-30 so extended episodes. Twice a month fan questions. We just dropped fan questions with myself, so that's available right now. Extra behind the scenes content. It's only $5 a month to get you some. Too many egos. Too many titles. This is really the fight of the kid. Here we are again, buddy. Back where we were September 15th. The month is flying by, Brian. Month's flying by. And I just have so much I want to talk to you. Yeah, I know. You're lovely Covina. I was in lovely Covina, very lovely. You take my advice and you try the pizza? No, I didn't try the pizza. The biggest pizza restaurant in London. I haven't been that hungry. I've just not been eating much, and I love when I see somebody in LA and they go, man, you lost 10 pounds, huh? You look skinny as shit. I'm like, I guess I do. Well, yeah, whatever. I stopped drinking altogether. And when I'm traveling, I get my pockets screwed up, so I want to eat till like 1. Whatever, you'll be alright. Did you see that fight? And what are your thoughts on that? Oh, you didn't like to okay. Don't catch it up. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, okay, well. Like my neighborhood had a snake fiesta. 2-hour mariachi band. By the way, quickly, on that Saturday, Columbia is a very Mexican neighborhood, a very Mexican-American area. And a lot of people, I think, took the time to Brian Callen because they wanted to watch Canelo Alvarez, so there were parties in that area. And my friend who was there said, there literally every bar and every house for Canelo. Canelo is a force in the Mexican community. Yes. Yeah, straight. So you're going to listen to mariachi? I have his album. Now, they have the accordions. They sing at the top of the lungs. And I asked my neighbor Chris, I said, hey, how long are they here for? 2 hours. They're just going to play here for 2 hours or in front of the TV? He goes, yeah. Okay. Now, I'm usually done after 10 minutes. Yeah. And my few mother love mariachi, so they're feeling the vibe. Their songs. I was about to have a complete meltdown. Well, if you don't know what they're singing, it does sound if you do. Even if they're playing Johnny Cash or whatever the fuck. But they're not playing Johnny Cash, are they? They're playing, yeah, the accordion, the rap, the shakers, the guitar. It's, to me, I'm not going to say it's like strangling a parrot. I would never say that. It's just a lot of drums. It's the kind of music that, yes, that in the background maybe in a movie scene, but it's hard for me when I'm eating and they come up and they sing. That's all I can. But you know, it's my buddy's house was sometimes that's why I usually stay home. It's never been the first choice of music. I was just over it. Yeah, I really want to watch the fight. You usually very sure on as well. I just want to tune into everything. And so they get great food. And here's the problem with boxing, the pacing. I go, what country come up here? 7. Just so you're doing like a whole thing. I said, you know, people wait out for 6 hours if you do that. Because they're not going to walk. Now it says they're going to walk at 10:30 Central Time, which is boxing, which means they probably won't walk till 11:30. So you're gonna have people there from 7, 11:30, and then it's gonna go to decision because it's boxing, and we're gonna be there at 1.
They have a long time. Now 7 to 1, not a long time.
I could have been usually around 9.
Yeah, by that time people are taking their shoes off. They're probably bunked up somewhere in a room. Yeah, it's
So we stayed there until
a lot of food. A lot of dry food.
We stayed there until there's so many people. We stayed there until about 10:30, and I was like, all right, when they start walking home, we go home.
We want to go home and watch that.
We went home. Good fight. I felt like,
Were you nervous?
nervous for what?
I don't know, just watching it.
Nervous?
Yeah.
No, I'm not fighting.
I get nervous when I watch it.
I don't, especially boxing. No, let's go to decision all day. It's boxing.
Yeah.
No, not nervous. I felt asleep with 3 from round 3 to 6. I fell asleep, but then it's more the same the rest of the rounds.
See, I think that for me, I watch defense as much as I watch offense. So, like, I thought, like, watching Bud catch those shots off his glove,
He looked amazing.
so amazing.
He looked good.
Yeah. He'd go to a body and he'd catch that, you could call him an uppercut. You know, just all those things that seem really great. Yeah, I've never seen anybody do that ever.
No one else. Yeah, he's the best.
Ever.
He's the best.
And I think he would do that to Canelo on his best day. Canelo said it because I couldn't figure him out. Which is why he probably won't fight again.
We'll fight again.
You think so?
The payday. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your next fight.
Maybe you watch it and you can try to figure out if
Now, there's nothing Canelo can do. He'll never beat him. Yeah, but remember, Canelo, they supposedly made $100 million, and then Terrence supposedly made 10. I mean, he makes more than that. But for Terrence to get like fuck you money, he has to do the rematch. Okay, now that he's won, he has all the belts. The rematch where he's gonna make all his money. Because Terrence is kind of like he's in a weird spot where to go. So he's just gonna fight Canelo again.
it must be worse for Canelo the second time.
Oh yeah,
Right?
he's not gonna get stopped. He's never been put down.
Yeah.
So worse meaning you beat in decision.
Yes.
That's what happened. Terrence isn't gonna knock him out. No.
Good.
No.
Out.
No, not
Got a crazy chin.
not Canelo's level.
Yeah.
You're talking about guys that really sat down. Fought people, Triple G's 3 times.
Yeah, but you're talking about a guy who's never fought. Got like, yeah, it's true. He fought some huge
You know, he talks. You're not gonna knock
I think Bud is better than anybody's ever fought.
Of course. Doesn't mean he's gonna knock him out. You're talking about 2 different things. One's a power puncher. One's a technical.
What does Bud do?
Same thing he does. Maybe.
What does he fight? Besides Canelo.
Canelo. There's nothing else.
And then retires.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not young.
Yeah.
He's older than Canelo. And then there's also the problem with boxing. They don't have many stars. Who's he gonna fight? Benavidez?
Sure.
No.
Why not?
Benavidez has gone up a weight class. And he's in his prime. He's not a name. Benavidez. Fuck both of them.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think he's fine?
Especially in his prime. He's just too big, hits too hard. They want to be smart. And he's also not a big name.
So good. Though. Do you think that
If you're Crawford, why would you take that risk? Like, why would you? I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. He's also gone up in die. I think he's at 1. Chunquan he's gone up.
So it's he's fighting at 70. He's fighting at 70. So
He's gone all the way up there.
So I'd like to see Benavidez fight people.
Yeah, sure, but you're talking about Terrence Crawford and Canelo.
Yeah. He's too big for. So Terrence Crawford's too big for those guys.
Yeah, it's like where do we stop?
I would watch Crawford fight Benavidez. If anybody could give him a fight, it's Crawford. You know.
It'd be silly. But so you're gonna get Canelo because the money's in Canelo Crawford. Yeah. I don't want to see it, but I want Crawford to get paid, so might as well do it.
I wouldn't bet against Bud Crawford against anybody. But Benavidez is a monster. But has he fought? What caliber fighters has Benavidez fought?
No, don't want to fight him. He's a fucking monster. But there's almost no point talking about Benavidez. He's like, there's too much. It makes no sense.
So you think Benavidez will actually fight guys like people or whoever eventually?
Or, I mean, yeah, but this is we're not about Benavidez right now. Because the problem is he's not a star. So that Crawford,
Nobody knows who he is unless you're a boxer.
yeah, Canelo Crawford's level, they're not going to take that step down. So it doesn't make any sense. So you're just going to get another.
Yeah, Crawford would have to. I guess in that weight class, Crawford would literally have to go up another weight class. Right? And now you got big boys.
It's not gonna matter. And Canelo found that out. Yeah. He's so technical, and then you get there, like, oh shit, it's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, there's weight class for it's just size. Yeah, it's just. Yeah. So when you get the rematch, and sometime next year, and people will get excited for it and go to decision, they'll pick them apart again, and they'll both make all the money. Yeah. Boxing has a problem. This way, you get Jake Paul and Javante Davis. Name another fight you're excited about. That casual you get excited about. Like Tyson Floyd, that's some bullshit you're kidding. Usyk's probably done. Fury's done. Joshua's done. How about Wilder Francis? I fucked with big in a deal. Yeah, it's true. Is it Terrence has one left, probably? Yeah. And he's going to race something better than he is. What do you mean? He's fucking 34, whatever. 37. Yeah. And he's made all the money. How old is Usyk? Usyk ain't young either now. And Usyk's done. Now, when you see Usyk talking, getting the cage with Jake Paul and shit. Now, Jake Paul wants to fight Usyk nonstop. They got in the ring together. That's hilarious. I mean, he probably won't, but for Usyk, he's like, yo, beat up that kid. Eyeballs and money. Yeah. Yeah. Of course he will. I mean, yeah, but Canelo Crawford, yeah. Did you watch on Sunday? Did you watch Saturday? Yeah. You had to rewatch on Sunday because I fell asleep. It was too late. Yeah. The pacing was awful. It was so bad. The pacing was so bad. So bad. Yeah. The co-main event kind of lulled you to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, the random tool just playing before the main event. It was just weird. You see the picture of Dana and all the boys sitting front row? Dana's so good. Yes. Dana's Kurt Fox was there. I thought, yeah, I saw Kurt Fox. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. It was Mr. Beast, Jason Statham. Yeah, I was like, oh, is that guy? I was Mr. Beast. Yeah. Random. Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, it's like, just give me the fucking fight. Listen, I like Mark Wahlberg. Mario Lopez is great. I don't give a fuck about their analysis when it comes to boxing. They are boxers. So, why they cut to them before the main event and it's 20 minutes and then break down the fight? I'm like, just give me the fucking fight, dude. You gotta fill space. That's the problem. That's the problem with boxing. Why fill space? All I'm talking about. You also have opinions. Everybody's got opinions. Everything different with boxing. No, you're missing the point. I'm not talking about people sharing opinions. If it's Max Kellerman and Andre Ward, I'm going to listen. If it's Mario Lopez, I think Lopez knows something about boxing. Oh, no. God, Max Kellerman. Yeah, he does. At least Mario boxes. And I don't think Max has ever been in the ring, so there's that. I don't think he's ignorant to that at all. Yeah, but he's a fan. Max Kellerman would be a top 5 expert in boxing alive right now. Max Kellerman, so him and his brother Bob. His brother passed away. Yeah, he's killed. Max, and he's called Max bullshit. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. Lopez knows his stuff, though. Lopez will break down a fight pretty well, I think. Yeah, if that's what you like, that's fine. Yeah, if you'd rather have Mario Lopez than Max, they're both fine, if that's what you like. I think Max is very good. Yeah, but if you'd rather have Mario, there's some people do. Would have Mario break down your boxing match for you. I think Mario knows a lot about boxing, though. I think he's a fan. Yeah, he's a big fan. Well, he's a student of the game. He boxes. He's a guy who actually loves boxing enough, so he spent a lot of time boxing, and he's watched a lot of fights. He's a very smart guy, so his analysis is not going to be. It's going to be better than most people's. Sure. Yeah. I can. Yeah. I'd rather listen to Andre Ward. Well, yeah. One of the greatest. Yes. Well, that's why he's there, man. Yeah. Andre Ward, you can Bradley, Sure. Yeah, guys who have done it. Yeah. At a very high level. Yeah. But like I said, done it at a high level who aren't as good as people who haven't done it. And that's why they're not there. Yeah. But Andre Ward, Timothy Bradley, I can keep going. Andre Ward's a guy who would have loved to have seen him fight more people, more great people. Crazy. Went out on top. Yeah. hear Andre Ward break it down. Like, if you're gonna cut and waste my time, give me the guys. Yeah. If Mario Lopez has if he's doing on Extra, or if he's doing Andre Ward, if he's doing on his podcast, there's no avenue for that. But I'm just saying when it's like the nitty gritty, give me the experts. Don't give me an hour of filler time with Mark Wahlberg or Mark Lopez. Yeah. But now some people dig that. And that's well attacking. You got to figure it out. But I never said that. Yeah, boxing is, and now, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I'd like to see, as a fan, I'd like to see what Benavides can do against high-level competition. Better be people, Now, it's not going to get the kind of eyeballs, but I'd like to see it. Might be very exciting fights. Yeah, do you think Terrence Crawford, and this is the current event, so I'll just jump to it, and you'll have to bring it up. If Terrence Crawford takes down the face of boxing since he beat Canelo. So, what do you think? Because he's never been the baby face of boxing. So just so you know, never been the all due respect, that ain't true. That's just not true. I love the guy. I love watching him. But if you ask people who Canelo is, everyone knows Canelo. Yeah. This is how these weird things work. If you ask people who Crawford is, if you love boxing, you know who Crawford is. If you don't, my wife knows Canelo. She doesn't know who Terrence Crawford is. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. It's a big thing. It's a big difference. Now, when you go to casuals and like stuff like that, it doesn't, even if you beat him, it doesn't mean you steal his entire legacy. It's very important. It's like you're talking about the team culture. And for whatever reason, America, I can't, he's not the most entertaining guy. I like Terrence Crawford. He's a family guy. He's the best boxer on earth. I think I still have Usyk, but still, he's one top 3 to ever do it, right? Yeah. For whatever reason, America he's never been like, oh my God. See, Canelo there's a special sauce there, and he's missing the ingredient. Part of his Canelo has been way more active. He took anyone who stepped up, and even in this loss, his stock doesn't fall at all. He said, I feel great though. I did whatever I had to do. I've cemented my legacy. He fought an absolute genius in the ring and lost, but he still didn't look bad. He looks great. I mean, he got beat. But his stock as a man, as a boxer, as an athlete, it's all brand new. Correct. His popularity might get those right there because on Netflix. Yeah, but he's at that legendary stats, right? Everybody was on legendary stats. Yeah. It's like Tom Brady. If he loses Super Bowl, it's like, I don't know, against Tom Brady. How many did he win before? It's like Tom Brady. Yeah. So when you think boxer, I think, this is a great way to put it. If you say boxing to anyone, they say, what fighter comes to your mind? Go, boxing. They'll say Muhammad Ali, probably. But let's say current fighter Mike Tyson. Current fighter Mike Tyson. But after that, Canelo. Yeah. You're always going to say Canelo. The majority of America view the first thing that comes to boxing is say Mike Tyson. Sure. Now, it's Mike Tyson's credit with the legacy and all the shit that he did. For the last, 4 or 5 years career was a shit. But you don't remember that. So, but I'm saying now, current fighters, who comes to your mind? Canelo, all that. Top one. I would challenge even the judge fan. Name 5 boxers. No, can't do it.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience. Showing my name, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. You're a man of many talents, my friend. Talk about this book. Poems and prayers. Yeah. So I've been kind of writing. Trying to keep this like. These are the directions I have. I've been kind of writing poems and prayers down since I was like 18. And then this last couple of years, I started looking around life, facts, evidence, people. And I was like, not finding the amount of things that people to believe in that I was wanting to. And I was starting to doubt myself as well. And I started to see myself slipping into a bit of cynicism, which I promised myself that's a living man's disease. Don't go there. Yeah, innocence to naivete to skepticism. But let's stop there. Skepticism. Yeah. And I kind of got scared, a little pissed off at myself. I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to wave the white flag and let myself off for certain things. I was starting to want to let myself off, or other people. And I said, all right, poems and prayers, those are ideals. Those are pursuits. Let's go into the dream and say, let's look at the dream and see if we can do believe in making that happen. Our aspiration. Instead of looking at reality and saying, how do you do that to dream? Which is what I usually do. I'm like, art emulates life and not the other way around. But I flipped the script a little bit here and said, no, let's dive into the dreams and belief. And instead of things in short supply, my take was getting low in belief. Not just it was bothering you so much, specifically. Maybe it's 50 something like that. Maybe it's that where I started to project. What's the next app? Right. I don't know. Maybe subconsciously it was. I think I look around and there's a lot fewer leaders that I'm like, peace out. Yeah, right. I look around, I see people not trusting. I see people, I see people that are embarrassed for doing something shitty. Right. I see people that sleep just fine. I found myself starting to go, sleep fine too. That's that one was like, you don't sleep fine if you half-ass that situation. Or if you did that person wrong, you can get away with it. Right. And so trust. Where do we look to believe? Me, I believe in God. It doesn't have to be that. But your better self, your chances of your kids, their future. There's all kinds of evidence. Believing in people potential. We understand that humans can be so amazing at times. And all my favorite people are humans. I love people. I love being around them. But yet, simultaneously, people can be fucking horrific and terrible at the same time. The problem today is that you're inundated by these people that are terrible. Your phone is filled with these news feeds of people doing terrible things. And I think we're supposed to have access to 8 billion people's bad stories. I don't think that's normal. And I think that also changes your own perception of the world and invites cynicism. Like, what's the point of being a good person? What's the point of being friendly and nice when the world's consequences? And I can shortcut, right? My cheap steal the same thing. And I'm in a world that rewards that, especially CEOs. If you're working for some giant corporation, if you're trying to make your shareholders billions of dollars, like, yeah, you kind of have to be a psycho, and those are the people that a lot of people look up to. Yeah. It's real. It's the way we're structured in this world with that inundation of information, most of it bad, with people being rewarded for being shitty people. It's hard. It's hard to still be positive and be happy. I'm not ready to give up on believing that both can be true. Yeah. And hey, man, hardcore capitalists go for it more and more success. supposed to have that's the happiest guy alive. But, it's not real. And you don't notice it. It's just numbers. You notice it by how big your house is. Great. It's still just your house. You notice it by you get lost in that celebration. You wish the ceiling was a little bit lower because it's all too damn big. It's not cozy at all. It's like cozy. I've got it. That picture. Shit, that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years. I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's in the fourth bedroom down the second hallway, and I'm never down here for that chair. It used to be my favorite chair. I decided in 2 years ago. Down the fifth bedroom. I know where you never go. Well, I've seen like movies where dudes live in a log cabin. I'm like, they're having options. They're having options to relaxing. Well, there's something to that. Like a frying pan. And that's what I look at in the airship. Right. You only have room for one of everything. So I would get the best pan, the best. That best pair of shorts, that best sheets. And you don't have one of these because you get too much clutter. Right. There are options. I forgot you did that. You have it for 4 years. That's crazy. That's so smart, though. That's such a good. I watch these videos of people that live in like trailers, like truck, like a camper, and then they convert to living in, and they travel around the country. I'm obsessed with these videos. I watch these guys go to like these horrendous places. This guy, one guy's a truck camper, and he comes up into like way into Alaska, like way above the Arctic Circle, like way up there, in this fucking truck with a house on the back of it. He's in Canada, like deep into Alberta, and snowstorms. There's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little space that he has that's essentially attached to the back of a big diesel pickup truck. But he lives in it. He's got decreased amount of options. Like these shelves. This is where I keep my silverware. There's my frying pan. Got one frying pan. And take care of that one frying pan. And I'm watching this guy cook his supper, and I'm like, this is appealing to me for some reason. And why is it so appealing? Because his world was all contained up with no world outside. Frozen wasteland. And snow coming sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making eggs. There's something something cool about watching someone achieve like a den in the back of a truck in the middle of the winter. He's comfortable. He's watching movies on his iPad. I'm like, guys, great. The times I've gone off on my I've always tried my goal. Okay, stay here until you it's Molly or even in the airship. Those times I'll go out tomorrow and go on my own. Stay here long enough to believe this can be your existence and you can live here forever. Right, and it's okay. If I get to that point, I can do this. Right, this can be me. You're locked in. I'm giving it the justice. Right, and you'll come home. God, I sure do. Silk sheets, I'm a bed at home. Sure.
Yo, what's going on, Haifa? Yo, can you hear me? Haifa. Oh no, you can't hear me. Hello, I'm waving at you. Hey, Rabbi, I found out about your new Twitch. Oh, tight. Oh. Yo, dog. You're deaf and you can't hear what I'm saying. I hope you're having a good day. Yo, do you know English? Yo, dude, this. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Yo, dog, you just gonna live in here, Haifa? That's tight. I'm a Herzliya person myself. Psych. I'm really Demona. Psych. I'm really the other one, which knows spot. No.
Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds Malacha shein tzricha legufa asur, where Rav Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's a malacha shetzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's malacha shetzricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayiv. On the other hand, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem, or just in general, according to Rav Shimon, will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. Gemara tells us, if you ask the Tanachim, are you allowed to extinguish a flame? If you have a chayil shesh b'sakana, and he went into a huge tangent of Agadah, the next 4 daf are full of Agadah. And he started by saying, there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, "V'shabech Hanis HaMesim," I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, "Kila kelev chai hu toiv v'nayeh hameis." A live dog is better than a dead lion. Shlomo HaMelech says, "Lo yamesim ha'u." The dead can't do anything. They can't pray to the Baruch Hu. Says Gemara 3 pshat. When a person is alive, he can learn Torah and he can do mitzvahs and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's over. He's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klal Yisrael by Chet HaEgel, he davened and HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Avos, the Spus Avos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu listened to them. So you see that the dead are greater than the alive. Another pshat. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made a decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha of benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third pshat. David HaMelech asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign that Klal Yisrael should know that he was moichel him on the Aveira of Bashar. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot give you the sign when you're alive. I'll do it after you die. In fact, when Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Ark into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it was too wide, he couldn't fit into the door. So he davened 24 Prakim of the Hillim, and he wasn't answered. But when he mentioned his father, David, then the doors became wider, and Klal Yisrael realized that the Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous passage that we say in Shira, Yoim, Sushar M'Shechem, B'Yavai Melech HaKavod. The doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king, and they wanted to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem, this is the Gibor. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech says the Gemara, when they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk, and the Gemara darshan the pasuk Vayichol Aleah. Klal Yisrael went to the tents. They found their wives b'tahara, and then it says Smeichen. They had Hannah from the Zivah Shechina. B'toy b'leiv. Each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says L'David Avdod. That Kodesh Baruch Hu forgave David, Yisrael Am, and Kodesh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, he got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from Kodesh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die on. Kodesh Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on a Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already the Lubuch of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said into Hillim is better than 1,000 oilas that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos David HaMelech would learn Torah, pasuk from Yudusah. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMelech cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMelech made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and Malach HaMelech looked at the stair, he fell, and from falling, he got scared, he stopped learning for a moment, and that moment, Malach HaMelech spoke. So Shlomo HaMelech sent the Chachamim a question. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? He said, yes, you can give the nevela, which is typically mutter, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special letter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead, agag, the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that we asked Rabbi Kamko. He said, as a marshal, because we have a pasuk b'chai, obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for punishing Israel. But he said in the Torah of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim who wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you should extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, a person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, the Gemara says three pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averos. And when he's happy with Yerushalayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their misses in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, because Baruch Hu, it's like a Martin Mehula, because Baruch Hu will be happy with tzaddikim. Happy Sani, Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. What am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or b'tzchoik, levity, and kalas roish, l'tzanas, or sicha, just talking, or things that are important, things that are not important. Only in the for simcha shel mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah shayra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have this Shriyas Eshkina. One says the Rabbi should be the simcha, but his Talmidim should be in fear. Another version is the Rabbi should start off the simcha, and the Talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a milsa de bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tanksil, don't answer a fool. And then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham says that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And Talmidim laugh and they prove that, look, you see a chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slap that gets fruit off every day, etc. And then, when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine, here, drink a cup of wine, and they exploded. A wonderful day.
Like if you're sitting around and this is your life's work, and you're thinking, you know what, the next step is game on. Yeah, like they're still looking. You know, they definitely are not. I can't not do it. Right stage, they're going. What about this?
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel, and not with kabbadonos, with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one would upset Hillel? One of them took a bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a lotion of a zoe, that's not how you talk to the Lord. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up, and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know, why are all the Bavlim's head round? He says, Hillel, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be round. Oh! Goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again, is Hillel here? Hillel comes out, oh, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Museum's eyes are round. Hillel says, hey, look, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel! Comes out, wraps himself up, how can I help you? Why are the Africans
feet so wide? He says, ooh, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. He waits until he gets into the shower again and he calls him out and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, Shal ben Ishal, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, however, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? He says, because of you, I lost 400 zuz. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me. You should lose 800 zuz rather than one you should lose your food. The Gemara tells us 3 goyim came to Shammai and Hillel at 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah Shabbat. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, he made him a ger, taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Kaf, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, he's a Torah Shabbat. Another guy came to Hillel, this is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be a ger, teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of it. When he went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer and Hillel told him, my da'aloch sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be historical and it could be in other chaverot. You don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of chaverot. Don't do it to that. And the rest of the Torah says, so it's just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in to that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Bidei Kuhuna. And he found out that's for the Kohen Gadol. So he says, tell Shammai, I want to become a Gerish, like to wear the big Kohen Gadol. Shammai took a stick, the Amma Sapiyan, and threw him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel was Megayer, and then Hillel said, listen, you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first. He learned the halachas, and he got to the puzzle by Azar, part of Yumos, and he made a Kama if David Melech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael, cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I, Ger, cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Shammai and said, why did you tell me the puzzle by Azar, part of Yumos? And he went to Hillel and he said, because of Yanava, I was mistaken for his Baruch. What does the 3 games got together one day? They said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on Sabikunimi, but because of Hillel, we recorded that was Baruch. What does the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah are hidden in the puzzle of V'hoya Emunas Itecha. Emunas is right that you have Emunah, you believe that the person puts Meiser. Itecha is time, is referring to all the Mayadim, to the Mayat, the Yom Tayvan, Chaysim is the Lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have a Yerush. Yeshua is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money to know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachmas is Sefer is Chachma, and Das is Tahara. And that, the Gemara says, the nation of the Pasuk is, Yerush Hashem here, Tzaroi, but Yerush Shamayim will bring you to the Eitzar, you'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is, Nosatov and Akata de Emunah, you do business with integrity. And that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah Sitecha. What's Itecha? Kovad Begitim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Kuru, and then comes Yeshua, choice, and then when you follow the Chachma, you understand the government, it's all about Torah. Then Yirus Hashem Yitzhara, and the word tells us that if a person, it's a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, take this wheat, bring it up to the attic, and then he asks him, you put in the preservative, he says no, so he says, so why, whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need Yirus Shamayim in order to learn Torah. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without your Shamayim is as if somebody key to the Eitzar HaMelech, to all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building, so what good is it? You need Yirus Shamayim. It's another much the Gemara gives is somebody built a doorway in the middle of a field and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? What it says in Simon of Lazar, they saw Rabbi Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Hate, he has Yirus Shamayim. The other said, Shamayim, he's a big Chacham. So the other said, what good is Chacham? I'm saying Yirus Shamayim is much stronger. And the one says, that must have been Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar holds that the Baruch doesn't have anything in this world besides years from now. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling passage that says, Al Tirsha Harba, don't be a big Russia, meaning you could be a small Russia. You want to know a tremendous society. If a person doesn't obey it happens. Don't despair. Don't say, oh, I already was over on this Aveira. I was Mechal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire time. It doesn't work like that. A person can do an Aveira and be true of that Aveira and be a great Yid. Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Memamisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chalev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha, if you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser, in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered its spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. So that's why in a lamp, the Gracie holds your pocket. But when it comes to the wick, you hide. Another shot Rabbi says is that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. And therefore, it's called Mesaka Manis, fixing the wick. It's the wick is higher. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Because it's just the algorithm. It's just a much more sophisticated version of like what powers your YouTube feed, right? What powers your YouTube feed and the things you're interested in. So YouTube actually gets very interesting because Joe likes like houses and back of trucks and showing that, and it'll be just a much more sophisticated version of that. But to get that, you have to give away all parts. And that's where everything is going.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are 3 causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful, the Nida, Chala, and Adlakas Haner. The Mishnah explains, since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. Lila explains, Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of a Revi'ez Dam. He said you have to be careful with that Revi'ez Dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis Arisei Seichem, he calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with Chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. The Gemara gives us 5 Mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when he's giving birth, it's a time of danger. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the chet of chava. So once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drum fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, if we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food, everybody's friends. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. The Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it. So perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because the guy, Shmuel, was just, he made sure there was a on the boat because of his perfect punishing 2 nations at the same time.
Dude,
Yanai to check the boat to see the poles. He didn't want to be sunk on an ace.
how you living, pimp? Zoot, do you remember that time I said I missed you and asked you how you're living, and then you were dead silent?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Alright. This might be funny.
All right, you have an invitation, by the way.
Hey, Rabbi, this might be funny.
Hold on, before you do that, at what percentage is your phone charged?
Bro, so, good enough.
All right, well, just charge it. Go.
So, Rabbi,
I'm waiting on you, big dog.
I feel like
What do you feel like, Pimp?
I feel like a lot of people just want to have mental health diagnoses because they look them up online and feel like there's symptoms, but even the fucking people that are pedophiles don't want to have a pedophile diagnosis. Like, that's the only fucking mental illness no one wants to fucking have.
No, there are a lot of mental
Or
illnesses.
admit to.
No, there are a lot of mental illnesses that people don't want to have.
Well, I wish. Like what?
Hypochondriaism, where you like think that you have every disease. Schizophrenia.
You think I have that?
Zoot, I think that you have Tourette syndrome, and I think you're afraid to face it with a professional. And my advice to you is that you get medicated for it.
How do you get medicated for Tourette syndrome?
Dude, I read 3 of them to you yesterday. They are medications that limit or prevent you from having tics. And I think it would be really good for you for a lot of reasons.
What are the side effects?
None. They're perfect. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about why I
There's no
think.
such thing.
Let's talk about why I think they'd be good for you. You do have an issue with Tourette syndrome that has caused you a massive amount of heartache in your life. And whether you want to face it or not, it's just the simple truth that you have trouble in relationships, especially with women, based on your psychological issues, specifically Tourette's. Now, Tourette's also makes it very difficult for you to have a job and to hold down a career. And there's something related, I feel, with Tourette's, and specifically your Tourette's, and your attention. And maybe, I mean, I know you think that you have ADHD, and maybe you do. I don't think anybody really knows what that is. But what you certainly have is your brain forcing you to do things unconsciously or subconsciously or involuntarily. And that causes people to not feel that you are normal. And I want you to feel normal. I think that you have a really great opportunity to have love and perhaps a family and wealth someday. I think you'll be a very rich person. I really do. But you have tics and urges that cause you to make mistakes and can cost you a lot financially. And I don't want that to happen to you. I think that you have the opportunity to be very successful. I think your family does too. Your family cares a lot about you and loves you a lot. and they just want what's best for you. And I don't think they recognize that your issue can perhaps be quite easily solved by going to a doctor and saying, I need to be diagnosed with Tourette syndrome. If you need evidence that I have this, I have ample evidence of myself recorded on the internet, and I'd be willing to provide that to you. But you can just know that I've had this not since you were 13, since you were 5. I can tell you the first tick that I ever had. I can tell you that this runs in my family, that my cousin has it. I can tell you that it causes me great distress when I'm with just random strangers. I will yell racial remarks at them, or I will at least say racial remarks at them. And you may find that funny. You may find that funny. It's not rare. It's not. I've seen you do it. So if I've seen you do it, or I've heard you do it, it's not that rare. And that will cost you a job. That will cost you a relationship. That will cost you a lot. You don't want to work your whole life for a good career and then lose it because you truthfully accidentally said the N-word. You don't want that. You have what I would describe as a lot of potential. And I just want you to seek that potential.
That was a good man.
Thank you. And
Yeah,
okay. And you're willing to literally go to doctors for diagnoses that you don't need. If you would just be honest with the doctors and you just tell them, hello, maybe I have all the things that you're saying, but you guys aren't treating me for the big one that I have. And that's Tourette syndrome. And I think you think it's funny. Not really. I think deep down, internally, you hate it. And it's something that you struggle with often. But to deal with it, you just make a joke out of it. And that's fine. I understand people.
I don't even know where you get diagnosed with Tourette.
A psychologist or a psychiatrist, I should say. Just like you spent $2,300 to get diagnosed for ADHD, which is unnecessary. You should have and you still should, just go seek a doctor to say, I have Tourette syndrome, and I've had it since I was 5 years old, at least, and I struggle with it.
I think everyone has ADHD to at least some extent.
Zoot, we're not talking about ADHD. And you like to you do the circular reasoning, but you don't face,
Actually, it doesn't really exist.
Zoot, you don't face the real discussion. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Tourette syndrome, which is what you have, and which is what caused difficulty. I'm not the person who said that. You say it. You say that it's like living in a dungeon or a very difficult place mentally because all your secrets are basically capable of being exposed at any time. And even if it's not like a secret, just insults to people. You see someone who's fat and you call them fat. And then, but you find that funny, but that's very much not funny.
I've never done that.
But you have called people the N-word.
I call people ugly in a little bit.
Okay, there you go. So that's a perfect example. You don't want to do that.
Well, I've done the opposite and called someone about when I didn't mean it, but...
Zoot, You don't, Zoo, you don't want to do either of those things. They're not beneficial to your life. I want you to be able to have a successful life. And
But you're saying there's no side effect to Tourette's medication. Bullshit.
you've never tried it, so you don't know.
Yeah.
Zoo, you were willing
You're saying
to
there's
you
no
were
side
willing
effect.
you were willing to pop Ritalin for no reason. You have nothing to study for, nothing to focus on, but you were willing to do that, and that has many side effects. When this is what you really need. And genuinely, I think that you mistake your Tourette's for ADHD. You're like, well, I can't focus. Yeah, because you have a tick that's coming on and you feel it and it's bothersome to you and you want to get it out. You want to be able to say it. I mean, I've just noticed that in our friendship, you say things that you don't mean and then you have to go and apologize. And frankly, I have a very big heart and I understand that people have issues. A lot of people I meet on the internet have issues, and you're one of them. We all have issues to some extent, but not everybody's as forgiving as I am. And if you have a boss that you, I mean, if you're just working a customer service role and you call someone ugly, you're going to lose your job. Whether you have Tourette syndrome or not,
Yeah, it scares me that I'm gonna have to take on when I'm doing stand up.
there you go. And that's like you have to not have a tick for 3 minutes or not a long period of time. So Zoo, if I were you, and I'm going to be very strong on this, whenever you have a tick, I'm going to tell you that you need to seek professional help. And it's because I care about you. So you're like, okay, so we're going to find out the answers to your question because you asked a good question. So I'm going to say, where in Adelaide can I get a Tourette syndrome diagnosis? And you know what? What if you go there and they're like, we don't think you have this? Well, I think they're wrong, but nevertheless, and you would be the one who think they're wrong. You're the one.
Rabbi, okay. Rabbi,
Okay,
listen to me.
I'm listening.
3 weeks from now, right?
Uh-huh.
3 weeks from now, I'm using part of my insurance funding to get like different diagnoses, and Tourette's is one of them.
Okay, that's good. So it is today, September 16th. So I will say that by mid next month, by October 16th, you should be well on your way to do this. This shouldn't be like I'm going to get pictures for Tinder in 2 weeks.
No,
It's not going to be
no,
that.
it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be the diagnosis like booking itself, but it's gonna be like the yeah. So it probably get diagnosed in November, December.
It shouldn't take that long. This is something that can be diagnosed immediately. They diagnosed you with all kinds of stuff immediately. And when's your doctor's appointment? Zoo, when's your doctor's appointment?
True.
You just had a tick right there. 2 years? That doesn't even make sense. If I'm your boss, I'm going to say to you, are you drunk? And I know you're not, but I'm going to say you aren't there mentally. When's your next doctor's appointment, Zoo? Okay, what date?
Whatever Wednesday is.
They don't say to you whatever Wednesday is when your appointment is. It's very easy to just be like, my appointment is on October 4th.
So 3 weeks. It's like October 8th, I think. That's a Wednesday, October 8th or October 9th, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. And who are you going to see?
I'm saying an occupational therapist.
Okay, that's not the kind of doctor that you need to see. I mean, maybe for some things. But Zoo, do you have a...
The occupational therapist, like, you get a reference and reference or perhaps like symptoms from them. It's a weird thing in Australia where you like go see like occupational therapists and they give you like references.
Zoo, I understand it's very similar. It's very similar in Canada and the United States. Do you have a general practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. You need to make an appointment with your general practitioner. You need to say, I would like a referral for someone to diagnose my Tourette syndrome. And they will give you a referral immediately.
Rabbi, why did you make that was a great picture to make?
Because I'm focused on you, I'm not focused on the game.
Rate this myth.
10. Zoo, you just did it again.
Right?
Zoo, you just did it again.
Did I make a bad move? Yes. Did Rabbi make a good move? I don't think there's anything that really helps you here. This is a bit lazy. Rabbi, do you think you're in a good position right now? You should heal.
Yeah, no, I know.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to evolve. Oh, that's big. You healed? You're your max hit points?
I'm already at max hit points though.
Zoo, does it cost you money to meet with a general practitioner?
No, we're getting the diagnosis cost money.
Hold on. I don't think so. I think that you'd be able to get one for free. So you go see your general practitioner, and I'm going to be on you about this. I know you're going to see an occupational therapist. That's not going to help you. I mean, it will for maybe a job, but it's not going to help you for getting a Tourette's diagnosis. So what I'm going to want you to do is make an appointment with your general practitioner. They should be able to get you in within a week or two if you already have an established relationship with them. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that appointment and you're going to say to them, I would like a referral for Tourette's syndrome. And they're going to say to you, okay, what makes you think that you have Tourette's? And you're going to say, I've had tics since I was 5 years old. They are involuntary. They cause me to struggle with my relationships and just in general daily life. They cause awkwardness with people unnecessarily, and I would like a referral. They will then write you a referral or schedule a referral for someone who is covered within your network that is either free or maybe you have to pay a deductible, a slight deductible, or something like that. And then you go to that specialist and you say the same thing to the specialist. Since I was 5 years old, I've experienced these tics. They don't only cause me issues, but they cause issues to other people in my life. And unnecessarily. I can tell you a story. When I was 5 years old, I saw somebody walking a dog, and just involuntarily, I barked, and it caused a little girl to get in trouble with the teacher. And that wasn't okay. I find it funny, but I really shouldn't, because it's sad that this girl got blamed for something, and she didn't do it. And that could have potentially caused her distress in her life. And so I would like to stop this type of behavior. I've been made aware. Let me finish. Zoot. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Nevertheless, it wasn't right. So you say to the doctor, I've been made aware that there are medications available that prevent people from having tics, and I would like to explore them. And the doctor will say to you, you're right, Zoot, there are. We're going to start you off on this medication, on this amount, and we're going to have you follow up in a month, and you're going to tell me how it worked. And then you're going to come in here, and you're going to say, Rabbi, I did what you said. It took me a little bit of time. Thank you for understanding that it wasn't an overnight process. But they were able to give me the diagnosis that I've needed for at least 25 years. And they gave me this pill, and I don't have these issues anymore. Or they're very limited. And I can live my life normally. And I no longer have these random thoughts that go through my head that cause me tics and embarrassment. I'm able to live my life normally. And now I want to go find a job, and I want to go find a relationship, because I feel like I'm no longer imprisoned mentally by this syndrome that I have. That's what I want to happen. And I know deep down that's what you want to happen. I know it is. And I think that's what's going to happen. Zoot, this game isn't important. If you win, that's great. What is important is your mental health. And I normally wouldn't be like, I think you should go see this. But I've just seen, you're the one who mentioned it to me when we met more than a year ago. And at first I was like, you don't have that. But then I really did see that you really did. And I was incorrect at that time to make a determination that you didn't have something when you really, really do. And it is very critical in your life. It causes you a lot of distress. But you'll get over it, and you'll get through it.
Yeah.
Good.
Do you win?
We'll see. So, Zoot, do you know what you have to do today?
Yeah.
What do you have to do?
Okay, JK.
That's exactly right, dude. That's exactly right.
Stop it. Man, just stop it. Talk right now. I need to focus. Actually, that was probably the best move I could have made. Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
that was a really good merge, however, it wasn't that great.
I see a really good move for you. Dude, hold on. Don't move anything. I want to make sure that you know you fucked up. What did I say? Don't move. You fucked up. If you would have moved the purple one to make an L, that counts as 5 in a row, and you would have gotten to heal.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You would have had 5 more points.
I fucked up there.
So there's an easy move. You know it. You better hurry up and make it, though. There you go. That's what you needed to do.
Yeah, but I'm gonna suck good heal. And now you're gonna get the heal.
What do you mean? Like this?
It's an easy move. Yeah, it's an easy move.
Yeah, but it just made it easy for you.
Well, in here.
No, but you come very close. That's big time,
I
dude.
think I gave you a good fucking move. Oh no! Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
you just took it away.
Oh, I know.
I mean, you're not in front of me, but you are, kind of.
No, you still.
Okay, that was a good. Alright, Rabbi. You ready to lose?
Yep.
Okay, I am. Are you gonna try?
Suit. That's big time, Zoo. Zoo, you might be able to get me. Oh, Zoo, you basically fucked me.
You can heal. If you get lucky here, you might be able to heal. A very good obvious move here. If you don't make this move, you lose. Rabbi. I told you if you don't make that move, you lose. Wait, actually, you still have the move. If you didn't do that, you would go.
Right. But I did do it. This would be a really big comeback on my part. I got fortunate that it randomly gave me an extra move there.
Okay. I just didn't match one thing and I win. I lost you one.
See how I made an L and it gave me an extra heal?
Yep.
There you go.
You didn't make that move, you would have lost again.
I recognize.
You just lost.
Oh no. I recognize that. Okay, good job. Alright, Zoot. Go make your general practitioner appointment and come back.
Yeah.
You just have to call.
What should I do? What else should I do?
Zoot, that's what you need to do. If you do that, it will be the most key thing that you could do for yourself. You want to help those who want to help themselves.
Because if you are Samech on there's a concept called Menakim Tzviyosef. Because Baruch uses your schusim to pay for those nisim. And that's not a good thing. Reb Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches will fall on him. Reb Yitzchak says, and this is a big side of life, don't wait until the tzara happens, don't wait until a person is sick. Davening a person should not become sick. Because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come, then you have to use a lot of schusim. As it says in the pasuk, people hanoi from imenu. The person himself, imenu, needs his schusim. Another drush in the Gemara uses from that pasuk, people hanoi, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, the Baruch who knows from day one, from Sheshus and Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, Baruch who decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu. Just like a person is taken out to death because he's over on Israel that there's a fee of Misa of Bezdin. He says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. That's similar to imagine to himself as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffed. He's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. Maybe he has a really good lawyer, meaning it's good schusim to be safe. A person has 999 malachim that sing bad about it. But there's one malach, echad mini elef. 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, there's another malach that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons in that one malach are against him. And he has one reason for him, 1 in a million, that will be matzah. Rabbi says that women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying Aron Kodesh, they say closet. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call Aron Kodesh, I don't know which is a closet, and they'll call a shul, a base just a little folk house. As he says, there are 3 decoys, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's tied Nisa, Nida, Chala, Alogas. Some say there are 3 debet, there's 3 glues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, Chala, Nida, and Alogas. The Shimon Lil says that Hilchos Hegdesh and Meiser and Tumas and Meisers are the Gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah. And we give a certain nemanos, we believe, Amaretz, that he took Tumas and Meisers from the Deraisa, although with the Rabbanan there's a concept called Mayim, we don't trust him. And we trust Amaretz that he wasn't Magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the Aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any neder, a person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said it was tired, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because a person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in people pirates, and the machlokes is based on the question to be learned a pasuk, one pasuk back, or even two pasuk back. Because the pasuk says the man you be made. You want to live longer? What the pasuk right before is ksafta, mezuzah, from there mezuzah. Two pasukim before that is talking about mathematics, Bnei teach parenting children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah or just mezuzah. The machlokes are made a review though. If it's mezuzah or tzitzis that causes the child to die, the Shlomo says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah of tzitzis, Lassalada will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation, there's 70 nations. On each corner, that's 700 times 4 corners. Rabbi Nechami says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah keneged midah, a person will fight with his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And the person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil and his wine, and will plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who is not careful with shumah meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. And Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, the shumas meiser, you'll be punished in the winter. But if the person does shumas meiser, will have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says, and we learn, until your lips are numb from saying die. A wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up eating their own children. The pasuk says, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to them who don't have jobs and all do all day is shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bill. The Aveira of healing din, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkul adin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a header or something for the guy, and you don't, or for the Aveira of Bidul Torah, all these, there's terror, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. The Aveira of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shua. It also says chilul by chilul Shabbos and by chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts that'll come and eat the livestock. There'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the Aveira of the Tzitza of murder, Baruch Hu was Machred B'Beis Hamikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the Aveira of Gilai Rais, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shmita and Yovel, will be dullest to the world, and we will leave our country, and others will take over. For the Aveira of Middle Peh, the Lashon of the Gemara is this Tzaros, Rabbis, Xeros, Koshes, terrible decrees, terrible tzaros. And the young Bacharim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why a cow gets married, but if you talk about it in the novel pet, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a makah, also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an Aveira, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokai. Hidrokai comes in three varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayis. That's usually when the Gemara says aveira, it's referring to arayis. When a person is in starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be punished that it's because of he was over the arayis. So the Baruch Hu killed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself knew how to get out of it broken. The reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was an oinus because of the Talmidim. If a person has thin skin, and you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinaskin. If a person has gassisua, the simmer for that is it becomes poor. Simmer for a person that talks Lashon Hara is askura, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe anymore. The Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because a person eats teva without giving the some ice. When Chacham went into Keren B'Yavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedarim with Kol Makam. He starts answering every place as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands, and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel, and Rabbi Chai says because of the bittul Torah. Women who are not mevatel Torah, why do they get asked for? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? It says more because they're mevatel their father. It says Rashi, that's their father for candy. While the father is, that's their aveira, and that's what they get punished. The kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the door has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the aveiras of the door. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the aveira of the door. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Rosh Hashanah, as we mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rashi didn't like it. He said the reason why the marketplaces is to put tzardas in it. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi places both to say that he was a special person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and then eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Rosh Hashanah because he gave praise to the Romans, because Rabbi Yossi didn't make them a chal. They threw him to Tzipari, and they wanted to kill him to Rabbi the famous story of Rabbi to fly directly to Samedrish with bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he had. So he ran to the cave. It was a nace that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bear fruit. It actually grew there. That's nace number one. It bear fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Yochai's son, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon were both there, and they went into the mud. They took off their clothes in order to save their clothing. They would put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliyahu came and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Baskel came down and said, "What are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave." They went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said, if a person could only be in Gehenna to Russia for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out of Baskel, they said, yes, you can come out. Wherever Reb Lazar and Reb Shimon destroyed, Reb Shimon would fix. And Reb Shimon told his son Reb Lazar, what are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Ahu Saba. Many times, it says where it says Ahu Saba means Aliyah Navi. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, what are you doing this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. But why 2? He said, one for Zafar and one for Shamar. And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zafar and Shamar. And he said, Kama Chavibim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is. or the mitzvahs, the mitzvahs, and calm down. It says Rabbi Bayar, who's either his father-in-law or son-in-law, is Mechutin. He said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, to the wound, and it caused Rabbi Bayar to be uncomfortable and scream. And Rabbi Bayar said, I cannot believe that I see like this. The opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rishon Bayar. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rishon Bayar would ask Rabbi Bayar a question, and Rabbi Bayar would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rabbi Bayar would ask Rishon Bayar a question, and Rishon Bayar would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and meeting with women and creating this race of what you talked about.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chalamayid, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow, we'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back to the community. And he created a new coin for Shechem. Rishon Bayar as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to get back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, that Zakkai took turmasim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a kohen, he wasn't concerned about the truma there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, you could exhume bodies. Rishon Bayar, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, he took turmeric and he spread them around. And by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a kohen can walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Rishon Bayar. He said Rishon Bayar was Matar, a base of Klaris, a graveyard.
Oh, what up, man?
He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect, she'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, "Did you take Meiser?" The Gemara says he must say it in Kusa. You should say it calmly. If you want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly. The Mishnah says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, you ask them, "Did you make it Eruv Techumen?" That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're playing a shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Tum is the Raisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Tum is the Raisa, at least it has a smachta in the Torah, there's a mekarfer in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, Hadliku, he tells them, Hadliku is there, like the Shabbos candles for Shalom Bayis. Beina Shmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain hevel fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over into the Reisa. However, you're allowed to take meiser from the Demai. That's fruit that you buy from an Amoret, that it's only a chumrah of the Rabbanan that you have to take another time meiser. And you're allowed to do Eruv Chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv Chatzeres were two people, let's say, share a common yard. They participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together and it's carry their own shops. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered mevashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and we treat Ben Hashmoshes as two different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Ben Hashmoshes, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Ben Hashmoshes is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Ben Hashmoshes, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say, no, Ben Hashmoshes is considered Friday. And it goes into nighttime, and then the dog ate it. So here we say Ben Hashmoshes is Friday, and Ben Hashmoshes is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Ben Hashmoshes is a suffix. And since this is Eruv Rabbanon, we say this is okay. Rabbi says, you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough. You might light the fire. But Ben Hashmoshes, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmoshes, because Ben Hashmoshes, Derech Klal, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmoshes is suffix days, suffix nights, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmoshes. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that go? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemiah says that Ben Hashmoshes lasts from Shkia until it's a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmoshes is terrifying like the blink of an eye. Nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not Keri, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of a Keri, he goes to the mikveh that day, he becomes Tar at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a Karban. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a Karban. Says the Gemara very easy. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission, Ben Hashmoshes Sunday night, and then he sees another emission Monday night Ben Hashmoshes? Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmoshes is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmoshes is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyos, because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmoshes is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Ben Hashmoshes is Monday and Tuesday, and therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a Karban. Therefore, this person has to be Machmer and bring a Karban, and he's Tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect if a person only saw 1 Riyah Ben Hashmoshes. Perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah, which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a Zav. He doesn't have to bring a Karban, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. Have a wonderful day.
Just all his favorites.
Shabbos, Davan Fest. They asked Rabbi Rabbi, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eina Gufa Ketuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumas that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Rabbi says that the person forgot, there's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter and both usher? In fact, it's machlokes. Rabbi Eliezer said he meant that both shagig and mazid are mutter to eat. Why is mazid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mazid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mazid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. You're leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brisa that differentiates between shagig and mazid. It says mazid, if you leave it on a purpose, it's usher to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Yitzchak, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shagig and mazid are usher to eat if you left it on the flame before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget it. So they said even when it's by accident, also clean. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat, and the answer is there were two periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's usher to eat food that was left on the flame. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. The machlokes between Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda had explained this hillel. According to Reb Meir, they still hold you can do shihiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Reb Meir, it's even a tashel, even complete. You need to explain that on the Lamed Zayin we're talking about lichatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell them only hot water. But if he went ahead and did so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tashel like on today's daf. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Basilo, you can do shihiyah even in a tashel. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Basilo, only hot water. We need to explain that on that Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa kuma, when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the kira. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. One person went ahead and didn't listen to the Chachamim. He did shihiyah. Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shihiyah is also. Perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be also. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to do it. The Gemara says that Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, saying you're allowed to do chazar, you have to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the coat off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on. He needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Basil, you got to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadoi and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. There's a machlokes what Rabbi says. According to one lashon, Rabbi says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back. Another lashon in Abaye is that Abaye said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, I can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. The Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say that you're not allowed to put that pot back on the flame. We're not taking. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now, we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top. And therefore, it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. Mishnah says that with a kira, if you use kashrut vava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You can put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as as real fuel. Rabbi Yosef says that with a tanur, I can place food up against the wall of a tanur. I can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues and says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong, that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, there's a brayso that says exactly what Rabbi says, that it's also the same on the tanur. A kuba. It's in between a kira and a tanur. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pot. So it's hotter than a kira. It retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanur. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood, with leftover olives, their pits, it's also fuel. Halacha is always in Tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes tough. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, it becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tummy. Whereas a kupach only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day.
He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. He's a very religious man. He said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are Christian.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa Deraisa and he's Chai B'Chatas. Similarly, to the case of someone that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemara Malacha. Even though it's not completely cooked, that's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you're fine. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ain bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing. And Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter. Because that's not the derech. That's not how people cook.
What's going on? Welcome back.
Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda.
Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Yo, how are you? Welcome back. Yo, do you speak English? All right, enjoy yourself.
Of fire. Meaning, you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth. According to everybody, that's also their rice. It's a tolda of the whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun we said is 100% mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, this is machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that clothing was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook. You confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, make a gzera. Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzera. Yossi agrees, also bury food in sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, the Yosef is concerned that you might come to bury it in remets, in ashes of coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and your chayfer guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issur D'Oraisa. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern here. According to the Rabbi, we're not talking about sand, we're talking about something very soft like ashes. You put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you let up boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. But if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's also. L'chayra, that's a riot of Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. The more understands that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is also. Says Rabbi said no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no riot from the Mishnah. Chizah says, since Chachamim said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is Asur, we learn from this the Hatmana, the Gava Mitzvah Hevel, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is Asur even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, you should heat up the water for food. Then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yom Tov for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Like it says, you have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Rabbi that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter. And the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon. Because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water. It says if you heat it up on Shabbos and it's also to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water is heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Reb Shimon that says, shower yourself with hot water that was up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes and takes from the ground. Or if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody that's asur, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man Omar is a compromise, we go like that man Omar. However, it's possible that that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes is in a price. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like compromise is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta, Mikuli Makloni. A person takes clothing and he clears it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, that was not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shua and Rabbi Elazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the love is like Rabbi Shua. Have a wonderful day.
Society and overall discourse, I think it's a lot of it's negative. But then again, there's a lot of positive.
Shabbos Daf Mem. There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two braysos that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be awesome. Rabbi will explain that the brayso is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hands by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two braysos seem to contradict Rabbi, because those braysos say the only way to bathe yourself is hana the other ragla, face, hands, and feet. Not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rabbi Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Manachmeni, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, used Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb. He says, Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rabbi Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rabbi said, besides three things. We had it in the beginning of the Sefta. If you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other, Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner Chanukah, one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav paskin like Reb Shimon Begreira that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says I don't know like that. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rabbi. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halacha is not like Rabbi. The halacha is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. Before you should rise, just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do hana yodav v'rayah. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another shot is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you can do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the famous, like you said in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva and Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. Chacham say you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeirah that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying, they started doing shtick, and it would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, the Yerushalmi explains, they added extra clothes before Shabbos, but there's a problem of chitui. So they said, you know what, no more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Avaryonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, we were bathing. So they said, you know what, you're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Chamifera, any natural spring you're allowed to use. Came along the third Zera, who were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Chamifera, when in fact, you're coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Chamifera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed, they can't stand the Xeris, they weren't able to accept the Xera. So he said, Chamifera is mutter, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. But you're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use the Xera. And you see from here that a person who's over on a derabana, on this Xera is considered an Avaryon, you're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avaryon. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. If it's a smaller one, like in a small far in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of the fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. But you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem. That if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakhama says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yaksi where your hand takes it back, or better yet, to use it as amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. The Mish says it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and from Zamenorah says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? Now, Tanakhama doesn't mention oil. Rabbi Rabbi Yosef saying that according to the Tanakhama, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mabashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another two shittas hanayim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that's Yatsi is usher, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it on your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? They're saying the same thing, basically. You're not allowed to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is, because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even if you laugh at the side of your hand. According to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi ledes, it's also to warm up, and if it's not yatsi ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara does a reasonable Rabbi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamit Tveria, the bathhouse of Chamit Tveria, and warm it up. And Rabbi said, you're not allowed to do that. You can take klisheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that. So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from it. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamit Tveria and you make it into klisheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He's in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing an issue, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir into the bathhouse, and he wanted to mop the floor for him. And Rameir said that is usher, that's a shri kumas, that's considered baina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
We wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them had to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. He's full of Chamei Tveria, which he said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo has his feet on the ground, but he's floating. Floating the river would be usher because of the Chavesh Shayatim. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has bidude, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool, they're different than a river which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat Rashi, bidude, it has a lip, it looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. The different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he was touching or not. The Gemara says, touching is also. That is the Aveira of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibbaleshes. The leshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, the leshes, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers and in time of war, we have to be concerned that they make the wine yain nesach barrels over. If they are enemy soldiers, they have on their mind their own lives. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yainesa. So there's no concern. So too over here. If Bavo was walking on the bank of the river, he was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirut. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz Eretz Yisrael, as the pasuk says, "Vavela Yivo, some of you Adyon Pakti Oisam, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you." Zera says no. That pasuk is talking about play shares. He was worried that if he bumped into Rabbi Yehuda would make a Zera on him and say, "You must stay here in Chutz La'aretz." But he said, "Let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda." And he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchatz. Beis HaMerchatz, you're not allowed to talk and learn. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchatz. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my nesek. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchatz and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not halacha, but advice. Says, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchatz. And what's the reason? Gemara says it's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchatz, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchatz itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchatz, you need to let it penetrate with oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amos, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of the cover. And this is the beginning of the cause of this bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyar, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has it for water. You would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have at you put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moist. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water, and therefore it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another shot is it's a double-decker dud, similar to the muliyar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. Also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Bar Mas, the pshat the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you remove all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. You put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Shimon, we say that Dovashin is Skaven is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm it the water, we all agree with Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's not a separation, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Abayid Pshat is, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now, to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water we add to that pot would be awesome, because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, so Shein Miskaven is awesome. Rav says this whole halacha, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed to not be mitzaref. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues that even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically Shmuel doesn't hold like Rav Shimon. In another halacha, in a malacha shein tzricha l'gufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a coal, glowing red, and you you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a lotion but you don't need that piece of wood as a coal, you just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. The Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's usher. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. Shmuel says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzricha L'Gufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But in Miskaven, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that you see thorn, or let's say nowadays a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah. With Rabbanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas. Stop and walk again less than 4 amas. That's the Rabbanan. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in the Carmelists, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. The Shammai say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water, because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter, because you're not cooking the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is asur, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also asur. But there was a havamina that Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlek between Beis Hillel and Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admit you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Abaye says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, and you need really hot water, it doesn't have halacha like an ampatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatsi Ledis, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like the Chazanish, or 114.8 degrees like the Shemzambeba, it can't. And therefore, I could cold water into the bottom, hot water, and it won't cook it, and that's the moment. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to Sheni. He said you could pour cold into hot, and as a raya from the Brisa, the Brisa says, Ma'ara Kitan, you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into Sheni hot water. It says in large pan or pot from a flame, from the flame. You're not allowed to put this into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, had spices, doesn't cook it. The Yehuda is more makes. The spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice could cook in a kli rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp and they cause it to cook. The Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he's saying that salt is much more sensitive to spices, but cook even in a kli sheni. Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time. Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees here in the second lashon, and that's why he says that Allah like the second lashon. Salt is very tough to cook. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos. And by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being you're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. Now to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been about to the kli made on Shabbos. Not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, the chicken already laid the egg. You're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg. People won't crush it. Gemara says though, the only time you're allowed to do that if it's hatzola mitsuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, and you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzola mitsuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. So the Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos. And basically, we would have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzola mitsuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, hevel, that you didn't true some measures on, you let us get on Shabbos by putting another barrel under. But a barrel typically doesn't break. You say that it's talking about hatzola mitsuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the section is that you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzola mitsuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Having a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel. We're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had the sheet of Rav Chisda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rav Yosef says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it and it's molten. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. This is a mishnah that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took trumas hamaisis from, and it breaks, you're allowed to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's tevel, is muktzah. It's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took trumas hamaisis on Shabbos, he'd be yaitz. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? You must say because the sparks have no mamashas. They're not visible. So the kli never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben HaShmashos. Where then we say, Migid is Ketzoy. Ben HaShmashos, it's Ketzoy the Kli Yoma. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with this, and he says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of an item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah, hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah, shoot chickens that aren't muktzah. You must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heifer. It was with tzarech mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the plates. He needed the spot that the bench was fitting. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. More ask a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. They carry a lot of force, a lot of poundage. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with the kli that you started carrying with the heter of the tzarech mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelis, or reed, and put it on top of small stones. But the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a themselves and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about the building is done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. They're not muktzah, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you let cover a beehive with a machzelis? You let cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. The Gemara understood that it's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives so to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'im iskaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun. Unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. How do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches, and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring the oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the Zayin HaMeitz. The first eitzah is to use kikar v'tina, to use any item that's not muktzah, baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav, you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you slip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's tilkum and atzad. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fight? If you have a kikar and peanut, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a Manda Omar that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is bowl on me, so he's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the eraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just be tilkum and rabbanon and not be over. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Reb Shimon says, the final halacha today, if you have leftover oil, and we'll see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Reb Shimon, he doesn't hold even skatzoy and shmoshes, it's skatzoy and kuliyayim, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Daled, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama review the whole of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Mios. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue is disgusting, and therefore people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. If it's brand new in the box, it's not disgusting, so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muktzah Machmas Mios, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains the Havamin of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that it might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar also. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Rameir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since the flame is osur, therefore, migud diskatzoy ben hashmasho is diskatzoy l'kuliyah. We have the concept. Since it becomes a muktzah during ben hashmashos, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that Isser remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was muktzah for that moment of Bein HaShmashos. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Yehuda, because the concept Migdis Shmashos is Katzor the Kuliyama, but according to Reb Shimon, the issue, the wording doesn't fit so well. It says Avol. A small candle is also Avol, even a big one is, it should say small, large. There's no difference according to Reb Yehuda. Why do you say Avol? Mar Zutra prefers to say that it goes according to Reb Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Reb Shimon doesn't hold of the concept but in this case, since there's enough oil to last the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Reb Shimon agrees in this case, it remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Reb Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father, Reb Shimon, in two things. That there's no muktzah machmas minos, and there's no muktzah machmas isser, but he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kibui, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. Jerry says if you have a metal candelabra which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not moles, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it Bein HaShmashos, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree it's Katzor Bein HaShmashos, it's Katzor Kuliyah. But if it's not lit during Bein HaShmashos, according to them, it's mutter to be metallic. Gemara talks about a bed. Similar to a table, one wants to put money on a bed. So Gemara says as follows. If a person designates this bed and says specifically, I want this bed to put money on it, all on his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even also to move. It's a gufay mekaymer typically, or muktzah kish malakil isser, for instance, a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on its side, or you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufay. Now, if a person either designated it, the bed, for money, but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during Bein HaShmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removes the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. The Gemara's question is from Muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We're going to all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during Bein HaShmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because the Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rab, goes according to Reb Yehuda. But what is a Muchni? A Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, kli, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha. If a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 saw water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 saw because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, a basic forest over a paper. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, and that's the halacha that the Gemara brings as a question, if there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a tree. If the money is still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually l'kula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rav, however, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos daf mem hey. Rav holds like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Chanukah in the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that the Chabarim will catch him, after Beresh Mashos, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. The Shasat Chag is a special halacha. The famous saying goes, when it comes to an emergency like the Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Rabbi Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Rabbi Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and groigros, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon, you need two conditions. The chiyuv v'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not roy lachilo, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're sending it off to the side. The Rebbe says, when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called muktzah machmas mitzvah, which Rabbi Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle for Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chalamayim, according to Rabbi Shimon. Unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Rav Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You're also not allowed to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. But according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, even according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it tonight. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruits, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry, and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're foods, and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you're mesiach das from it, you don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rebbe's son, Lazar, asked Rebbe, what does Rabbi Shimon hold when it comes to Tatzili Tamarim? These are dates that will never ripen. from the fact that he asked Rebbe the question about Rabbi Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rebbe subscribes to Rabbi Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Rabbi Shimon hold about batzil? But he told him, even though batzil and tamarim are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a mission that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shut an animal that's yours. But if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining, in other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rabbi, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shut on Yom Tov, because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rebbe holds a muktzah. The Rebbe is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. So the Gemara gives three options. Either Rebbe holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, you're good with that, you push it aside, said I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer is that Rebbe never said that he holds like Rabbi Shimon. He was just answering what Rabbi Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, and he was answering his son what Rabbi Shimon would hold in muktzah. Another pshat is that Rebbe was talking in the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Rabbi Shimon in muktzah. But don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, that should be considered a domesticated animal and you put shafet on? And they said, no, we don't agree with that. Rabbi Bar Chana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rabbi Shimon in muktzah, that there's no muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that a chicken coop is muktzah? We must say that it's talking about a very specific case. That the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not royal achilas kelef, because a dog won't eat egg peel. And it's not royal for a human. You have a dead chicken there, we can't eat it straight. Nor would a guy eat it. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold of muktzah machmas gufa, something like money, stones, have absolutely no other use to them, and this egg with the chicken side has absolutely no other use, and therefore even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. Now why did he just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos, and Reb Shimon holds that it's noilad and it's muktzah? Because there is a shita that holds, Rav Nachman holds that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a noilad on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rav Nachman. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandama that holds in Reb Shimon that you could use that dead chick and you could feed it to your animals on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandama that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds a muktzah, because I never thought about it. I was Messiah Das. Another mandama that says that it's muktzah. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. Now, why did he have to say so? There's a story that you could learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held it like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe is Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds a muktzah. So Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kaveh HaMakar. It has a very specific spot. Similar to Muslim Machmas Sarn Kis. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, you designate an area for it. And therefore this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
This is crazy. This is honey. What's going on? I don't think it's a huge thing. I think it's a huge It was completely functional, but it was like
Shabbos Daf Mem Vav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi, and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah of kviyas makkah. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Gemara, but what do you do about kilas chasanim? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so you don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. You let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah, kviyas makkah. You see that there is no muktzah called kviyas makkah. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it could come apart. So they made a gzera on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that can come apart, machlekes. Rabbi says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, we have to be goyzer on a small menorah. And Rothschild says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it gzera. He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds, like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, that there is Muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always haskins like the Stam Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muchnin that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmashos, inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Reb Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Reb Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan passes like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Reb Zera, we must learn, even though it's a Dorcha, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during ben hashmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during ben hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, "Migi b'skatzay ben hashmashos, it's katzay l'kuli yard." Rishon Levi said that Rabbi said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben ner, meaning could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, the menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is asur. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remains in a take. The Gemara tells us the Ramah, and at a different time, Rabbi Yossi both act like Reb Shimon. But there's no muktzah in front of the Rabbeim, and both the Rabbeim were making on that. On the other hand, Rabbi Avo, even though he himself felt like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect for Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says, if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be in the But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machmas mius, because Rav Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah machmas mius. When we're discussing this, since there's no other use for this candle, because it's disgusting, therefore it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machmas gufa. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metaltal, a lamp that was used with neft. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Rabbi went to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of mud on his shoes. And he sat him down, he said, sit down on his bed, and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi Via with questions to punish him. Some server has a beautiful chat, you should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover kalim. He says, Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. The halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry. She might show it to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Biruch Rachmana, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Abi. The halacha is that if a person has a firstborn animal, cow, sheep, it goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, then the kohen could sheft it outside the Beis Hamikdash. It's his to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Reb Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp that Reb Shimon says is not muktzah? Says why is a big difference? Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal of bechar, there's 3 reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavua, a permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can check. What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos, could be mefer or matter the neder? What if her husband doesn't agree? Says the Gemara, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das her husband. And what about a man? How can you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find 3 simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learned that according to Reb Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Reb Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar asur. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The shot is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we're concerned perhaps it will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Reb Shimon holds the davar she'en miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's enough community between the Iraisa and the Rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is the Iraisa. And moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so, so it's only is the Rabbana. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the Iraisa, Reb Shimon say it's awesome. Because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and there's shatnas, says Reb Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even at the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have tavana, Reb Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Was the guy that Al put off and a bunch of these scientists. He brought them together and said, we have recovered a crashed UFO more than one occasion, and we have a back engineering program, and we're considering disclosure to be better list the positives and the positive impact to society and the negatives. And they did with quite a few different scientists, and they all had more negatives.
Shabbos that from Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar asur, a support for something that's asur like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's asur together with something that's muktzah? Basis l'davar asur v'amuktzah. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. So he's carrying 2 things, muktzah and asur. So the issur comes because of the head. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Rabbi Zera asked Rav Asi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Yishtoimeim k'shol chadam. Rav Asi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. Well, Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very wealthy, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned when it comes to tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, a 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an ani. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grashel ray, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrement, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not, there's no comparison. A graf sharei is an open kli, whereas this machta has a net on top. Graf sharei is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar, a mutter, ashes, va'asr, the wood, and the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. Brisa says, both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But if you have a basis l'davar, also a mutter, it should be mutter. Says the Gemara we're talking about in Golem. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar asur. Taisa says it's very interesting. Taisa says that Golem got so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped from a 20-year low. We're talking about a mita shel tarsiyim. This is a bed that comes apart. You're not put together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a isuday rice with chayav achatos. Why? Because Rashi you're making a package. You're finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like that. It says that if you take the final part of a menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together. You're chayav achatos. If you have like an extension stick that you can paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's patur aval asur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're patur aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chayav achatos. Under of Shimon Gamliel, and this is how the Rule says not only is it not patur aval asur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rabbi Paskin the halacha. If you have one of these traveling beds, you let it pick it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you let it put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks. And it's not considered a vatal funny that you're canceling this kli now for Shabbos because the sparks, you're invisible. So you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos. Because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, the redois were not to water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Hira and starting Perek Damet Tanya. We learned the Isser of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef hevel, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that it doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry, and those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. Why does this halacha? If you have a box that's not moist of hevel, doesn't add heat, and you have food in your mouth on Shabbos, it's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chunk pad and cover it with the blanket. And the blanket is not Mesa Hevel. But underneath you have a plata that adds Hevel. The top is not Mesa Hevel, but the bottom is Mesa Hevel, and that's why it's awesome. The Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives. Because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of money, even burying in sesame seed. This halacha that the hevel goes upward is regarding talking about olives, but in general, it would be also to be matching in anything. Have a wonderful day.
Because you're saying your theories on things are solid because you and your physician are going to take foul have to be taken. My job is not required to be taken.
Shabbos Daf Mem Ches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not a tmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." Rav Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also, it's libon. He says, "Rav Zer, but what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." He says, "Rabbi, that's the big difference. If you cover it with a rag, if you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas yisur. You set it aside, you say, "I'm not going to use this." Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muksa, it's still muksa of chisaron kish. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isur muksa goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muksa machmas chisaron kish. Says the Gemara, it's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muksa. Chumash malon, it is muksa. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish. The Shavura says that's an isur d'oraisa on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one, the handle and the axe, the handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the laundry and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together. Or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch cloth, they all become tummy. Let's say you take two garments that are made out of tzemer, and you sew them with pishtan, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer the common one to the other. But over here it's different than that act. Over here a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir, who's talking about a kira, a stove that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. The compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a klicheres earthenware, so the only way earthenware becomes tamei is if the tumah is in the inside of the klicheres, not on the outside. Touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tamei, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of kira, then the kira does not become tamei. The rest of the compartments do not become tamei. The kira itself becomes tamei. Typically, the sheretz becomes tamei ma'avira, from the ear space. Over here, no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only with the Rabbanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kashin based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kashin based on the Rabbanan tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tamei with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tamei. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because in the Raisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chachamim said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tamei is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to hazah both, but by tumah only you have to touch one in order for both of them to become tamei. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Tzuras Peiros this month. We had to listen to the Mishnah of different products that it's also to do Hatmana with, if they are moist. Now there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichin is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produce its own moisture. No Mishnah. The Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfeyona, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Kafayim, and with sawdust and fine flax. The Rebbe says that pishtan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is once a pebble, it produces additional heat. But when it's thick material, thick pishtan, then it's mutter to do hatmana. Gemara tells us tefillin require gufnaki, clean body. Like Elisha Balkanfai, Fish points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a gufnaki. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abai says, if you're careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rabbi says, careful from sleeping, because that could lead to hafacha and kalita cherry. The story is that the Romans said, whoever wears tefillin, you're going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Balkanfai didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, what's in your hand? He said, I have the wings of a pigeon. So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, pigeon wings, he had a name. Gemara says, but why did he say pigeon wings? Because Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. A pigeon fights with his wings, so the Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you could perform hatmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do hatmana with wool shearings, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tukul l'achar yad. It's with shinui. Elazar ben Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot, because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you cook the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in that pot into your bowl. Rabbi ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, or uman, that would be muktzah. They're designated for schayra, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned, they're the finished product, they're asur. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are metabel tuma are hides that are tanned and finished. And Kaiser points out, if they are finished hides, you don't even think about designating them, they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah. Because he's maked, doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then
Living dream, dog. How are you, Brandon? So far, so good. Are you happy about your Ravens on Sunday?
No.
They played really well. Lamar Jackson had 4 touchdown passes. Okay.
What do you think about NBA coming back?
I'm excited for it. I've got fantasy teams already.
I'm gonna be live streaming NBA and NFL in it too.
That's amazing, my friend. Thank you.
Is there any games going on right now?
No, they'll start back up at least Thursday night. Bills Dolphins. There might be baseball.
Or soccer.
Yeah. If you want to stream baseball, there's baseball on Stream East.
Stream East. Yeah, NBS tonight. NBC.
Yeah, that'll be exciting.
It's just showing right now on TV.
Oh, excellent.
I kept wanting the basketball season to start.
Do you like basketball a lot?
Basketball?
Yeah.
Football? MLB?
Look at you. You like all the sports.
Yeah, I love all the sports. You want to know who your favorite basketball team is?
Who's your favorite basketball team? Who's your favorite basketball? Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me that.
I like Jesse Tatum.
Right.
He's the MVP of the basketball.
Excellent.
What's Miss Sequoia's on?
She'll be here. She comes in usually about she'll be in within the next hour.
She comes to hear slates.
That's correct, my friend.
And she's not listening back here and here with you.
Yeah.
I slept in here and my bed gave me some. You can see me sleeping.
Amazing.
Yeah.
These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion. Why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Yossi, the Lakunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachtoi, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count the different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. More says, for instance, and the Gemara remains in a Heikum. The pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef Atzadik, he came home. Last says melachtoi. Melachtoi can mean work, a melacha, but could also be referring to the Aveiro with Eshes Petifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk V'amalacha Haisa Daya? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha could refer to task, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim, add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Man Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are connected to the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the telas, although telas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Hitzah, going from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, from the ground to the wagon, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, because there was a strip of Rishus HaRabim in between. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos afternoon, we learned that you were permitted to do Hakmana insulate too with Fizik Semer, the shearings of wool. One shot according to Rabbi, he holds like Rabbi, it means that you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but you designate and say, I want to use these shearings for Hakmana, for insulation purposes, they're no longer Muktzah. Or the Shabbos, somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell this later on, that automatically makes the Muktzah. But he doesn't want to sell them, they're not Muktzah. We learned about the concept of Muktzah, something that doesn't have usage, like a stone that is not a tree, or in the Gemara, a branch of a palm tree for firewood. How do you switch that into not being Muktzah? According to the trimming of meal is small, all you need to do is think about it in your head. See, I want to sit on these branches for some China for this particular Shabbat. You have to hide these branches or something like that. He told in a time of an emergency, the Shepherd of us during Shiva, he said, go outside these branches that we want to sit on them on Shabbat. In a typical day, without an emergency, he helped. The Rashi says you don't have to take action. You have to sit on that breath. You sit on it, then you search for non-mokab, cotton or wool that you want to put on a wound. You can dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to, however, if you use it in that fashion for Shabbos, it shows that's how you want to use it. It's no longer muktzah. It's muktzah because they used it for building material. So every time you're best move it out with the rest of your body. Not with you. However, if you use obviously lay down on the bed, so I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take let's say a bucket of sand is muktzah, you bring it to your to cover spit or whatever your house those days before it wasn't like clean, it was just dirt. If you then it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it comes up with the floor and it's Because dirt, you can't take action. You can't hide dirt. You don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, you want to shine a kli on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with tartar, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can do that. You can say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another verse that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. So what do we do? So there's three explanations of the money. Either this group is like something that's like sand, like nether and sand, we can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not moksa, or it is moksa, you have to take action. That's the machlokes between two rices. Or the question is, the famous machlokes he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One rice in the whole is moksa goes according to the Shimon. The problem is, if you go according to the Shimon, it also says in the rice you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to the Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. You can say that cut his hair. It might remove some of your hair. So another side is that it goes according to the that says something also. It's actually not placing it's a technical thing. Does this product, this tartar, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver? It also says in the Sefer that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if the person has a beard? They might remove the beard. We're talking about a woman or a sarah, a cotton. People don't have beard. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take brush, bricks, and wash your face with it. We're not going to remove facial hair. The Rizvi says you're allowed to take butter punching on them. The Rizvi says something called bardo. It's made out of a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Revelation, even up to 50% is mutter. The Lord tells us that Amema Ravashi used this on the face, and Marzutru did it. And it's a fundamental. Whether a man used beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is the Yubach Gaber Sima Shisra. Are you acting like a woman? According to Marzutru also. According to Amema Ravashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another term Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give shut up that much trouble. There's a Beira, the master's food, to destroy food. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting, so you do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean yourself with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread, it doesn't become mo. Now, our Mishnah with Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says that if you have hashmashim, what you do is you tilt the back and get the soup where you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Elazar ben Azariah is considered if you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's possible to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the Gizit Semer, the shirim of the boot would fall in, and you're going to cut your muktzah. But Chacham say, when the pickle fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. Pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called Fikusta. Put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt inside. We're concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of binding. The dayah is binding. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to perhaps cut it off. The Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them himself. We're not concerned that he's going to ever plant or he'll plant a shmito. That's not considered planting. Because what he's doing is he's just most problem is how does he remove himself? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. you see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara saw before. The Gemara remains in a question. Have a wonderful day.
They're still hanging out with girls till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're training at 8 a.m.
It's like a food shop. One shot comes in. However, it doesn't mean you covered your food portion.
There she is.
From the sun, from the heat, so like we said, in
That,
reverse.
You feeling better? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This way. You.
Okay, hold on, let me get on that thing. Okay, there we go.
What's more Ravens Discord?
Did not.
Straight.
That's one of your favorite teams?
I'm a big fan of the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, that's good. We happy for you, yeah. Baltimore Ravens, okay. Is it notifications and stuff?
Yeah. I stopped.
Wow. Okay. Stop. What you doing now? You watching another game? What you doing now, Brandon?
I'm watching. I was watching Apex Got Talent.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That game fell apart.
Come on, Rabbi, you got it. You got your record, that's fine.
Ooh, big strike. Big,
Thank you.
big strike. Get it.
Now, come back.
Oh no. You've got me, Miss Aquarius. Beautiful. It's over. It's over. Take care, Brandon.
I'm pulling the camera so I can sit the hell around
Excellent.
you guys.
Sweet dreams, big dog. Miss Aquarius, you came in like a cannonball. Or like a wrecking ball. and you destroyed,
Yeah.
and
I got mad at
I loved every second of it. I loved every second of it. Every second of it. That's right. And you ended with a nice spare. Oh, come on. Got it. Oh, are you serious? Are you serious?
Maybe I start doing my rap like that. Ah, I missed it. Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Got the strike.
Wanted.
Ooh, I like that. No, Rabbi.
No doubt. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about.
That was an accident. You're supposed to be there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rabbi. You got this thing. Nope, you got it, Rabbi.
Get it. All right, I'm going to get these. This is a tough split. Nope. I'll take it.
Okay, you win,
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Good job, Rabbi. You won.
Thank you, ma'am.
You won both.
That's right, undefeated.
Okay. Now, finally got to play with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I was sad. I was sad.
That's right.
I'm happy.
That's all right. I'm happy we got to play as well.
Yeah. Yay, Rabbi.
Yay, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. Now go to sleep.
Sweet dreams.
Since I stay in here.
Excellent. Thank you.
This is my home too.
I know.
Company.
That's right.
tree, you're not allowed to insulate it from the cold. Once Rabbi heard that Yossi asked him that you're allowed to insulate the cold tree, so he retracted his own ritual that it's also to insulate the cold tree. And eventually, even if Yossi was right there in front of Rabbi, Yossi is subordinating himself to Rabbi because Rabbi was enough. Nevertheless, Rabbi accepted the Yossi. Why? Because the Rabbi does each other, they pattern each other. And the Gemara on the page says that the Shita that actually holds that it's also to insulate the whole thing respectively. I'm not going to want to make a statement and want to show everybody that what it is, you're allowed to insulate the whole thing. And not only that, he said you're allowed to use water that was boiled up by a Rabbi because anything that's he was able to eat before the Bishul Akum. There is no problem with Bishul Akum. He told his servant Daru, go ahead and do his thing. And Rabbi Ami was very excited. He held that other person like he was not going to not act like that. The other people are going to take it as if you're letting me makel and halal. It's also to let money with something that's missing. You're not letting this like the devices that produces heat like salt and other things that we mentioned the other day. If you're doing a kamana with something that's not missing, you already did a kamana. You already insulated. You're allowed to add another layer to it. When you're shooting a meal, not only that, you're allowed to take off all the layers. And we don't say, oh, you just started over, and at that point on, you put on a much thicker layer. It's not considered as kamana. The only served for the kamana is that original pot. Because you take that and you pour it into another pot, you're showing that you don't care and you're cooling off this food anyway. So there's no sense in saying that the pot is going to go ahead and boil it up again. He's already in the process of cooling off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the pot, and the box cover is muktzah, it's also to take the food out. But if the box is slightly ajar, slightly open, then you're allowed to take the food out. Obviously, if the pot is not muktzah, then it would be muktzah to take the food out. But it tells us you got to take a metal urn and put it on top of an earthenware vessel, even though the earthenware vessel is much higher, as long as you don't want to use the heat is urn. And of course, the opposite is also true. You got to take earthenware on the metalware, and you got to put metal on top of earthenware. And then finally for this part, it's also to defrost ice cubes in the sun and heat, defrost snow, but it's another to take ice cubes and put them into the heat because the defrosting happens on its own, like that, Hadron by the feminine Hadron. And I'm going to start with the carrot that came out young. This is the rice of Isas Be'emet. You have to make sure that the animal shots, the animals that over on the line of love it just like we're not allowed to do. The animal is not allowed to carry a shot. What constitutes carry? Walking around 4 hours so you can see what is a chain that you protect the animal until you carry it is a knife. And so jewelry that it wears beautify itself. What's considered carry? Tradition. We go with the camera, we go out with an ox, a halter, that's the control. It's very wild, people are not. The white female not, the only way to control it is with a nose ring. So for that female camel, a nose ring is not considered carry. You have a Hebrew dog, very special dog. So the more difficult to control the animal, you need a bit. Let us say we put it in its horse, it's a shape. It's like a typical dog seat. If one of these chain devices becomes becoming too much snake, you're going to sprinkle with and we do so even though it's on the animal. When you take the whole animal or its head, you look up, and that's enough. Be careful to not take it off the animal. You want to just tell the story lately. Wanted one of these little donkeys. He heard that they're really good, so he sent money to a very distant place. And they sent back there. Difficult to send donkeys for 6 months. Journey. Therefore, pick these barley and send it to bag of barley and say, just feed your donkey barley. That's all it needs to be like a little donkey. They sent it from the Rabbi. And if you have a very wild donkey, the not the camel. And instead of giving it a rosary, you gave it a halter, which is not really going to propose. That's considered carrying the Sabbath. Also, you do that with an animal. It doesn't do its purpose. What about the reverse? What if you overdid the Seder? Instead of giving it to the family, the halter gave it a rosary. Is that considered carrying? This is a price that says that a little donkey go out with a halter, or typically you give it a bit instead. You give it even a lesser, 6 ways to go both ways. What about a cat? They're typically controllable, very thin, give it a very thick string. It's not flavorless, since that's considered a community service, more than necessary, that considered carrying for the cat. But it just tells us a story that the lady's donkey overtook Rabbi Barabuna's donkey. And Rabbi Barabuna, college diaper, with the president decided that Levi would overtake him like that, even though he was more pressured than Levi. So Levi wanted to accuse him, and Levi asked him a question, which kind of explained what happened. What's the halacha regarding my donkey? Not a very low, but his donkey overtakes people. And I use on Shabbos when I use a pumula, I use a dip in his mouth. He said, yes, in fact, your own father asked me at the time of the home that any Jew you say that any additional guarding of an animal, giving a rosary to an animal that doesn't need a rosary, is not considered carrying. Wonderful. How's everybody doing? The other day we were learning about different colors that the animals are allowed to go out on Shabbos and then people carrying themselves. Today we discuss the goat. The goat has a very narrow color. If you're putting an oxer or a halter on it, you're putting the head out of it, and therefore it doesn't accomplish that constitutes carrying on Shabbos. Therefore he's not putting an oxer on a goat. If you want to put an oxer on a goat on Shabbos, what you do is you want to hold through its horn, and the oxer is therefore you won't be able to get out. So whatever remains in a socket in the bacon, what if you attach the leash to the goat's beard? Very pressure. On the one hand, it's very painful for the goat to get out of it. And on the other hand, if you really want to, you can shake back and forth and it'll get out of it. So you want to remain in the socket. If you were to take the leather piece and tie it between the horns and caps, if you did this for decorative purposes, according to everybody, that's considered. However, if you put it there in order to lead the cap, that's my question. Ralph says it's also, people says it's not considered carrying. The big problem for Ralph is paraduma. One of the paradumas, you're not allowed to put any kind of weight, any load on top of the paraduma. On the other hand, Allah says, if you put a leash on the paraduma, that doesn't constitute a weight, it's not a load. The question is, why? What is it about? You're not allowed to go out on shops with a leash. That's constantly below you. But he answers this. Rabbi says when discussing his trying to bring transport the car to another city. In that case, it's the norm to catch a leash to guide him one way to the other side. Rabbi says, perhaps we're talking about paraduma that is extremely expensive. Paradumas are always expensive. The story of double than a sea. And therefore, it's the norm to add an extra level of protection to the way to the earth. And you added a leash myself. Or, we're talking about a crazy paraduma, or redness. Any wild, therefore, it's the norm to catch a leash called wild cat. But of course, we'll have the shape. The collar, now if the collar is there, the leash, the force, everybody agrees that's the what if you put the collar according to Rav, that's okay. Go out with something like that. And according to Shmuel, that constitutes carrying on Shabbos. In fact, Rav Huda shows that they're Maisa Rav. He got his horse on the back of his knees to show that he do so on Shabbos. But the Shraisa says exactly like Shmuel, that in fact also to do so. There's two types of wrapping a leash. He's wrapping the leash all the way around. Portion of that, and that is there for go out with a sponsor, and one of them is a mule. The other saying is Rabbi. Rabbi's mule went out with a horse, but it's not clear what it means. The deputy one or the leading one. And then you have Rothschild, it's more than the Rothschild that says that in fact Rabbi's mules went out with a speculative. The bottom line is, and all these sayings that Rabbi's mule went out even with the deputy. So learning the Mishnah, Rabbi's bits and culture that come in, he must know, he's legal them with the Torah, and he becomes the head of the animal in the book, and it becomes it's because of what kind of food is it coming. One time is that it came from it, so it's for the animal. That's how it's came from. Another time, it was an animal being all along, but since it served a human being, it's like a human being, which is the Kavakuma. Whereas an animal being is never a Kavakuma.
There's always going to be a desire for handmade things. God made this table at home.
What about Chatzitza? That's really tight to the power. Two charges. Why did it together by hammering it out? And that doesn't mean the thing either because it was a human being and remains a human being, or according to the other shop that is a human being. Between an animal and just widening is actually helping the ring, and therefore it doesn't remove the kuma. In order to remove the kuma, it needs to be destroyed. Another shadow, that we're discussing a ring that had liquid to begin with. They fit very loosely, and the water is able to get between them without widening. When it comes to a human ring that fits on his finger that's made out of metal, it's metal. For a finger, it's no different. You can't find a difference. That a ring that's semi-wood, semi-metal, that, in fact, is not a Kavakuma. You have a ring that's for a belt, for the back of your garment, of your sleeves. That is hard because it's not for the finger. And, as we said before, a ring for an animal, or a ring that fits on a board, some sort of vessel, like you bring up a frying pan with your rings, with the ring is removed from the frying pan, that ring is not without a because on the frying pan, it is without a it's part of the frying pan. For Shabbos purposes, the muktzah, a ring that has a signet to it. If a woman walks out that on Shabbos, it's equal to their rights. If it doesn't have the signature to it, then it's equal to Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's a Kavakuma. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's a Kavakuma. If you never made a hole, you never made the eye to the needle, and you're planning on making a hole, so right now it's not a Kavakuma, it's not a Kavakuma. However, it's not muktzah because it still serves the purpose of the wood. When it comes to Shabbos, it's out. It's from strokes. If it has a hole, required, and if it's for the floor, for a woman to pin, and doesn't have a hole, they just let it go out with it. Have a wonderful day.
Extra credits included. Credits doesn't get us more gives us less. The exchange rate's confiscated. When amnesty is we start playing the tide instead of going for the win. With participation.
Shabbos after Gimel, I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us, this is called a Radas saddle cloth. It's much wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that. It provides for the donkey. So therefore, the donkey's life will out to the saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey. You don't have to shackle or fall off and it up. So small and you must tie this to the shop. Bryce tells us, or Dash, walk an animal with but not with a saddle. The saddle is also to put on the animal travels and walk around. So when Neil says the saddle is easier to the saddle also provides some heat, not as much as the Dash, but provides heat, provided that it doesn't have straps on the front and the back that prevent the saddle from slipping forwards and backwards. It goes up female, that looks like you are trying to get ready to carry a load. A saddle is also to keep off an animal on Shabbos. And the question is, why does a saddle look so weird? A saddle cloth does not look so. One reason given is the saddle, you can make the animal walk back and forth and it'll take it off by itself, whereas Merdas. The Baba says that the difference is that a Merdas provides. In other words, the thing is, this country that an animal has that's looking. But to take off a saddle, that's to give it pleasure. It doesn't really mean to take off a saddle. It's giving an animal pleasure or taking away a discomfort. According to this track, it's possible to put on a saddle and track. According to the first track, it seems like we'd be looking for us to put on a saddle and track. There's something called a transcoat, which is a feedback. There's a bag you pipe or horse or donkey. Is that mutter you put on the place? According to Shmuel, it's awesome because it's only a pleasure for that animal. It doesn't have to bend down, but it's not too prevent disease. In fact, Rabbi said it in the number. There's some things very interesting. He actually the same thing. When the Chavis, the Aryeh, the lion, one bottle, in other words, the Shmuel. But Rav says that it's mutter to put a feedback on the animal. And when Shmuel heard that Rav said this, he said, as Rav says, Rav doesn't have any clue when it comes to the Shabbos. A horse should not go out with ornaments such as a fox's tail, which prevents ayin hara. A sow should not go out with a pouch at the emission. A goat should not go out with a pouch on its udder. You see much more about the way having the mission. A cow should not go out with a muzzle, because all these are considered not suitable for burden. A shoe on a cow is also the nice to cloth. Another one that a horseshoe is stronger. And the shoe alafa is a form by an animal that went up by a person who is obviously to go out. An animal cannot go out. A male, even if this camel already proves itself in the own fun by doing food. This human is not necessarily good. A male anyway, for an animal that has a mouth that goes with it, provides for it, or goes to Shemai, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is still going to go out with a bandage and a sling and a broken bone and a sandal and a bell that is stuffed to the very Let's say that if young horses do not go out with confidence that it seems like privately your own backyard is mother. The Gemara says we must explain what we're talking about. Providing something that takes away the discomfort, not giving pleasure but giving it. Young horses, it's very difficult for them to send down rivers to see the discomfort and food and Razaz, the saddlebags, which were allowed to put on Shabbos. It says that we're not allowed to pull off the scab of an animal. Why? You must say that we're talking about a good scab, and this is for pleasure and not discomfort. Again, another Allah. An animal is not allowed to go into water to find some sort of blood clot. The human is allowed to go into cold water. So it's not because of discomfort, it's not discomfort. It's a different question about just someone told nice and cheap. You give medicine, and we'll come to dry herb medicine. But that's all. It's not like it's whether this serves a human, shooting money applies to an animal. There's another shot. If a farmer makes zero, let's say, shooting some money, when you're about to lose money, let's say your animal will die, doesn't go to cold water. Another example is, let's say your animal out of the foot. Are you allowed to call it doing zero? You might grab it, and that would be awesome. But perhaps not easy. You're allowed to do in that case, it's not a good value because it's not talking about out of the foot. It's not talking about just the animal out of the foot. This is my focus. We mentioned before about things. Let's jump further to the contradiction of whether or not a goat go out with a cow on its udders. There's three ways to explain the contradiction. There's a resident that says it's awesome. There's a resident that says you can say perhaps the resident says it's because it's very strong and it won't fall off again. Another guy said it's not good. Another way to explain it is that in our mission itself, there's not like it's not a common. Rabbi explains, meaning the mayor holds that house on the udders of the goat are mutter. Rabbi says that it's awesome. A third explanation is that there's a third common in our mission that makes a distinction between a cow that's here to stop the milk from flowing, and that's actually considered medicine for the animals. It's for the animals' benefit, not for the says he's just trying to catch the milk in a bucket. Where that is not for the animal's purpose, it's your purpose, and therefore it is awesome. What tells us a mindset that there was an animal that had very large udders that were scraping on the ground, and for that, that's prevent destruction for the animal, and that follows everything he says, you're allowed to provide an animal. One of the most incredible stories in the Shas. There's a story where a person's wife died and left him a child in nursing. And the father couldn't provide for the child, and 12 minutes admits that the father was able to breastfeed his child. And the mother says, look how great this person was at 12 minutes nice for her. Or look what this person did. It's the people that want to change the nice separations. In other words, we're not expensive. God makes a lot of use of every day. Provide and to save people, and not to this person's doing. Not to add fruit to your storage facility. That doesn't do. And here you do that. That's not very good. Another incredible story, one to remember today, was a person who married a woman and never realized until the day she died that she was missing an arm. You might say, well, it's emotions. You might perhaps she wasn't a teen. That's the job of a woman, and especially if she had to hide it from her husband. Look at someone to know what he was. He never looked at her in a way that he noticed that she didn't miss an arm. The Mishnah says that Zohar goes out of the meaning. One shot is that it's protect his heart from the wolf. The wolf likes to attack the heart, and go after the nose, to stick the nose up into the sky, and it is a threat to the wolf. So another time is that it's to tie up your zappers so they don't connect. Similarly, the opposite is shafuzas in the Mishnah, and that's to tie the female tail so that it will be easier for them to make a wonderful
That is what feels like you're in stuck on those things. I feel like a monster. Yeah. That sounds awesome. That, it's tough. I would say thank you for being here, man. Thank you. That poem was awesome. That was really good. Sit down, man.
God is not the knowledge. He is the listening of animals to go out and and what's not permitted. One of the things is the rules. Meaning that the back of the tail downwards prevents the male from promotion of not producing, not having appearance. Which like my military hero, let's get to 20 cities. Hero complains cities. They consist of wealthy people that are spoiled and going to contribute to society. The Rabbi says it's a lesson of salty dirt, coupon that put into wheat to preserve the wheat. In other words, it doesn't produce. It's soft and you step into it, you sink up until your people and you can't plant it. Which just says go out. Bunas means it's a coat that protects the milk and the grain that you're born so that it remains perfectly white. Screw says we learned yesterday even mean to cover the udders, to dry it out, and then of course to capture the milk. Round Haskins like Rabbi Yehuda. That it depends. If you're trying to dry out the udders and go out with that, you're trying to capture the milk, you cannot go out. Shmuel says like the Gracie, no matter what, is awesome. Some people say that Shmuel Haskins like the Mahomet says, whoever makes zero, in fact, dry out the udders is okay. But since people don't know how to defend it, therefore you will break out everything that's possible. The difference is that if you're in a place that you never try to capture the milk, only dry out the udders, then there will be no ability to make on the stick. The Mishnah says that a bumble should not go out with two pellets. The third kind of ration that's the one he likes the most is it's a piece of leather that's strapped underneath the tail of the camel, and on top of that piece of leather you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from causing injury to the camel, so the camel cannot go out with this strap. It might fall down and you might pick it up. Unless it's also strapped to the hump of the camel, so therefore it won't fall. You're not permitted to tie your camel one in front of the other of the string, because that looks as if you're bringing it to the market to sell. And you're not to grab all their ropes or leashes and holding his hands to try to the rope wrapped around his hand and make two knots. A double knot would constitute lying shotguns if you have ropes like semen and fishing. To put a needle through one piece of cloth of semen with other fishing, that's not technique. If you make the single knot, that's not shot. You have to make sure when you hold these ropes in your hands, you don't have to cut any out from the bottom. You don't look as if you're carrying the rope. And the rope is between your hand and your camera to not drag down close to the ground. Although Allah is talking, but we're not here one heaven. The Allah is that the human being and flower with an animal. Different species of animals that are now left tied together, pulled and wagging together. Mishnah says, you're not allowed to do something called rubber. Rubber, according to everybody's own foot in his knees. You take one foot of an animal, you bend it upward and tie it like that, and now the camel only has 3 legs. The question is, what is upward? There are 2 choices. Either it means that he tied the front and the back legs light, that he does it, or it means he tied the 2 front legs, to mean all 3 options. And Rabbi said the middle option means the front leg and the back. When we make this, it's like a donkey to go out with the dance, a solid part, wasn't tied, I was up before Shabbos, because of the worst part of Shabbos, we explained no proof that you were putting under the dance to heat it up. And use that and it fell. Even if it's stuck with wool or something, it doesn't make noise, it's possible to go out with Shabbos. And do not put a ladder by the animal's neck, which would prevent the animal from turning its neck and licking its wound. What is called, you might carry. There's a certain bandage that you put on the bottom of the donkey's feet, so that it's not to each other. And chicken. Tie some sort of string between your chicken and the neighbor's chicken, or you tie the chicken together so that it doesn't split pebbles and break dishes. The male has a very long tail that drags the ground, and sometimes you put needle. That is also possible to do on Shabbos. Hanula is also short shot. Either it means some sort of wood or behind it in order to watch the sleeves and that it squeezes out the worms, another shot is after you shoot wool because it's really cold, you put a compress of oil on his forehead where it says so this means sheep markets for me. Made it important like I'm present for one person. Other shot was it's clear if you take the compress and put it on his head and on his spoon. So now you made it like my white belt and you stole it. It doesn't make sense to kill a sheep. You shoot like this. The shot of funnel that so wood that goes into the nose. That makes sense. That fits into the word Chanukah. The other thing you have to say that you Chanukah, Rothschild is attaching cord. Attaching that goal out of something called it's a small yoke. It's a training yoke. The young crab that bends itself down to be able to cow later on in its life. And do not put on the other of the cow the skin of a hedgehog, which has sharp horns, spikes, which prevent flux of rats from breathing in the cow. Mishnah says that how of the Rabbi and Zayah had a decorated piece that was the point of it. Like I found one copy of that, one explains the Rabbi and Zayah. This happens one day in Zayah, so many cows, that every year you have 120 people. That would give 12,000 to my son. They didn't have one cow. Mishnah says, the Lord says it's talking about the cow of his neighbor. And it's appeals to the clarification of something. Someone who does in the neighborhood. It's a potential sheep next door lady neighbor. It's as if he himself was a paper on that neighborhood. Don't rebuke your friend. It's as if you yourself is on that neighborhood. Have a wonderful day.
Not just go off the rails of drugs, but like be super open about it. You like the first guy super open about it. You know, and everybody just embraces it. Instead of being like, George, he's doing drugs on Saturdays, and we love him. He good. It was kind of crazy, all the Tiger Blood stuff. And
Shabbos doesn't pay see somebody sitting in the room and doesn't do the call, doesn't use them, doesn't do the muscle, or his family, people in the city, Klal Yisrael, he has the ability to do things, and he doesn't do them, it's as if he himself sick. Shmuel is in order to be woman, is a man that is a Torah. The Mishnah's comment says, Rabbi, you don't listen to the poor at the end, they won't listen to you. So Shmuel, Rosh your Rebbe is myself, Shmuel, it's in February. Rosh, your Rebbe's there. Shmuel's Rebbe, my Rebbe, he's in hot water, he's in charge, he's not begging, what is he doing? There's amazing places in the Rothschild that you don't beg. In Syria, the Yemen, the Makkah, the place that says, because this Sukkah, in Shomayim, Rashi Pika is a constant. Shmuel, the Rebbe, is in the and the other ad, Shmuel, in fact, actually wasn't his job. But the fact that he didn't repeat his own Rebbe, that's where the problem is. That's where the problem is. There it says, most of somebody who wants to suffer, not sure if they accept the Muslim. If the person doesn't accept the Muslim, as it points out, should not repeat it. Mother should show you them about the Muslim. Respect the quality of any way when it comes to something that always gets this power besides the one. And because he's getting a deal on the prerogative, the book tells us Gabriel Hamel is going to put the letter on the forehead of the Tzaddikim to indicate the Malach of Kabbalah not to kill them, and a cup made out of blood on the forehead of the son who was dead. It says the Midas Hadin that is powerful. Once again, from the son of Tzaddikim, so they told these are things from the room, these are return from it. It says the Midas Hadin. But Tzaddikim had the ability to rebuke and they put in the people of the culture and leave with the Midas Hadin. And in fact, Allah came and destroyed the teaching before they destroyed the Torah. Started from the beginning of this military path as they were playing the particular instruments that were made out of the six Malachim Kabbalah, fury, anger, wrath, destroy your breakers, annihilate. These are the makeup of destruction. Why they are the trouble? The letter out of the letter stands for you promise you can live with the one combo or the signature of the book you can live and this letter now is the last and the middle letter now is
they realize that this kid's testosterone levels
last letter is the
because it's through the dermis, right?
when
through the skin, so he's getting out of his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid's getting chips. Like,
Paul says in Isaiah's time, yo, Rabbi says, no one in this world dies
because this kid is like experiencing puberty and
unless it's sin and maybe
while your dad is holding you and saying,
he has to explain.
is that
Other than this show, creating death is no
application? I guess that
and that's all it says. The reason Moshe and Aaron died because they also sinned. They should have listened to his vocal and they should have hit the rock and not speak to him. However, there's a lot of questions from the Christ. Christ says that there are 4 people that never ever sinned. And the only reason he died is because of the revolution. And they are the youngest one of his brothers. Amram, the father of Moshe Rabbeinu, the father of brother, and Shua, the son of God. In other words, it's possible to die without sinning, not like Rabbi Ami said. What are those 3? A bunch of different violent generation. The word says that they sin. Never says they sin, they just sin. But all the time it says this Billah, Billah doesn't mean necessarily. What it means is, that is the Pharisee. This is one of the close people from all the struggles that's all meant to say is get out the bed and with ugly of it, pick out the bed, fill out the tent, or lay off some say because you have to borrow as well. The true Allah says it's impossible that in later generations, even descendants of us stand with Haribo and scream not Arur. First people one is Abraham's decision. While their own grandfather's Abraham, therefore the descendants was not Abraham. The Torah says that they did moving Kafas Kamayim Aposa.
That's crazy.
That's insane. What exactly? The number of sheep.
They feel
Unless it says,
for
as
very
the word, Haskell Chafkel Zal, you are liable because you belittle, referring to Billah. Yeshua says, Sa'at al Das, tramples on the law. The Pasa, you sin, Zalisa, whoever is lost. Will says, Hilalta, you davened that it shouldn't happen. Hilalta, you beseech HaKadosh that it shouldn't happen before it happened. And therefore, Zarfat Filaskam, your davening shine. Lazar Midai says, let's flip the word Pachas in reverse. It's Zayin Ches Pei, and that stands for Zazato, Irkato, Parfucheto. You trembled, too bad, and therefore the sin didn't happen, flew away. Rabbi says, Zochar Tavinchi Shaldavar, you remembered, you recalled what the Einish is for Israel. The Lisa asked for Chayli Gadol. You made yourself sick, you sickened yourself over this Aver, not to be Aver Aver. And therefore,
Brian Brennan Chan, I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. Most of us are real fans.
Although it says impossible, referring to Aisha Sish, I share you. They were with these women in the Samidrash. It doesn't mean necessarily.
Hi, Brian Brennan Chan. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. Most of us are real fans from here. This is what it is. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decrease in viewership? Question for Sean. When you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but I'm sure I can. Can we see Bobby Lee making appearance on the Fight Weekend again? Great question, brother.
Just when you thought Brendan, the business sharp shop, couldn't embarrass himself anymore, he starts a Patreon. Now, if you're not up to speed on the latest iteration of Joe Rogan's pet project gone wrong, here is the quick background. Earlier this year, Brendan followed Brian Callen to Texas to revamp their family careers in the aftermath of the LA fires. Brian hit the ground running, moving before shore, getting a regular spot at the company mothership and taking chopper rides with his buddy. While Brendan was forced to sell his Calabasas mansion at a discount before heading down south himself. And while Brian's thriving in the Lone Star State, Brendan's just alone in a storage unit answering questions from his hardcore fans on Patreon. But little does he know, the ones asking the questions are homeless cats. And wait for it, the guy who Brendan tried to sue for exposing his infidelity and lost. I'll explain what's going on there in a moment. Like I've said 1,000 times, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Brendan thought this would be a safe place away from the trolls on Reddit and YouTube, not realizing that he'll never be able to hide from criticism until he finally hangs up the mic and becomes a personal trainer. But basically, Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the thick boy empire from its inevitable violent implosion was to start a Patreon like 10 fucking years too late. The thing is, though, you really can't even get people to watch this shit for free. The thick boy Brendan's trust has completely run out of ideas. The car channel is dead in the water. The short show has turned into low-energy baseball dad ramblings, and the fighter and the kid will be studied by psychologists as part of one of the longest, most comprehensive studies into the degenerative disease known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, CT, as in drinking tea in the sea. Yeah, I don't know, guys.
Yo, what up, Mr. Meaning? Yo, so update me. How are things going in your life, big dog?
They're going.
All right, was your lawyer able to get that stuff done?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. $6,500.
That's it?
Yeah.
How amazing is that?
Right?
Word, dog.
Yeah, but shit, I got this the rest of this month and the next month off. That's it, you know. And I have court basically. But I don't have court till November 3rd and then the 17th.
Wait, so I thought it was $6,500 and it's done.
I still got to go to the whole court process.
Okay.
Where they hear my side. My attorney's like, well, he was under the influence, hadn't been sleeping well, blah, 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 blah. And they're going to hit me with maybe this guy needs some sort of drug rehabilitation. They're going to offer me a drug court, which is basically probation with extensive drug tests.
Right.
Like 32 panel drug test.
Okay, but you don't have to go to jail?
No, I've already served. Well, the amount of time that they counted in 3 days for each one day. So it's 47 days that I did ended up being 138 days on the time served.
Well, that's great. So you don't have to move to Mexico.
Exactly.
Okay, dude, congratulations. That's fantastic.
I did relapse though. I've been fucking battling that demon.
All right, well, get your shit together, man.
Yeah, I know.
But that's phenomenal news. So are you very happy?
Yeah.
You should be.
We got everything together. I'm pretty humble. I'm probably gonna get a job over here at this wheel shop, just doing brakes and alignments and basic wheel rotations and bullshit. Putting new wheels on or new tires on new wheels.
Right.
$15.50 an hour. I mean, it's not bad.
Can't beat that.
For a full-time gig, it comes with 401k and all this other shit. I can't say no to this.
Good on you, big dog. So how's your family doing?
My mom's good. I got a wedding to go to. My nephew's getting married this Saturday.
Well, that's cool.
So,
what do you
my
think?
My niece is still begging for money.
Well, there's nothing you can do about that. What are your thoughts on Ole Miss Rebels?
Pretty good team. I like them more than the Bulldogs.
All right. How's it going to do this year?
I haven't been following them this year, I'm not going to lie.
That's okay. Well, man, that's wonderful that you don't have to do all that shit. And that you're like guaranteed you don't.
I used to care about fucking college sports and shit, and I just kind of drifted out of it. I like fights more. I make more money off of a fight than I do these football games.
Did you watch the fight this weekend?
The Canelo fight?
Canelo Crawford?
You talking about the UFC fight?
No, Canelo Crawford.
Yeah, I watched the Canelo fight. Canelo lost. They still made $150 million. I'm teaming up with this lady. She's gonna help me write my autobiography.
Okay, why do you need to do that?
It's a story that'll sell.
Okay.
Hard to have a story about coming back and shooting yourself in the head, still fucking your life up even more.
Right. Why don't you just use ChatGPT?
I am, but she's gonna be the one that helps me do the publishing, the whole situation.
Okay, you can.
She doesn't want any money or anything like that.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So I'm not gonna say no to free labor.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I've already talked about running it through ChatGPT.
Excellent. And what are your thoughts?
I think life's gonna go pretty well, man.
Yeah, I hope so. It seems that way.
My dog's back to being, he's better. He's not shitting.
Well, that's great.
Just remember I was up at the vet last time.
Yeah, I remember.
It cost $800.
All right, well, but you got him taken care of.
Yeah.
Well, that's great, big dog. I'm really happy for you. Are you fucking relapsing right now?
No. That was last month.
Okay.
No, it's the only thing I have in my system is weed.
There you go. Are you allowed to have that if you have to do this?
Yeah.
You're allowed to have that.
I'm not on. Yeah, I'm not like probation or anything right now.
What
I'm
is-
still a free man.
Okay, cool.
I'm out bond. I'm on trial.
Right.
But I mean, it's the domestic violence, the burglary, the auto theft, me stealing all those credit cards, all of that shit got dropped. The only thing the state has, like, they're trying to hold against me is the felony fleeing of law enforcement.
There you go. Well, that's great.
None of that shit would have happened if I never did meth.
Yeah, stay away from that shit, dog.
It's hard to stay away from everybody around you's on it out here. They're either coming off of it or they're on it as you speak.
Well, find better.
So
Find
it's
better.
fucking, it's a pandemic. Plus, like, you got some old friends. Like, I got a couple old friends with like Vietnam vets and shit.
All right. Well, then stay away from them.
All the people my age, like early 30s, fucking, they ain't got shit to live for, dude. No, I don't get it. They can still go around and drive, still have sex with random women. They still go out and steal. They're sitting in a fucking trailer all day. Fucking shake and bake is not the way to live life. Doing tattoos while you're spun out is not the way to live.
Saturday workouts. Starts with the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Atkins. You're on that. has resorted to doing Q&A storage unit sessions, and the questions are amazing.
says they put the matters from Hula,
I'm a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. This question goes to all three of you. Even though most of us are real fans don't care what we're after we die. That's why I did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decrease in viewership? Good question.
for his forefather.
Well, it's a number of things. I would say podcasting. When I first got into the business, there was as much competition. So now everyone has a podcast. So that's a reason. Two, number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years, running the podcast, and those views of that post. So I had to do the podcast out for 2 years. People guys really don't know that was kind of the start of our demise. Bobby's number is something that made a lot of people upset. Our talk about COVID because of oppression of YouTube. That does influence lagging from haters, causes issues, lack of guests. I think that covers it all. Would you agree to? If not, question 2 from Apollo. What do you guys think it is? Maybe no.
Rob says on one hand that David never sees
What am I meant?
but on the other hand, there's a verse that says, the same that says, Rob says, that
Absolutely, Jim. Listen up. That was actually a pretty good attempt from your boy right there, bringing up some key issues from over the years. That obviously disagreement. The only one that left out was the part where he finally takes complete ownership and responsibility for being one of the biggest douchebags on the internet. He never admitted. I'm going to give it to him, though, for a guy with the clearest piece of CT I've ever seen. His ability to pull out the mental gymnastics and avoid any semblance of reflection and improvement is on that level. Something that he'll never admit is that he was so convinced that he was going to be the next Dwayne Johnson that he kept pushing back against the backlash. So when comedians and comedy fans went after him for jumping the queue and coming out with his Showtime show, you'd be surprised. And by the now infamous Go Poppy 3 years later, without a shred of comedic talent, if listening to the internet and staying, he pushed back against them and mistaken labeled them as jealous heads. He literally used to lash out at his so-called haters for being out of shape, ugly losers with nothing going for them. They don't matter. Nobody cares what they think. And now his media career is basically over.
Mr.
How'd
Heavy,
that go for you, B?
Mr.
Now,
Bean.
presently, I blame Joe Rogan. He's the one who openly used to defend Brendan earlier on and gave him the idea that people hate him because he's big, strong, and good-looking and funny. But at some point, a grown man's got to take responsibility for his own actions. Just like Brian Callen had. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, guys, typo. What I meant to say was
A very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely accused.
But like he just admitted there, the Bobby Lee situation was also a seminal moment in Brendan's downfall, and one absolute legend on Patreon asked him about it.
When you see Bobby Lee making appearance in the fight again, great question, brother. I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more from Brian. I think Brian's doing the comedy thing. He's doing the shit. I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see him. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoke in a hot second.
It says a nice thing for the shuffle. The also says a not nice thing for Mel.
I'll go down the line. We don't give a ton of guests. I'm just not in that world anymore. I don't know if you realize this, but Brian really doesn't fuck guests. Even though he's in the comedy scene, it's just not his nature to ask him to come on the show. So, unless I go down to the mothership and serve, asking guys to be on the show is probably not going to happen. I just don't have time, especially at night when my two sports go down there. So I don't know. I don't know. Bobby would have time to talk to Brendan and Brian, and they would have to understand and agree with it. We'd love to have him on. He's only one of the funniest guys in the world. You know, I have no, towards Bobby at all in these questions.
Haven't these guys ever heard of a fucking phone? How did a simple question about getting Bobby Lee back on the podcast turn into a rant about having to go down to the mothership to find guests? Bro, you have the internet on your phone, but this part drives me nuts. Why would Brendan have any ill will towards Bobby Lee? We've heard him say this multiple times before, and I still don't get it. Brendan can't admit that he was the bully in that whole situation. You were the one who fucked up, not Bobby. Brendan tried to hit up Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila, and then when her and her friends exposed him for it on Trash Tuesday, and the whole drug book saga came out, Brendan and Brian called and messaged Bobby, threatening to fuck him up if he couldn't keep his girl quiet about the whole thing. So why would Brendan hold any ill will towards Bobby? And he can't even come out and say, I was the one who fucked up. He literally just blamed it on the fighter and the kid. He said, one of the worst mistakes the fighter and the kids ever made. Bro, your podcast isn't a sentient being. You are. Actually, no, I'll take that back. Maybe he's right on that one. Okay, I've got that out of my system now. Now it's time for Brendan Shaw giving relationship advice. Focus on if you have a girl on how hard it is to find a good person in this crazy world we live in. Don't lose focus on that, man. By being selfish, I think for me, especially the start of my relationship with my wife, even my first kiddo, is as a comic, and especially in the field, I'm an entertainment comic, podcasting, being on TV, doing all that. You gotta be a bit of almost a narcissist, gotta be kind of selfish. But at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. So you see, now I don't do as much as far as like TV and all that stuff. I still do some stuff. Obviously, I stopped touring. Because at the end of the day, like you really achieve whatever you set out to do. You slowly, and it comes at a cost. That cost is time with your life, with your girlfriend, with your kiddos, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, you're going to realize as you get older, the only people you can trust, and the only people actually want to see you win is your family. So don't isolate them. Don't forget that whenever business you're in, whenever you're trying to make sure you're trying to manage your time and time with your family. The guy asked for relationship advice. Why is Brendan getting into his toxic narcissism and his failed comedy and media careers? Brendan can't answer a fucking question without trauma dumping on his 3.5 hardcore fans. But let me translate the second part of that trauma dump for you. What he's trying to say is, when your career takes a nosedive and you become the most hated man on the internet, one of the side effects is that the Instagram baddies will dry up. So the moral of the story is, don't cheat on your wife, because once you become a mole cow, she's all you'll have left. For now, at least. Honestly, this Q&A format is actually some of the most entertaining content your boys come out with in a while. It's reminiscent of the 1000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where he started rage crying about Callum's allegations and told Jim to give him the close-up, but then looked into the wrong camera. We're at a point now where guys like Brendan and Bert Crusher are commentating on their own downfalls in real time. I mean, this shit is insane. It's like Christmas every week for me over here. And just to top it off, one of Brendan's fake fans asked about his latest lawsuit, except little did Brendan know, the guy asking the question was actually Kyle Swindell, the self-represented YouTuber who Brendan sued for copyright and lost.
Had that double chin.
Question for Sean. What do you address the lawsuit for tax conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address the lawsuit. I don't care. I can't. Scam will be exposed. It's a company, a CDD company that I had nothing to do with for years. About like 5 years. The owner has many issues and legal issues and stuff against him. And he's been suing these people
that it's some sort of ambulance. But the guy says it's an ambulance, and it's a winter ambulance. It's a minute to walk out with that success.
He decided to throw my name
The
into
woman
it.
is
Obviously,
committed
it
to
was
go out
traction. And
sort of a
yeah,
bleeding
you know,
cast.
they're dealing
Called
with it.
a sleeve. That's
And of course, the haters in that room,
it's
like,
has
tax
more like
fraud and conspiracy. There's none of that. I mean, if it sounds juicy,
Destiny
thank God
or
I'm a great
Sarita,
lawyer.
which
We're
goes
pro bono.
the opposite way.
We do
There are
I
paths
make this all the
that she's
time.
permitted to go out with because
I
she
don't
won't remove
talk about her,
the
bring
spirit,
attention
let
to
her
it,
hear what
because
the exposed
it's
public that she won't be.
just bullshit. That's what they want.
Sarita is a headband like what we were drove with today, only to go down to the jar.
Go to prison and
Or
just come in the books. You think my dumbass has access to do tax fraud and conspiracy and the books. Doesn't make sense. It's good for and messaging like that. And just dies down and goes away. The veils plays and bullshit. Just how it goes, man.
Imagine being so far up your own arse that you truly believe that, in his own words, he obviously threw my name into it to get traction. If you've been following my extensive coverage of Brendan's latest lawsuit, you'll know there's a legitimate claim of alleged fraud from his former business associate because Brendan indicated and acted like he intended to relinquish his shares in Pure Spectrum CBD, only to then sell them to a Russian-backed private equity company. We're still waiting for the phantom document to appear in Discovery, so your boy isn't out of the woods yet. And for the love of God, can someone please explain to Brendan what fucking pro bono means? Working on a contingency fee basis does not mean pro bono. It's like how Trump still thinks foreign companies and governments pay for American tariffs. Someone's got to get the whiteboard out and draw some diagrams for it or some shit, because he's claimed his lawyers work pro bono several times now, as if it's some kind of flex, when the reality is most civil lawyers offer some sort of no-win, no-fee arrangement. And while we're on the topic of Brendan's delusions and compulsive lies, the shadow banning and false flagging from Asians that he mentioned earlier in the video is one of the biggest hoax you'll ever hear from these guys. Maybe during the pro bono lesson, someone could explain to him what false flagging is. I think he means people reporting his videos. But let me ask you this, Mr. Business Shark. If the father and the kid has been shadow banned for years, then how come every new channel you start seems to fail as well? You transfer that into your narrative, you fucking redact. Anyway, that's enough Brendan Sharp slander for today. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Therefore, she's permitted to go out with
I've been a fan from the beginning. I've been a fan until the end. Question, most of us are real fans from here on right until we die. That's why I did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Oh, good question. Question for Shab. When do you address the lawsuit for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but here I can. Can we see Bobby Lee making an appearance on the Fight of the Kid again? Great question, brother.
Just when you thought Brendan, the business shark Sean, couldn't embarrass himself anymore, he starts a Patreon. Now, if you're not up to speed on the latest iteration of Joe Rogan's pet project gone wrong, here is the quick background. Earlier this year, Brendan followed Brian Callen to Texas to revamp their family careers in the aftermath of the LA fires. Brian hit the ground running, moving before Sean, getting a regular spot at the company mothership and taking chopper rides with his buddy. While Brendan was forced to sell his Calabasas mansion at a discount before heading down south himself. And while Brian's thriving in the Lone Star State, Brendan's just alone in a storage unit, answering questions from his hardcore fans on Patreon. But little does he know, the ones asking the questions are homeless cats. And wait for it, the guy who Brendan tried to sue for exposing his infidelity and lost. I'll explain what's going on there in a moment. Like I've said 1,000 times, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Brendan thought this would be a safe place away from the trolls of Reddit and YouTube, not realizing that he'll never be able to hide from criticism until he finally hangs up the mic and becomes a personal trainer. But basically, Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the Big Boy Empire from its inevitable violent implosion was to start a Patreon like 10 fucking years too late. The thing is, though, your boy Papa can't even get people to watch this shit for free. The Think Big Brain Trust has completely run out of ideas. The car travel is dead in the water. The short show has turned into low-energy baseball dad ramblings. And the fighter and the kid will soon be studied by psychologists as part of one of the longest, most comprehensive studies into the degenerative disease known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, CT, as in drinking tea in the sea. Yeah, I don't know, guys. And so now, armed with their 3.5 followers on Patreon and the other 15 who are there just for the laughs. Brendan has resorted to doing Q&A storage unit sessions, and the questions are amazing.
Hold it up and said,
Brian, good and
if the emblem is made out of metal, it's always possible to go out with
this question goes to all three of you.
you might come to pick it up.
Even though most of us are real fans who care when we're writing during live, that's why I did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers of viewership? Good question.
It's important. And therefore, it's also to go out with a parent perhaps so long as come to carry. Unless it is woven into the place by a professional. And we had to say yesterday, regarding the podcast, woven.
So that's the
There's no
reason.
zero. Today, that statement is set on the
Number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years, Raglan podcast, and most of you views of that bullshit. So I had to do the podcast
and
with
the animal
Howard
was
for
also
10 years. People you guys really don't
because it
know.
was in the beginning to the
It's gotten
market.
to start
In order to sell something in the market, you want to
Bobby
look
stuff
up,
heard is
dress
that
it up,
made a lot of people
sell
upset.
almost every else you have, so the animal will go out and
Or
as well.
talk about COVID
An
and the
emblem
suppression of
for
YouTube.
a slave is not the
That doesn't
California.
also lack invaders, causes issues.
Where it has to be important.
And then the lack of
Emblem
guests.
is either of these things.
I think that it covers it all. Would you agree to?
Great
Pretty
display,
much.
it's not
Yeah.
unified.
Do you guys
A
think
bell
that is long enough?
doesn't make Cabo Puma
That's a
even
good question.
without
If they have Maggie put in my mouth,
and that is a bell for a slave because it's for a cop.
Absolutely, Chin. Listen up. That was actually a pretty good attempt from your boy right there, bringing up some key issues from over the years that I honestly can't disagree with. The only bit that Brendan left out was the part where he finally takes complete ownership and responsibility for being one of the biggest douchebags on the internet. He will never admit it. I'm going to give it to him, though, for a guy with the clearest case of CT I've ever seen. His ability to pull out the mental gymnastics and avoid any semblance of self-reflection and improvement is elite. The part that he'll never admit is that he was so convinced that he was going to be the next Dwayne Johnson that he kept pushing back against the backlash. So when comedians and comedy fans went after him for jumping the queue and coming out with his Showtime special, you'd be surprised. Followed by the now infamous Ringo Puppy 3 years later, without a shred of comedic talent, instead of listening to the internet and staying in his lane, he pushed back against them and mistakenly labeled them as jealous haters. He literally used to lash out at his so-called haters for being out of shape ugly losers with nothing going for them. They don't matter. Nobody cares what they think. And now his media career is basically over. How'd that go for you, B? Now, personally, you know I blame Joe Rogan. He's the one who openly used to defend Brendan earlier on and gave him the idea that people hate him because he's big, strong, and good-looking and funny. But at some point, a grown man's got to take responsibility for his own actions, just like Brian Callen had. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, guys, typo. What I meant to say was,
a very close friend, my best friend, was falsely confused.
but like you just admitted there, the Bobby Lee situation was also a seminal moment in Brendan's downfall, and one absolute legend on Patreon asked him about it.
They are only
Wait, can we see Bobby Lee compared to the fight weekend again? Great question, brother.
with insurance. Part
I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more for Brian because Brian's doing the comedy scene. He's going to other shit. I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see it. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoken in a second.
certainly by the bell, national
Mistakes
itself,
that are made.
they should be considered.
I'd love to have him on.
Therefore,
Do a ton
love
of guests.
and rebellion
I'm just not in that mood
reason
anymore.
why
I
the
don't know
bell
if you
itself
realize this, but Brian really doesn't
where
book
the
cats.
fabric itself
Even
is
though
not
he's
the
in the
California
comedy scene,
itself,
it's
but
just
the
not his
actual
nature
bell.
to ask people to come on the show.
The
So
actual bells,
unless I
sound,
definitely
people
want to
have
ship
to
and start
take the bell. Maybe there's
asking
something
guys where the
else.
show is probably not going to happen. I just
Yes,
don't have time, so shit.
exact
And I
sound
really
that
can
don't
support
make.
someone out there. So I don't know. Bobby would have to have Brian and Brian and Brian. And it would have to come some agreement, but I'd love to have him
As
on.
long
He's
as
one of
the
the
whole
funniest
concept,
guys in the world.
in other words,
You
it
know
doesn't
that.
serve its
I have
original
no
purpose,
ill
but it
towards
has
Bobby
some other
Lee
purpose. And how come so to the this belt.
Haven't these guys ever heard of a fucking phone? How did a simple question about getting Bobby Lee back on the podcast turn into a rant about having to go down to the mothership to find guests? Bro, you have the internet on your phone. But this part drives me nuts. Why would Brendan have any ill will towards Bobby Lee? We've heard him say this multiple times before, and I still don't get it. Brendan can't admit that he was the bully in that whole situation.
That was
You were the one who fucked up, not Bobby. Brendan tried to hit up Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kamala, and then when her and her friends exposed him for it on Trust Tuesday, and the whole Tribal saga came out, Brendan and Brian called and messaged Bobby, threatening to fuck him up if he couldn't keep his girl quiet about the whole thing. So why would Brendan hold any ill will towards Bobby? And he can't even come out and say, I was the one who fucked up. He literally just blamed it on the fighter and the kid. He said, one of the worst mistakes the fighter and the kids ever made. Bro, your podcast isn't a sentient being. You are. Actually, nah, take that back. Maybe he's right on that one. Okay, I'll get that out of my system now. Now it's time for Brendan Shaw giving relationship advice.
It'll make you sound in the belt.
If you look at a girl now,
Sound never
hard it is to find a good person in this crazy world. Don't lose focus on that, man. By being selfish, I think for me, especially the start of my relationship with my wife, even my first kiddo, is as a comic, and especially in the field of entertainment, comic, podcasting, being on TV, and all that. Be a bit of almost a narcissist, you gotta be kind of selfish. But at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. So you see, now I don't do as much as far as like TV and all that stuff. I still do some stuff.
That's not
I was
enough.
like, stop touring. Because it's at the end of the day, like, even if you achieve whatever you set out to do,
Therefore,
you just slowly, it comes at a cost. And that cost is time with your wife, with your girlfriend, with your kiddos, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, you're going to realize as you get older, the only people you can trust and the only people actually going to see you win is your family. So don't gotta isolate them. Don't forget that whenever you're messaging, whenever you're turning around, make sure you're trying to manage your time and putting time with the family.
The guy asked for relationship advice. Why is Brendan getting into his toxic narcissism and his failed comedy and media careers? Brendan can't answer a fucking question without trauma dumping on his 3.5 hardcore fans. But let me translate the second part of that trauma dump for you. What he's trying to say is, when your career takes a nosedive and you become the most hated man on the internet, one of the side effects is that the Instagram baddies all dry up. So the moral of the story is, don't cheat on your wife, because once you become a bull cow, she's all you'll have left. For now, at least. Honestly, this Q&A format is actually some of the most entertaining content your boys come out with in a while. It's reminiscent of the 1000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where he started rage crying about Carl's allegations and told shit to give him a close-up, but then looked into the wrong camera. We're at a point now where guys like Brendan and Rasha are commentating on their own downfalls in real time. I mean, this shit is insane. It's like Christmas every week for me over here. And just to top it off, one of Brendan's fake fans asked about his latest lawsuit, except little did Brendan know, the guy asking the question was actually Kyle Swindell's, the self-represented YouTuber who Brendan sued for copyright and lost.
Listen to Sean, when you address the lawsuit, can you protect about conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but here I can. This came out of nowhere. It's a company, a CBD company that had nothing to do with for years. We're talking about like 5 years. They need issues and legal issues and something against them. And he's been suing these people. There's like 4 or 5 owners. He's been suing them like 6 times with no success. And I just throw my name into it. It's going to get traction. And yeah, I'll be done with it. To do with it. And of course, the haters in that room are like, oh, tax fraud and conspiracy. There's none of that. I mean, it he's juicing. But then, I get it. I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer. Which problems. And
According to one Russian was talking about a solid piece of
I don't talk about her, bring attention
and
to
this
it.
is how this is all. There is no machlokas according to everybody. It's
That's what they want.
awesome.
But it'll be
There is machlokas when it's made out of fabric, and you start the golden.
good job getting
The question is whether or not you will take on something like that
he's
to
cooking
show
the
your
books.
friends.
You think
Touch
Mike
it up
has access to
Another
do
one
tax fraud and conspiracy and
What's
cook
your
the
evaluation?
books? None of it makes
That
sense.
if
That's
it's
what
made out of fabric, no machlokas. That's what you go out with no one.
like that.
Take that off the
That
show.
just dies down.
Machlokas is in a solid piece. And the question is, maybe you should. Or maybe perhaps the only person aware of
Imagine being so far up your own arse that you truly believe that, in his own words, he obviously threw my name into it to get traction. If you've been following my extensive coverage of Brendan's latest lawsuit, you'll know there's a legitimate claim of alleged fraud from his former business associate because Brendan indicated and acted like he intended to relinquish his shares in Pure Spectrum CBD, only to then sell them to a Russian-backed private equity company. We're still waiting for the phantom document to appear in Discovery, so your boy isn't out of the woods yet. And for the love of God, can someone please explain to Brendan what fucking pro bono means? Working on a contingency fee basis does not mean pro bono. It's like how Trump still thinks foreign companies and governments pay for American tariffs. Someone's got to get the whiteboard out and draw some diagrams for it or some shit, because he's claimed his lawyers work pro bono several times now, as if it's some kind of flex, when the reality is most civil lawyers offer some sort of no-win, no-fee arrangement. And while we're on the topic of Brendan's delusions and compulsive lies, the shadow banning and threatening from haters that he mentioned earlier in the video is one of the biggest hopes you'll ever hear from these guys. Maybe during the pro bono listen, someone could explain to him what false flagging is. I think he means people reporting his videos. But let me ask you this, Mr. Business Shark. If the father and the kid has been shadow banned for years, then how come every YouTuber you start seems to fail as well? Yeah, try to fit that into your narrative, you fucking credo. Anyway, that's enough Brendan Short slander for today. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Another lesson is it's a solid though. The reason why you're
I've been a fan of it again. I've been a fan until the end question. Most of us are real fans of Guillermo Ryan during the time. That's my Dennis Patreon.
That's already a burden.
Do you guys believe it's the reason for the decrease in viewership?
If it has ties, it's tied well with love its mother. Now the ties, it's awesome. Capital we discussed already, it's a bit that catches crumbs. Nizaman is a nose ring, but an earring. A woman is not plush and take it off. It's too hard to get to. And then we learned about a ring, which we will go on tomorrow.
There's no agree to disagree here. You are fully wrong. And it's one of the stupidest things that I've heard. It's insane. You think it's women's fault?
Yeah, dude, we
Then
get paid just as much. We're just as powerful. Cut it out.
All right, you're practicing for Rogan very clearly. You're going to do a great job on Kill Tony with this
You're actually saying radical feminism with Kill Tony vocabulary.
It's like a fascinating. I'm having a hard time even. Like, we do agree, but you just you're throwing these like anti-cancel culture buzzwords out. I've gotten like Austin trans brain. Like,
And that's
you know what I mean? Like, it really is in the
You're dying from the Mishnah.
Podcast Rich Hall of Famer Stavros Halkias is picking up where he left off after his sabbatical over on Two Bears One Cave, where he absolutely destroyed Tom and Bird's podcast over a 6-week period, leaving them with a dead corpse to deal with when they got back. Seriously, take a look at the view count since Tom and Bird got back. It's literally less than half what Starvey increase we're getting over the summer. I cannot believe they actually destroyed Two Bears One Cave, and they got paid to do it. But in case you haven't been paying attention, 2025 has been the year that comedians have finally started coming out of the closet and openly calling out the Austin comedy scene for being a bunch of hypocritical, hacky snowflakes. I've been covering the fallout on this channel and my main one, Podcast Rich, and in these last few months, we've actually seen Rogan and Hinchcliffe breaking under the pressure of all of the criticism. We saw how Tony directly addressed the Martin Barrett beef on League of Skanks, where he accused Mark of fishing for publicity by calling out him and Rogan. That's right, the queen of fake cancel culture called out another comedian for drama farming. Rogan, on the other hand, has been slowly imploding over the last few months as he struggles to cope with the growing backlash against the Austin comedy scene, which he created. Like I said, though, the cherry on top was the complete destruction of Two Bears One Cave by Chrissy and Stubby. And it looks like our boy isn't holding back anymore. Just yesterday, he hosted Jordan Peterson's Love Child, Jordan Jensen, on Stubby's World, and from the word go, she went straight into her prepared talking points, straight out of the Austin Comedy Starter Pack.
Therefore, it's also
My friend's ex, not expectation, whatever.
Says the Mishnah. There's a very interesting zera that we're now allowed to walk out of the
He said that.
with
He's like this
sandals
other
that
guy,
have nails on the back. Why? Because of a nice there's a story that Jews were hiding from the enemy. And
If you transition fully,
like in Corona, if you come into the house,
you know,
leave the house or the kids, and he noticed
she's
footsteps
got a
moving
whole
away from
vagina.
him.
And
In fact,
he's
what
like, yeah,
happened
but
was
it's weird
somebody was
because
walking with him, but he was wearing
because it used to be a penis, so it's still gay. And it made me think, like, I think it is gay. I mean,
Many
it's
zera.
something weird. It's not right. It's
Not
not the
walking
norm.
out
I mean,
on Shabbos,
if I think
Sunday on
it's
the
closer to straight to
And
gay.
since the story happened on
That's
Shabbos,
what I'm saying. It's
Zera's
so,
only
and
on
it was
Shabbos,
like I got
and
plastic
Yom
surgery
Tov
for all
is very
this
similar to Shabbos.
and that's like if somebody, I mean, they were like,
There's
you should
another
see
zera.
it in the face the whole time.
By
They were like,
Mecca,
really? And they were like,
the ashes
no,
of
you
the
got it
Arima,
all, but it was that, you know what I mean? It doesn't make
they
it.
once shipped the ashes over the Jordan River,
I mean, I was
and you're
feeling
realizing
sex
around
with
it is
small men.
the desires
Oh, okay,
of
you're
the
not
person
okay,
who
straight
was
woman.
doing the ashes, which was very bad.
Barely?
It is zera.
Yes, I mean, listen,
that
it's
not
hard to
transfer
just take the plunge and stop flirting until you stop
Well,
sort of doing this.
anybody
Oh,
who
I'm so
It
gay,
is
but
cool,
I'm
it
not.
doesn't matter.
You're still. But I do think if you're trans, you're still.
Only over the Jordan River, and only in the ship,
I think
as
that's
swim
where
across the
that's
Jordan
where I
River,
land. You really have.
and the
You
youth,
have got
the
like
ship, on
Austin
any other river,
trans
it's
brain.
also open.
Like you know what I
Our
mean? Like, it's
trans
not
brain.
easy.
Like,
No, because I really.
Immediately brought it up as soon as the podcast started.
No, because this just happened where my friend said that her guy.
The zero
And I'm really interested in it because sometimes I get like I'm jealous of like Robbie Hoffman for just cutting girls off and having a woman that's like the coolest
that had
thing.
nails
I want to do that so
strengthen
bad
the sand, but not for the core. So
because I
if
need
you
them
use
for
nails as
sexual
the core, it's liquid. And
I
any other
strap them
shoe
down
that's
as
not
much as I
exactly like
can.
the zero would be liquid, as we described in a minute.
Because I still hate men.
Rabbi Yochanan
But
is
making
right.
a comedy
Rabbi Yochanan
podcast
says
in
right.
2025 with a trans story and then try to turn it into a bit is probably one of the most hacky things you can do. And the thing is, throughout this whole podcast, Stubby wasn't necessarily disagreeing with her. I mean, he did straight up disagree with her on a couple of things, but his point was, why the fuck are we talking about this? That's why he called her out for starting the podcast with that story and said she really does have Austin trans brain. Now I can't wait for Bert Kreischer and Brendan Schaub to proudly announce that they too have Austin trans brain. You know, just to let tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan know that they're still carrying the torch for him, even though he's actively trying to distance himself from both of them. But here we are yet again with another female comedian who can't stop talking about the same shit. Like seriously, how hard is it? Instead of modeling their comedy act off of Vicky Glazer, they're trying to be the next Eliza Schlesenberger, whatever the fuck her name is, you know who I'm talking about. The one who bombed on JRE and never recovered. They're either trying to be hard or coping with being ugly.
If you use
Like,
staples, powders, that's not zero.
all-encompassing,
If you
amazing
use a
compliment
pass,
that
you
you
also
can't like believe.
narrow
Like,
nails,
like, I
wide
like your
nails,
whole essence.
or
But
you
if a man
cover
compliments
the
me so much more because it's so hard for men to think.
If most
Like a
men
man who said that I had small pores.
are worn
I
out,
think about that every day.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like that's like I can
So that's
go.
not how it
I
was
think that's
created.
again more about how
Maybe
much you
look
value
at
a
if
man.
you have 4 nails
So yeah,
on a,
I don't think
on a
it's
very tight
necessarily
shape of 5, and that's a tight.
I don't think it's necessarily that
The
there's
kid
compliments
says,
mean
if
more.
not for the fact
You know,
that
because
it's
I when they start acting right.
I would say you're like
I'm serious, dude. What's going on with women? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing others? I'm so. I don't know. Plastic surgery. Comedians who are supposed our face is supposed to be able to go like this, and they're like, no, I'm funny. You're not. You can't see over your face. You're not funny. Get out of the business and become an actress, you See, and we're in the lowest part of entertainment. So people who fail out of everything else end up here. We're sort of like after you clean your sink and you see all the debris that's in the little strainer. Yeah. That's stand-up comedy. Yeah. People got accused of. That's right. Now they're selling on the funny bone. You know what I mean? Yeah. You wanted to be a model. You're not good enough. Oh, look at that. Yeah. So you're doing a residency at the Stand. Yeah. You know what I mean? But that you have to understand that's the crazy. Yeah. That's who we are. That's what this is. Yeah. But accept it. Stop trying to be hot. We're not supposed to be hot.
That is the most perfect description I've ever heard of the stand-up comedy scene. They're the
Shabbos
bottom of the
Sabbath.
barrel, and then there's the Austin comedy scene, which represents the underside of the barrel where all the maggots live. That sentence from Starvey should be ratified into an oath that all comedians have to sign and declare before they release their first comedy special. And it's so true. Whenever there's a marketable, semi-looking comedian with a relatively clean shape, they eventually make their way into Hollywood and leave stand-up comedy behind. Except for Tom and Bert, who have actively been trying to buy their way into Hollywood for the last 5 years. Bert Kreischer is the only person in the world who had an entire movie made about him, but isn't allowed to talk about it for legal reasons. That has to be one of the sweetest ironies in history. It's like Brendan Schaub doing an episode of JRE that never gets aired, and only him, Rogan, and Jamie know about it. But it seems like every week now, these top 250 Austin comedy assassins are catching strays, even when they're not the subject of conversation.
Where's women in general with the trying to look like babies and then being against it's crazy to me.
They realize,
They're carrying around
yes, this is why a person wears a suit can't skate around.
It's a real different thing to grow a woman in,
dressing like a baby and have
they don't think a child yet.
George, I have my little
You have no argument whatsoever. I'm not going to say what they're doing isn't weird. Again, I'm not saying that having an infantilization thing isn't its own problem. You can still criticize even if you dress like a baby.
I don't agree.
Let me tell you something. There's no agree to disagree. You are fully wrong. And it's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Baby, and I go out and I try and suck men's
By the way, no one's going to be like, I thought she was 12. They're going to be like, well, this dumb 7-year-old video. Like, they're not going to be duped. You won't be duping them. You'll be a guy who's got a different sexual hang-up that is much better for society than being a child predator. I think what you're saying, you're actually saying something that could be positive, but you're couching it in very negative, misogynistic terms. And you were saying accept.
Yeah, it's hard to be a woman. It's not hard. You wake up and all the women around you would be like, ew, why are you just wearing your regular face today? And you'd be like, because it's on my face. And you're like, you have to put mush on it and lots of stuff on it. And you'd be like, but it's my face. You have to be
That's hard.
That's not hard. It's stupid. And it's our fault. Women can stop. Women can stop.
It's really not. Holy, this is insane. You think it's women's fault?
Yeah, dude, it's just as much. We're just as powerful. Cut it out.
All right, you're practicing for Rogan very well. You're doing a great job on Kill Tony with his talking points.
Earlier on in the podcast, she said that she's been booked to go on Rogan. I don't know if she's talking shit or if she's actually going to be on there, but if she does, Starvey is 100% correct. The conversation will definitely end up going down the same road, but instead of getting pushed back like she did from Starvey, Rogan will eat it up and tell her she's on the right track. Next minute, she'll be a guest analyst on Kill Tony, then she'll do a residency at the Comedy Mothership. I mean, just take a look at the description for her comedy special debut on Netflix, which dropped today. In her hilarious debut special, Jordan Jensen delivers unapologetic takes on hooking up, failing at femininity, spiraling with ADHD, and more. Fuck me dead, I cannot wait not to watch that. The only thing left for her to do now is talk about her period.
Everyone on the other period should have 2 little red blood stripes. None of us hiding it anymore. No,
I'm with you on all this stuff.
feminism is dead.
What you're talking about is a form of feminism. You're talking
I
about
want it to come back.
Okay.
Remember Harry Armpits? Now it's unacceptable.
It says in the Mishnah, a person should not go out to Shirabim with a kamea that's not a mumma, with an emirate that wasn't written by a
very rare
professional.
to see it on like an actual married woman. It's on like a vegan trans who has like non-binary cats or whatever.
Even if it's a professional kamea, meaning that the person that wrote it is professional. Certainly, if the kamea itself, already
I'm having a hard time even because we do agree, but you're throwing these like anti-cancel culture buzzwords out. There's no it's like how Ian is embarrassed of being gay.
Even if the person doesn't care about
You're doing this, you're embarrassed to be a feminist, so you're pretending to be
dangerous.
In the space of a 30-minute segment on this episode of this podcast, Starvey managed to cover all the major criticisms of Rogan and Hinchcliffe's Austin comedy frontier. First, there was the obsession with trans stories from the get-go. Then there was the self-righteous, pseudo-intellectual, low-effort feminist, not-feminist comedian code from a woman who wants to be hot, but also loves being ugly. All the while, she's littering her narrative with anti-cancel culture buzzwords to signal that she's ready for a seat in the mothership. This is the road up to the mothership via Kiltony appearance, topped off with a Netflix special featuring jokes that were already stale by 2014. And the whole time, Starvey is just sitting there, laughing and shitting on her while pushing back. This was the perfect snapshot of where comedy is in 2025. This is exactly why Joe Rogan's JRE numbers are less than a quarter of what they used to be a couple of years ago, and why stand-up comedy ticket sales are dropping and only the big names are still managing to get by. I recently covered Tracy and Yanis's appearance on Flagrant, where they were complaining about having to cancel shows due to poor ticket sales, and even Andrew Schultz himself admitted that the comedy bubble was bursting and it's getting harder to sell tickets. By the way, the whole anti-woke, anti-PC, anti-cancel culture, pro-free speech narrative that Rogan and Hinchcliffe keep pushing could not be further from the truth. I've been talking about this over on Patreon, where I exposed Tony and Redman for trying to hide their London show from everyone after it was a complete flop. And also how diversity is ruining Kiltony. The whole merit-based system that they preach is complete bullshit. So make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kiltony, as well as my comedy special reviews. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the like button to support the channel. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You can bring it into the bathroom. If it's made out of herbs, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's a chayla that has a sakana, his life is in danger, he can go into the bathroom even if it's not covered with leather. Or somebody that's not afraid of it, if it's covered with leather, he may go into the bathroom. Even a chayla she has this sakana. He's in really danger. He's not allowed to walk. Dollar Anderson, which is not good. Still, it seems like they are covered with and the shin is part of Shem Hashem because you got a dollar on the back of the shoe. They have a yud on the film together they spell Hashem's name. Therefore, also
no agree to disagree, or you are fully wrong. And that's one of the
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe. Mr. Science, you say the show that Mr. Science sells stuff looking at it so much easier. Right? Yeah. No. I know you think it's
Shabbos Sasam Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos. That Isra Doraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's perverted. A ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's Isra Doraisa. Rula says for a man it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet, that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet. But a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be of Isra Doraisa. Rula holds that women are a nation to themselves, and therefore what's considered a beggar clothing for a man is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sack, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sack, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out for safety, and remove them, and come back and try to save another thing. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that this Mandam holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah aseicha as mandram, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, and she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered palafriyah. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rav argues, he says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in a bag, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband, please bring the ring to her repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger, then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues, one is not permitted to go out with a food. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be looking. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing, and that's considered secret. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds she's higher a this is the right. Some say the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue that she might take it off to show her friends. When it comes to spices, she's a nice and beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, and she's not higher. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out with hashkila. Why? Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman could dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to the page. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnants of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell that's not there. So whoever wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than a sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food, rather he's carrying a vessel and he's hiding with their rights. So Rashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than a sheep, there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the flea is buckled to whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros that we should remember the Korban Habayis. And he said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, Tainug and Simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after they go Korban. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable but doesn't bring Simcha. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure but not Simcha. And therefore, it's the Gemara was going to a Gabi for us. The Gemara brings Sukkim. I showed you the Mamita Shem. It's referring to why Yisrael Ryan that they put their beds together and they were over on this news on HSH. They were switching couples and they left the Shechazera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed, it doesn't mean dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means that he does it in a disgusting way, in a place where he usually doesn't do it. It could be in front of his table. He doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. The Malach Rashi explains that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that Malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you usually if a person has zilzul and he doesn't care about the cases, I mean, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the shot that he washes with the tears and doesn't wash his hands. Carefully. Or a physicist says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and doesn't buy her shoes, he said about that, that will bring him to lose his money. In Yeshaya, the Navi tells them because the women who are married women who try to entice the men They would go behind the stufa with their heads up in the sky. The Rashi says if their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they would walk small steps. Their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys. And the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they looked better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. They put the eris into the boys, they bring them into her. What was their punishment? Mida Keneged. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, the flesh decayed. In the place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up, entice the boys, they became bald. There are Arabs that have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had a wound. Gemara says, some say they even got tzarash. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the guy take us. We're beautiful. And the guy took them, and immediately his broker made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of damida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. Gemara says the people of Islam were disgusting. They said in the remnant, they said, and they ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for notes. Do you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-sula? Do you have white wine or dark wine? Do you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Islam you have cinnamon trees that makes a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the korban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimai. Have a wonderful day.
To protect you from the internet, but now it wouldn't surprise me if Rogan scraps the live streams altogether. Callan is known for fishing for viral moments when he's on Rogan. He's done it a dozen times before, and even though he's a massive creep who will probably never beat the allegations, you've got to give him credit for the subtlety with which he operates.
Shabbos Daf Samad Gimel. The Mishnah tells us that both of the Talmud is this is the reason for both the Rabbi with more gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice claw at the spikes, a bow. It's not considered jewelry, nobody should wear it. It's disgusting that. What your blessing out, people like to show off with it, and therefore it's jewelry, it's only up to the Rabbi. According to one lesson of Eliezer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as the jewelry. He argues on Shmuel that when Mashiach comes with nothing gold, the only thing that's going to change is that light skull is not going to be in those anymore. It's not going to be in 12. It's not in those. But there are going to be wars between Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another lesson, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckled to flying strong, and he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on it. Why does Eliezer hold that these tools are considered going to capture? Because it says in the Pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. Fight for the Hadarel. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute. Also, it's referring to the Pyro. It's referring to the Pyro. You can now look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of what it says. Take your sword. It's like a real sword. Said as a Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished shots. I knew all of shots. But I didn't know that this concept of all these were yokes of truth until I learned it now. In other words, it's like you have to learn all of the different people but utterly for a living. Afterwards, go through the depth, go to the love that's try to understand people. First, you have to know all of Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of hadiths, and we come down learning together at different levels. You tell me the Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha with Torah, so as well as the people like halacha, and you rise to great. But they have to be learning the Shema, they can't be learning through Gailo.
diseases, and then when the introduction of
And then
vaccines
there'll be
happened,
Zoicha, the Torah that was given.
those diseases
Right.
were eradicated
It
with
says in the passage,
sanitation
the famous passage,
and nutrition.
Torah from Yamin, Yamina, the Smile of Ishmael Kavod, says Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that the word Torah will be right, in other words, do everything to the end. We'll only get our reasons double longevity, and we won't get anything. We'll get longevity and wealth. But if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down into depth, then you'll be excited for something. Excited for wealth, but not true longevity.
That's the problem.
If two Americans sit together and they're calm with each other, they listen to each other, so Mida can get a Mida, and both people sit down and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Mida can get a Mida, both will listen to them and answer them. Just like you accepted me, the both will accept what you're asking for them.
And the funniest bit was when
You don't do that. You don't listen.
he asked the question I've been wondering about for years. Finally, someone questioned the JRE tradition
If two
of
people get
sniffing
together,
smelling
understand
salts for
Torah,
absolutely no reason, while sitting
then
in the
if they both
studio
love
for
it,
hours and
says
hours
Rabbi,
talking into a
that's talking
microphone.
about a situation where they already had the seed. They heard some of this Torah, and now they wanted to elaborate. And they don't have to really teach them. So the barbecue was. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had a the barbecue continues to mitzvah, if you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah rub. And even if the barbecue makes a zera, which is about to be zera, what tells us what's better? Gift is supposed to say alone, or to give a gift. The answer is to give alone. Because a gift could be embarrassed. Alone, but be happy he thinks he can pay back. There's more than something better than one person. And that is giving business people. Giving somebody money to invest. So you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something. He's accounting for it. Like I said, maybe he'll get even more money because of that. And therefore, it's it comes from him who has bad needs. Because if it's revenge, he's making the nature like a snake. It's better to be his friend because you learn something from him. Rather to be I'm a artist and Ramis who could see him wrong when he's a player, even though he has beautiful leaders, he's the highest person, he's a fussy. Pasuk says, Smash Bakuyo, but most of the other stuff. In other words, when you're young, you truly like do what you want, follow your heart, and that's impossible. The person sits around and says, that you should know that what's going on? One side is the person talking about they need to heart first, and then the person goes to the Sahara, and then moves on to the What is Torah telling us? And word is much courage you can. When you learn things that you learn in a minute, apply to yourself. Don't just learn it. You have to apply it. You should know it. Well, for most of the other stuff now, you better apply it to your life. Beautiful muscles of Victor Hagen said that this poor person didn't have to change his name. He went to Shul, looked for a meal, and asked, you know what? Why do you need another meal? Come with this hotel. There's a special hotel here. There's room and board. Stay as long as you want. Go to the hotel with the guy. Checks him into his house. And he stays here for a week. He's about to check out. The person at the front desk says $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, the guy told me it's free. The guy liked me. He didn't know what to do. The guy go live. The guy calls him, listen. He told me to check out. Stay for a month, stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay so long as you want. Says the people, a person wakes up at midnight and says, what did I do? I told you that day. Says the HR, don't be true. It's not a good idea. Stay here. Go check out. Keep on doing your Rabbi. That doesn't make sense. Every day costs you $1,100 versus earning who knows how much the currency to do your. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who Gemara is discussing dogs and she shouldn't be a devil called drive. You have a dog that chases away the poor people. Sucker prevents that. Says the Gemara, a woman walked to somebody's house to make bread and he had a dog and it barked and it scared her and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, why are you so scared of the dog? I took out his teeth. He doesn't have claws. She said, it's too late. My pregnancy is over. In other words, be careful with a bad dog. We had in the Mishnah, Biris. Biris is a belt that goes around the sack to make sure the sacks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Biris is a one belt and a kovel is it's two belts. And according to Rabuna, it's 2 belts with a chain between them. Why do you need this chain? So that there were certain families that had very large steps in order to prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulim. And Rabbi Yirmiyah agreed to that pshat, and he said, he woke up from his sleep, he heard it, he said, you will have it to Rabbi Yochanan. And with that, have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samach Daled. How are you all doing? The halacha is if you take the ear of a goat, and that's what typically makes Passover out of.
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th.
And they're both extra. And therefore, whatever halachas we have by the full insurance apply to the full. Whatever halachas we have by the states.
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th. Get your tickets early starting Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. local time with code RADKING. General on sale starts Wednesday, June 5th at 10 a.m. local time. As well, we have shows in Montreal, Quebec, Portland, Maine, Spokane, Washington, Belfast, Ireland, Cork, Ireland, London, United Kingdom, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas. Get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to use a secondary site. Thank you for your support. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and dog camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you guys for your support. Coming to you live from Austin today. Today's guest is a comedian. Probably one of the most unique comedians of all time. He has a new book out called Tremendous, which you can check out on Amazon. He was the host of the famed podcast, legendary podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now. He has his own podcast now with Please Syed. Check in. I'm grateful to catch up today with one of my favorites. Mr. Joey Coco.
This is so funny. Lucky us, we have the word very hard, and this is in function not as this way. It says in the function. But I'm not saying it's permanent. We try to get back in the war, one unit party. What is it? One Jews at the time. What it says in function. It's a Jews. After months of Smalta, ankle bracelets,
So this is Jelly Roll, like Jelly Roll every time he wins an award, he gets up there and he's like, I just want to bang. Right now there's somebody stuck under a bridge. There's somebody out there who's got a saw on 11 foot and a saw nails in a shoe. And I don't want to say you can live your dream. Every time they call his name, right? Every time Kelly gets an award, he's so full of feelings. When he gets up there, he's just like, I want to tell you that I was a maitre d' in a macaroni grill. And now I'm grabbing one foot in the hard legs and I'm even like at a fat, like I feel like even at Chipotle, if they just call his name to come get his order, he goes up there, he picks it up, he's like, I don't want to let that ring. Oh, illegal alien in this motherfucker now. In 40 days, and with only 90s singing lessons, you can win a fucking American musical. It was better last night. Oh my God, I was dying in my sleep.
She says it's a package.
Crazy. Some people do it real good. Yeah, Joey Diaz, man, good to see you, brother. You too, man. It was fun last night.
And a woman's the same way they consider people as the woman.
I know, it's just the pandemic. I haven't seen anybody. Yeah, I realized so funny. I didn't realize how much I missed seeing you until I got out of the car, out of the Uber at the mothership. And I was like, is Joey here? I'm like, yeah. And I literally, my legs, like, I ran upstairs. Oh, so happy. First pass, oh my God.
That's the reason why we're proud of it. What?
Yeah, I haven't seen each other. It's been,
Animal Hair certainly
that was the lifetimes.
like that.
Yeah, has it been good? You've been feeling good in Jersey? It seems like everything you look great first fucking year.
Certainly not weird. The younger woman dark here, but then which was funny about a young girl, never weird. Like here, that's not good shirt. As the young girl first meets these are headbands. One goes over your head from here to here, another one goes on the floor from here to here. This issue tells us that it's so into the head. It's not a concern. It's not a concern. By removing your entire hand, that will expose your ear. That's not a concern. You won't be. However, this says, trouble and pain. Each one
This guy talking to that guy. The store at the
One
end.
is permitted to go in their own private domain. One of the biggest exceptions that a woman should not be forgotten about some disgusting and an exception of this couple and the pay
Like
life.
celebrities, MMA people.
Rabbi says that anything that is also go out of
Every night, just
also go out of their own hustle and private domain. Zero, get the own hustle, surround, except for this couple, and enough.
Dr. Dre was
Another
saying
says
that
that
before the fucking thing was coming in the
instead
store
of
every night.
hustle,
It was
traveling,
just a scene that
that's
was,
go to the hustle, all the
hard to
people
believe.
who go
And
to
a whole
hustle.
fucking thing. Kenneth and
Where
Dice, those guys had their thing that we had on. It's really true. I didn't realize it either until I went back, like, I've gone back over the past 2 years, and it's like, it's not even the same thing anymore. And it was like a lightning strike when everybody was there, dude. When the lineup sometimes, like on a Tuesday night, I still have my same everything.
That says it's something else.
This is where you were.
Such as
These guys, you see somebody trying to take
lining up a camel in the road.
like they
And
don't
it's
have
possible to even the fact that they're already getting the old private equity now and dress up in
this is these lineups in
that's
2019.
what
What about the
person
lineups?
shirt full of colors.
That's the lineups
And
there.
it kind of says drying out in the sun. Every desert by your flight comes up and like however say that it's awesome. Even the fact that it's done. I understand it's also the fact that it's done.
Yeah, we want you to believe a complicated every Tuesday and Thursday. Everybody got all. We need you. It was fucking crazy what was down there.
Shabbos Av Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You can go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it's Mose, and we're not concerned she'll pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that Mose, it is still considered Mose. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi Yochanan got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he was just Rabbi on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explained it because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out. He wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's also. When Rabbi Yana did it, the entire generation argued on him. The Gemara tells us that a woman can go out with peppercorn in her mouth to use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order to relieve tooth pain. Other things that you're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, much to go out with their Shabbos. If a person has a false tooth, if it's made out of gold, the concern is, according to Chachamim, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that'll cause her an embarrassment. She won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go out with a false tooth. Now, silver, certainly if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. There are three man Amrim that say this svara of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if it causes an embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. We also learned earlier that if a woman wears a sleichas, a pleiton, it's a little flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. Other Madam Reb Shimon ben Elazar, he says that anything under the svachah, the wool cap, a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svachah, you're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah, a person has a wound on the bottom of their foot. What they would do is they would take a coin, a selah, and put it under the foot, and that would heal. Because it has three attributes. Number one, it's hard. Two, it has moisture. And three, it has a form to it. Those three things together heal the foot. This matbea is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear, they would pierce the ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in thread or even a toothpick. You're allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, Rothschild didn't allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something to show your friends. Women in Arab nations can wear, they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Modai they would wear kufas. Basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button, and you can tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that if it's a coin, you designated it before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin because it's muktzah. You might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful in the air, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a strange body next to them, and then they'll have a taiva. And he made a mikvah for them in the days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a rainwater. You can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roy, and in the Nahar Pras, in the Euphrates, there was more rainwater than the spring water, and therefore it was usher to tribal. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put the mats down. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taisus, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even the Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that it can only be toivel in the Har Pras in the days of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rainwater. There's a shaila in the Gemara. If a woman could take a nut and pretend that she's making a button out of it, do the frame, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, but her real intent is to travel across the Shusarabah. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do trickery? What's the question? You know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing, trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mother, according to her maybe you can do trickery, you can wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if we don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire and be over the rice. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over the rice to get a nut, a candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's tilful to achiyat. That's not the natural way of carrying. Carry a nut in your hand, you don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. So perhaps it's mutter. Have a wonderful
That's what happens to me. It's the lead up. Towards the last year, I would wake up in the middle of the night going, I can't believe I booked this trip. I should have booked this. I can't believe I'm going to this town. Yeah, like Funky's Tickle Town or something. You're like, fuck.
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav, Happy Lag BaOmer. There's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purpose, then he can go out on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Yossi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smoichos are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos. And they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair, and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha, you can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash, but we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshatim in the Gemara. One pshat is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another pshat is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kalim. They don't serve a purpose, and therefore they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mekabel toma, and you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. L'maskana. The way we learn our Mishnah is like we said. Rabbi Meir is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's asur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word asur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his talmidim say that Rabbi Meir is the one that says it's asur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, "You got to flip it around." Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his shita and says like we have in our Mishnah, because he says a yavama could do chalitza on a yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see, a shoe could be wood. Other halachas that he said and he brings a raya from our Mishnah. The Rabbi Meir says wooden shoe is considered a shoe you go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if a yavam wears his left shoe on his right foot, you can do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, you can also do chalitza. Rav Huna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shel sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe. It's made out of straw. It's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it, it becomes coming to a smedris. V'haydulay, who's v'haydulay? Rabbi Meir says the Gemara who holds that wood is good shoe, says a good shoe. And who didn't admit to it? Rabbi Yossi says that it's also, or Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri also says on a mat made out of straw that you lay on, he says the straw is not considered wood, and therefore it's not mekabel tuma. The other one says it is mekabel tuma. Why? Because Taisvis that there's a shita that says Adam Rishon ate from Eitz Hadas, which was made out of wheat. So you see, wheat, which is straw, is considered Eitz Hadas. Says the Mishnah. This shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a base kibble, it has a place to put.
Okay, excellent. When's your general practitioner appointment?
Next week.
What day?
On Wednesday.
What time?
About 2 p.m.
Like 2 p.m.?
2 p.m. or 2:30. I'll look up. Yeah.
With your general practitioner?
Yeah.
You made that appointment today?
Yeah.
You made that appointment today and you don't remember what time? Dave.
I said it was either 2 o'clock or 2:30. Yeah, I need to look it up.
Okay. Well, good job, dude.
It was in between this time. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Pim? Dude, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to lose?
No.
Why not?
What's your favorite?
What's my favorite what, Zoot?
listen to the Matthew test?
It's a good question. Probably with memorization of patterns, just with Braille. So it's probably just Braille pattern recognition. But we'll look it up. It's a good question. Just give me a second. So you found a new charger, or did you buy a new charger? What did you do with the charger they gave you with the phone? What did you? You broke it already? You just got a new phone like 2 weeks ago. Zoo.
All right, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
About 6 weeks ago.
Okay, 6 weeks ago, whatever. Are you ready to lose? Zoot.
No.
Why not?
I'm probably about to go to the gym.
Okay, we'll play a game first. Are you ready for your invitation? Zoot. Zoot, you're like maybe one of the worst communicators of all time.
What's the best song?
Zoot, I'm not going to answer your stupid ass questions until you answer mine. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready for an invitation?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to dominate you.
Rabbi, you haven't won in like 5 games.
I know, because I've been focused on you trying to make a general practitioner appointment.
Oh. What is this new? There's a new character.
Oh, there is. Attacks for 10 hit points, and a random enemy monster loses 1 mana after... No, you have to buy it.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Would that be useful?
No, it seems like it sucks. All right, Zoot. Pick your people, dude.
A random monster loses 1 mana every. Like, is it? So that means like it's just one random like from your team or their team. That sucks. That's like gambling.
Right, no one knows. 1 less berry to evolve. This might be my favorite place.
Oh.
So, do you really think you won?
Yeah. Obama.
What about Obama? Zoot, you just had a tick.
No, I didn't have a tick.
Yeah, you did. You just said.
There's a video I kept seeing on Instagram, like, name your favorite black person. And I don't know. I'll just say Obama because it's always controversial.
Dog, that was a tick if I've ever known a tick. But that's okay. You're getting it worked on.
Have you ever...
Zoo. Look at this move, Zoo. I'm at max hit points, baby.
Right. Have you ever thought that you've had a tick yourself at one point? Like, obviously, you don't have Tourette's, but like, have you ever thought like there was a moment where it's like I couldn't control what I just said?
Not really. I think I've always controlled what I say. But maybe, like I've had like, I've been able to control everything that I do. I mean, like to the best. I mean, maybe not like a hiccup, like with your diaphragm that spasms or a sneeze, but like everything else, I'm able to control. Fortunately,
I feel like to some extent, like not to my case, but everyone has some like small instance that is a spectrum of Tourette's.
okay, everything's a spectrum.
I mean, I don't have it severe as other people.
No, not at all. But it's enough that it dictates your life, and you need to be able to dictate your life, not let some mental issue dictate your life. Oh, Zoo, thank you.
You know, you know what I need to do, Rabbi?
Oh, look at this. Extra 5 heal.
You know,
Oh, dude, and that does damage to you.
when I went to a country where they didn't speak English, it'd be way less embarrassing than ticks in public.
Maybe, but you would probably just do ticks in other languages. That's big time, Zoo. Oh, and you've got an extra move. Dog, that was good. And you can get 3 berries. Oh, why did you do that? That was a mistake.
Oh, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
do you want to try and learn another language together?
I mean,
We got nothing else to do.
yeah, you.
It's actually a helpful life skill if we both try and learn a new language together.
Oh, I understand. I still try to learn new languages. It's just, it would be, in your case, like you don't know the alphabet. So we're at like 2 different levels. But maybe like,
I don't know the alphabet.
no, not the Hebrew alphabet. So what about like Spanish? You could learn Spanish better.
Let's learn Portuguese.
Okay. Why do you want to learn Portuguese?
There's a lot of countries that speak Portuguese.
Aside from Brazil and Portugal, which ones?
There's a lot of African countries.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts of this move?
I don't think that's making the Democratic Republic, but
Look at this move. What should I do, Zoot? Zoot, it's your turn.
I know I'm going to take damage doing this, so it's a risky move.
Why are you going to take damage?
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
you're playing. I don't think you're playing this well.
Dog, we're tied. And I have 2 evolved characters. And you have 0 evolved characters. Some might say I have the lead.
He's too.
Zoot, you just did it.
Now I have the lead.
Not for long, my friend.
We tied.
No. I have the lead.
You're 1 point in front of me.
I'm 5 points in front of you.
It's your turn.
Oh, this is big time.
There are a lot of points in front of me.
This is big time, Zoot.
Wow. Fuck.
This is big time, Zoot.
Wow. Fuck.
I don't know if I've ever had.
Wow. Fuck.
Wow. Wow.
And I still have no evolved characters.
Right.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
you ready for this?
Dude, this would be the best comeback I've ever seen in this game. That would be
I
good.
think I lost.
Oh, Zoot.
I think I lost. Oh no!
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Rabbi, you won. You won.
Zoot, that was an amazing move.
Well, you just won.
I could win in
You
multiple.
had the easiest win here.
I could win in multiple ways.
That wasn't it.
I could win in multiple ways. Zoot, you are up. You're up. You have an invitation, son. Zoot. Zoot. Are you proud of that shot, Zoot?
Are you proud of being? Are you proud of being what?
Word, dog. Oh no. What are you gonna do, Zoot? Look at this shot.
Don't even exist.
What are you saying, Zoot?
Doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist? Zoot, that was an amazing shot. Uh-oh, Zoot.
Ah. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
that was an okay shot.
No, it wasn't. It sucked.
Yeah, but- right, this is a good shot.
No, that was not a good shot, Zoot. All of these fucking things are by me.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
do you get an extra shot
For what?
if I sent you a thing?
No, it just becomes... If you don't get any, then it's just my turn. Look at this shot. That was terrible.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't do a good job. Zoot, just
Why
make
did you
it.
try to trick
Zoot,
it up?
just make it.
Why did you try to trick it up? A simple shot.
Zoot,
I'm going to be talking. I had the most simple shot and I fucked up.
look at this move.
You don't have an easy. You don't have an easy shot.
Did you
That
like
was impressive.
Thank you, sir.
That was impressive, but now you have like nowhere to fucking hit.
I know.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
That was beautiful, is what that was.
That was terrible.
I think it
Here,
was great.
I'm gonna try something. Rabbi,
Yo, big
I'm
dog.
terrible.
Look at
Kicking.
Zoot.
Kicking.
there a game for where folks would disabled people?
They say that there's one for all interesting things, or that you can get one for all interesting things, but they do have some limitations, like um, longest uh, cave dive or deepest cave dive. They don't do that one anymore because it's too dangerous, and they also they also don't, they do like, if they become too dangerous they don't do them anymore. I think like longest um yeah, cave dive is the big one that I know they don't do, but I don't know. Oh, they don't do
How is breath underwater?
no, they just did that. They did just somebody just broke that at 29 minutes. Some guy from Croatia.
Isn't that super dangerous?
Well, a guy did it for 29 minutes, which is like way long.
How is he not, like, how did he not die or get brain damage?
I mean, I don't know, but he broke the record by like 5 minutes, which is just like unprecedented. Um,
Yeah, that's way too dangerous.
okay, well, not really. He was just like 1 foot underwater. It's not like he was 1,000 feet underwater.
Hypothetically, how long could you have your breath underwater?
Uh, I don't like to do it. Probably about 30 seconds in, I start to
No.
panic.
Hypothetically, how long did someone put the breath underwater if they had to?
Usually you drown after like 3 minutes.
How was he able to do 29?
He trained himself.
How did he not die?
Oh, Zoot, what the fuck?
I won.
You didn't even try. Zoot, are you ready to go to the gym?
I'm waiting for my phone to charge, and that was some bullshit.
At what percentage is your phone right now?
20%.
At what point does it have to charge for you to be able to go?
40. No, so 50. 60.
So you're never going to the mall, or you're never going to the gym.
But this is my last game, Rabbi.
All right, I'm going to destroy you. You've never beat me in this game, Zoot.
Yeah, I have.
No, you haven't.
When we first played it.
I don't know about that. Though I was not good at it when we first played it, so that's a possibility.
My phone's on the floor, so I got like a bit of disadvantage here.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
I can charge it, so.
Zoo. It's over, baby. Baby. It's over. So, did you know Robert Redford died?
Yep.
You don't know who Robert Redford is? He's like one of the most famous actors ever. And his daughter's super hot. Oh no, that's Henry Fonda. Zoot. Big dog. Are you gonna charge your phone?
My phone's charging.
All right. So you don't know who Robert Redford is? He was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and he was in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid with Paul Newman, and he was in, I think he was in a bunch of shit. Do you know what the Sundance Film Festival is?
Yep.
Well, he started that. So you're going to go to the gym, and then you're going to come back and play? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Do you have a power bank?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want me.
Because that would allow your phone to not need to charge at an outlet.
Yeah, they're not $200.
What are you talking about? They're like $10. What do you mean they're $200? You're nuts. They're like $10. Okay, Zoo.
The soft material, then it's considered a plea and it's mikabel tuma, otherwise it's not mikabel tuma. If the main purpose and design of a plea is to lean on it, then it can be mikabel tumas medrus. Tumas medrus, when a zav and a zava lean, sit, lay on something, it's mikabel tumas medrus, only if it was designed so to begin with. If a plea is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes you use it, says Abaya, it's not mikabel tumas medrus. Rabbi says it is mikabel tumas medrus. Says Rabbi, I'll prove it to you. Is halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's mikabel tumas medrus. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a raya, a walking stick that you don't lean on typically. The halacha is it's not mikabel any kind of tumah, even maga. It's a pshutik liyait. It doesn't have a base kilo. Says Rabba, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed to walk in straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy go out with kesher. One shot in the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, they will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the Bnei Melachim, the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the Bnei Melachim go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal, of a chicken, or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. You're getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick, so before he goes away to camp or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and straps it on his left hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then it's a sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot water before, and you put it on an intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shtikas hamamanim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You can take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap them up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You could do that on Shabbos, and you could whisper in his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper, just like this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it down in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. In other words, if somebody has a displaced vertebrae, you can hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye, who was a Yosem, was brought up by Rabbi's wife, and used to say, my stepmother told me. And basically what she says are important things, and they are halachas. And she says, by the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 shar. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring la halacha, all the mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara, from Amr Li'ay, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear Eben Tekuma, which is a stone within the stone. The Meir says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: could you take the second stone and weigh a third stone? Will it work on the third stone? Only if a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something and you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot, you go to the river and you say, river, lend me some water. You take the water and you go around your head 7 times, and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease should leave. Have a wonderful day.
Ketamine in there. Y'all put Owen Benjamin into the woods. You put that dude in a blender. Myself, I'm going to put myself in a blender. I was in Mexico for a good year. When I got home, my miraculous water.
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin, Happy Lag Ba'omer. We're back to the sugya of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. If a person has fever every 3 days, he has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beams, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirts from 7 different door sockets, 7 pitch from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one. 7 beard hairs of a dog, you pile it all together, strands of hair, you wrap it around the neck. That's a zgula for roofing. The person has really high fever. You take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, a sneh, and you tie your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe, the second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over to, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, Vayera Hashem Kisar Lirais, Hashem saw. The word sar means go away. And on the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why Baruch was Masher Shechina on you is not because you're such a great treat, the opposite. It's because you're so humble. And that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it and you cut down the sneh And you say, just like the fire ran away from Tanayim Sholva Azariah by Kishan Egg, so too my fever and my fire should run away from me. If a person has a shin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Mesakise, Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. Rav Shimon bar Yochai, like Ba'omer, says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells and go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we said, he cannot go out with a bell until the fall. He's royalty. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says in the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of earache. Machlekes whether he can go out or not, we'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, that wakes a person up if he's too sleepy. If he's dead, it's good for Samia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this tooth. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to our mayor, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Muhammad, that's darkei amor. The same way Seleifa is a deraisa to act like a guy with superstition. Rabbi and Rabbi say anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amor. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darkei amor. It looks like you're acting like a guy. If a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are two things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit on the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this to get them to daven for you. As it says by the Mitzvah, the Mitzvah calls out, I am Tomei, to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. The Malama that says you take a cluster of dates and put on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. Rabbi Rabbi said all the halachas of a Murray, that's in Keseftim, Zayin Ches, discussed the Murray, they're all false, you're not allowed to do them. There are only two. And in fact, the Maharil brings, these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, that's Zayin, which our Badalim Lenu said they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone, let's say it's a chicken bone, you take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say, and if you have a bone, you put it, you do the same thing, you say these words, and it works. Malimar brings at least 14 different things that are considered darkei amor. If a person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired, he uses a lashon of God Yagud. If Yudah says that lashon is worse than darkei amor, that's actually a bizarre. The person switches his name with his wife at nighttime. He calls himself his wife's name, and she calls him her name, his name. That's also darkei amor. If you say my barrel should be stronger, he uses a lashon of Dan Yadun. That is darkei amor. If he says once again, Dan is a lashon of Gezara, completely awesome. Another thing, if you tell a raven scream, or you tell a female raven shrieky, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's darkei amor. If you see a chicken acting wrongly, in other words, the chicken instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven. And he says, I'm going to shut it because of that. That's darkei amor. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over. Or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks. Or he dances in front of the chicks. Or counts to 71. Or a woman who dances in front of the kutach, which is a dish. Or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are darkei amor. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of a mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass, that is scientifically proven to work. For Ham's sake, if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is sakana, you don't want to really eat glass, not a very good idea. To say l'chaim, the wine, l'chaim, which should be on the mouth of Rabbanim, that's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the chassan of his son, he said l'chaim to the chachamim and to the talmidim, you let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower. It chills it out a little bit, and the flame goes slower. Sutra says, if you were to cause your flame not to increase, but to consume more oil, you're over an Issa Deraisa, according to most Rishonim of Kalm Tashkis. You're consuming oil when you don't need to. That we finished the amazing parak of Bamet Isha. And tomorrow we are going to start the Neder. Wow, Gadol, having wonderful.
And RIP, bro, my boy Billy Conforto, man. He gave me a couple songs to drive him somewhere. He's like, "Deal, bro." Because he looked like Don Flamingo. Remember Don Flamingo from Mike Tyson's project? This guy was the first one essentially that everybody knew in our area, and he also was a pride. Billy, he was a fighter too. He grew up boxing, right? And then,
Shabbos Daf Samachetz, starting a brand new Perek Cloud Gadol, one of the most famous Prakim in Shabbos. Cloud Gadol, there's three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Cloud Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the various things that are permitted because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is asur, he's chayiv for each av malacha, including if he did Chodesh and one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called Klal Gadol, a major rule? Because Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says Klal Gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking, you're not cooking attached to the ground, it's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bakar Hari that says Klal Gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peah, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefker. And it has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, potter from Meiser. When it comes to Peah, we add two things. It has to be you reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayav Peah. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are cut from Peah because you don't store them. So that's why it's a Klal Gadol. Meiser compared to Peah is a Klal Gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi and Rothschild. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a Kunot Shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even something that becomes about Tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos. When it comes about Tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rabbi and Shmuel. You see, no, somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a Tinnik Shenishba, doesn't have to bring the carbon. In fact, it's a Machlokes Tanoim. It says in the Brayso, it's a Klal Gadol. If it's a Tinnik Shenishba, and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about Chayla, he didn't know about the Dam, and he didn't know about Avodah Zarah, he brings one carbon for each Aveira for the entire life. One carbon for Dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one carbon for Chayla, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's talking from all carbonates. Munbaz learns that there's a hekesh between Shogig and Mezid. Mezid is called a chayta, Shogig is considered a chayta. And just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so from Shogig you have to have an awareness. And somebody that's a Tinnik Shenishba never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Kiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing Shogeg to Mazin, Mazin knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by Shogeg? In fact, Mumbaz holds, yes, he does have an awareness when he does a Shogeg. We'll explain that tomorrow. Mumbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for Shogeg and Mazin, and just like Mazin he has an awareness, so for Shogeg. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas. Comes to tell us another halacha. That in order to be chayav achatos, so that's the learning kares. Only something that if you do something b'mezid you chayav kares, then on the shogeg part you bring a chatos. Otherwise, you don't bring it. Have a wonderful day, but if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain. The Gemara's Havamina and Rabbi Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rabbi Shmuel that they hold like Tinich and Ishba. So I never had an awareness about Shabbos. Didn't know about Shabbos. He's chayav only one carbon. And that would mean what we consider Klal Aleph, the list Klal Aleph, would have to drop down to be Klal Beis. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second Klal in the Mishnah. And on that Klal, he'd be chayav on each and every Shabbos. And Klal Beis that we have would drop down to Klal Gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, he'd drop down to Klal Gimel and he'd be chayav for each and every malacha that he does. The big issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say Klal Gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say much bigger thing. The person forgot that today is Shabbos and he's chayav on each and every malacha. And therefore the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. They bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
That's code THEO at ShowsShorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out.
Shabbos Daf Samach Tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shogeg, you'd probably say shogeg means a person doesn't know that this affair is awesome. Well, there's a three-way machlokes. Mumbaz has an incredible shita that shogeg means a person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That is considered a shogeg. In fact, there's a brayso that says exactly like Mumbaz. The brayso says, how do you define the perfect shogeg? Somebody that doesn't know it's Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is also. And how do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is also. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is also. He knows the malach is also, he doesn't know it's Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Mumbaz's case. And the brayso says in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, he's considered a shogeg. Perfect proof for Mumbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg. So what is considered a shogeg according to Chachamim? Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish. According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares, that's considered shogeg. According to Rish Lakish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares, two things. And he brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "Asher loiseh asena b'shgaga." The Ashem pasuk is referring to lav and kares. He doesn't know both. That's considered a shogeg. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mumar, somebody off the derech that does an avera the shogeg. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shogeg, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher loiseh asena b'shgaga v'ashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 melachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 melachas, he's chayav 39 karbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 melachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 melachas, if he got all 39 melachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shogeg. According to Rabbi Yochanan, it's understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Kares, that's considered shogeg. So here's a case that he's chayav all 39. But according to Rish Lakish, that he has to forget the Kares and the Lav. So in what is he exactly a shogeg? How does he know the Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Kiva, there's a 40th Avera, the Iraisa, and that's Tchumim. To walk 2,000 amos out of Tchum. The only difference between Tchum and all the other ones is that Tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Tchum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Shvuas Bitui, when somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. There's a big chiddush in Shavuos HaBitul. They have to bring a carbon oil v'yayred, even though it's only allowed. You bring a carbon unallowed. Huge chiddush. According to Abaya, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shogeg, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shogeg? Now, it's very easy to find the shogeg in Shavuos HaBitul when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shogeg. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shavuos HaBitul in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he did eat. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shogeg. Over here, by Shavuos HaBitul, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, is the shogeg. He forgot because the carbon here is Yiddish. And that would be a bomb question on Abaya, who says that according to everybody, you have to be shogeg in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma, the mezid, he's chayiv mis v'dei shomayim. The shogeg, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's mis v'dei shomayim? Is that considered a shogeg? According to Abaya, Rabbi will hold that mis v'dei shomayim is not like kares, and therefore it's not a shogeg, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbi will hold mis v'dei shomayim equals kares. It's like the same thing as kares, and therefore you do pay the chaymish. What if somebody found himself in a desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Could he do malacha today? Can he not do malacha? Rav Huna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. Rav says the opposite. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. The Machlekes says, do we go by Bria Soila, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Or Rav says, no, it's like other Rishon. He's born, there's immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia Barav, because the Brisa seems like it says you keep, for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, as the Brisa says, you count 6 days and then you keep Shabbos. What do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days, a guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it's even worse. He cannot be Mechal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He can only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Avodah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2 free days, because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. Whereas if a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings 1 carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. V'shamru b'nei Yisrael es Shabbos is singular. You have to keep 1 Shabbos. And then it says in the plural. So which one is it? Says the Gemara, v'shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rav Nachman, he brings 1 carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rav Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says v'shamru b'nei Yisrael Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over in Aveira. It's 1 Shabbos. So he's like the Shemairu, all the Shabbosim that you mechalel equal 1 carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today is Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings one korban chatos. Every Shabbos he brings another korban chatos. So if a person knows that today is Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of kaitzer is asur, that the malacha of zereya is asur, he forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a korban. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today is Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had one forgetfulness. His mistake was one, that he forgot that today is Shabbos and brings one korban. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a korban on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you chayev on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one avera, chil Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says kol ha'oisa melacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shaygeg. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a korban, the Torah says mois yumas. You bring many korbanos on one Shabbos. There's a very famous machlokes in Shas. The Torah says that you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? It says Rabbi Yossi little yotzos. All the malachas, the other 3 malachas, if one does it b'eidim u'b'hasra, you get skila, b'mezid. If you do b'mezid without eidim and asra, you get karas. And if you do b'shagi, you get a chatos. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lab. There's no karas, no skila, no karba. Comes Rabbi Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us the chalas, that every single malacha, you bring your own korban if you're over on it, just like Shmuel says. It says, Ila hadvarim. Ila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey, is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey idea is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a korban for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a korban from the pasuk of Asa me achas mehein. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me achas, which is the extra mem, meheino is extra mem. And he learns. Me achas means that a person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem. He's also over because that's all you need is 2 ice, and if you did Shem, Mishimon is chayiv. The mem of Mehena teaches us, told us not only of ice chayiv, but even for the tolders. And then he goes on to learn Achas Mehena means Achas Shihi Hena. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv to each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel says. Or Hena Shi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from the Asam Me'achas Mehena is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learns the concept of Taldos, and he learns Shem Mishimai, but doesn't learn Achas Shehena Mehena Shiachas. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are awesome. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring 1 korban, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has 1 korban. Perhaps no, you should bring a korban for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rabbi Nachman wanted to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 korban. The fact that he forgot different malachas, he doesn't have to bring all the korban. Rashi says the time is why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 korban. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha and he stops, then he has to bring a korban for each and every one. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference and you only bring 1 korban. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah in this parak later on says there are 39 malachas. And the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. Says Rabbi Yonatan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas, you're chayiv up to 39 karbanos in one helam, in one awareness, one shot. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's a Isser Kares, and that's considered a shogeg, that's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos today because you know there's an Isser. According to your Shlokish, that in order to be over shogeg, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's Asr B'chlal. You don't know that there's a lot, you don't know that there's a Kares. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings one carbon. So how's it possible that he's chayiv 39 karbanos? The answer is because the Shlokish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds them in the right side. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. You're just not chayiv a carbon. So he's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayiv 39 karbanos. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you can't let him pet an animal for too long, that's for sure, brother. That shit will escalate. Dude, what was I saying? What was that thing in the news I just saw? That they found. I'm starting to think that more people will have, they just found like plastic, what was it?
Shabbos daf ayin aleph. The word tells us a very interesting concept called greda, to drag something. If somebody did Tzira and China, he reaped and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos. You bring one carbon for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did Tzira and China again. However, this time he didn't realize that Tzira and China are also they're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first tzira. Tzira and the tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. The person does 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness. You bring one carbon. The tapa, tzira, tina, they are goyer each other. Tzira pulls the tina to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and tina on the tapa, because they all happen in one Shabbos, and forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for tina, it works for the tina below it. Machlokes is in another case, the same exact case, but his idea, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also the bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to tina. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says you go upwards. Tzira and tzira, instead of having awareness, one carbon below. Then it turns left. It goes from the tina to goyre. That even Rabbi works. The question is, now that tina is above, I go downwards to the tina below it. According to Abaye, you do two grades. You go from tzira to tina, and from tina to tina, two grades. According to Rabbi, I only go one grade. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to tina, one carbon for three things, but the tina on the bottom of Shigiyas Malachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate 2 zeisei chela, 2 olives worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zeis number 1, and then he continued eating a third zeis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness to olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kizaysim because of the concept of greda. 1 is connected to 2, and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rabbi, it doesn't work. It only works on 1 and 2, and not on 3. If I make bring a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 3. But after Rabbi heard the concept of greda from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye that it works, but it only works once and not twice as he explained before. Rabbi Zera argues in Abaye Rav, where Abaye Rav said that tzira that was done, the Shigiyah Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I did on that could work on tzira that I forgot that the malach is left. Even though there's two types of Averis, one is forgetting that a Shabbos, one is forgetting the Malacha, one carbon works for both. Rabbi argues and says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayis of Shigig Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayis of Shigig Malachas to be mechayev me one carbon. Rabbi Shua says that two kazayis chayla that were cooked two different ways. Let's say two pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is straight, and one was Panda Express, which is straight. One is fried and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, since Rabbi Shua seems to prepare differently, you have two chatos. One lesson says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to two halves, if one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a gazais, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a gazais, they are mitzvah together to create one whole gazais that you would be chayav a carbon because Rabbi Shua doesn't say zalacha to be meko the partner of the carbon. The other lashon is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that half kazais and half kazais do not combine together, it makes a kula. He still does it because shita that two types of food are not the same. Mark tells us that, that when you have four different types of food that are also key, chayla, dab, noisome people, you bring four korbanos. If you have two types, two of the same, two chayla, you'll bring one for both if it happened in one hela. That's the chumrah of different types over one type. Now, one type has a chumrah over two types, and that is, if a person ate a half a kazais, and then another half a kazais, even though he had knowledge in between the two half a kazaisim, that knowledge is not enough to be machal and say that he doesn't have to be in the Big machlokes in the sugya between the Rabbi and Rothschild takes up almost the full amud. If a person ate two kazais chayla in one awareness, but his knowledge on kazais number one happened before the knowledge of number two, how many karbanos does he bring? One or two? Rabbi says he brings two karbanos. He brings a pasuk that says al chatason, each chet and chet, and Rothschild says he brings two mei chatason, even part of it you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes between Rabbi and Rothschild is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's what the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yechia is machalik or Hafras is machalik. In other words, when I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira, you have to bring two machalik, or perhaps it's the Hafras that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that Hafras, so Rabbi will say Yechia is machalik. And according to your focus, that's Rothschild. And the word meichatasa, according to Rabbi, we'll have to explain in a very interesting way. Because the person ate 1.5 kazais in one awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on one kazais out of the 1.5. And later on, he ate another half a kazais. Perhaps since the second half a kazais can combine with the first half a kazais because they are in one awareness, bring the second carbon on those two halves. And since we're getting meichatasa tells me that since I'm bringing carbon on the first kazayis, including the first kazayis is its partner, the half a kazayis. And then half a kazayis cannot be inspired to the second half a kazayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is an attribute designation, and we're going to say that hafrash is machalik, and we're going to say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and use rika, the kapara, that's when you start all over again and bring another carbon. And al chatasan, what does this have to do with al chatasan? They'll say that that passage is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
What's the place that they have the trunk with them? Burbank. Memphis. No. That's a chain. It's a chain that they advertise. Oh, you talking about Shakey's Pizza? No, not that either. We used to come here.
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I didn't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf, ayin aleph, was one of the most difficult dafim, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Kali and Ashim Badai. The person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat. He has two pieces of meat in front of him, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hegdish or the one that's food. So he sets aside a carbon Ashim Kali. According to a carbon, he can stipulate to make it tonight and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hegdish, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, if it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Says Ula, a tremendous chiddush. So, if a person was boiled with Shifra Charufa 5 times, Shifra Charufa is a Shifra Knanis who's engaged to be married to Eved Ivri. And a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a yediyah. Since yediyah, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring one carbon at the end, and it would potter all 5 acts. Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, the person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's mechalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi who argues on the carbon, he says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. Then Osham Vadai is no different than a chafetz. And just like we had the other day, that is machlik between your and Rothschild and a chafetz. The person had 2 pieces of chayla in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chayla. That knowledge, yediyah, is machalik according to the it separates in the bodies, and therefore you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rothschild, that yediyah is not machalik, you bring 1 korban. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a yediyah in between acts, you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rothschild, just 1 korban. And now we go on to the sugya of misasik. Misasik is someone that's preoccupied who does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, just zero. That's a misasik. He's completely putter according to everybody. What happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rabbi, this is not a chakika b'yisur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's putter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shaggy, and he's cut. The Gemara goes on to bring a raya, the Rava, from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachos on Shabbos, he's chayav 2 korbanos. It's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, he does 3 avodah zarahs in one awareness. He chefs an animal to avodah zarah. He brings animal on the mizbeach to avodah zarah. He pours wine to avodah zarah. All 3, he only brings 1 carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right Rabbi, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shaygay without kavana by other mitzvahs, he's chayav, and Shabbos is part. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating caleb in other averos, but he's chayav, and in Shabbos he's part. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rava, or according to the Brisa, he's potter. And it's exactly what Rava said. It's a good raya to Rava. Abai will say that the shaygig over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he would be chayav. Mashenkim Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that's, according to everybody, he's potter. But in Rava's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already attached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayav. Now, the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the Reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The Reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachos of Shabbos, Tzir and Tina, versus 2 averos like Chaylev and Dam. Well, they would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayav 2 korbanos, and Chaylev and Dam, you'd be chayav 2 korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now, the Seifa cannot be talking about avodah zarah. The person did a shoygay, he's chayav. That's not true. By avodah zarah, all shoygayim are potter. For instance, if a person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to avodah zarah, he's completely potter because his heart is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is avodah zarah, then it's avodah zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is avodah zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to avodah zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul. He should be moiser nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also potter, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about Avodah Zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Doing everything we can to separate. And I always hated that. I understood the pandemic. I got it. But we need each other. It's like, I'm going to tell you something interesting. And then I started, I was fucked up. I'm going to tell you something. I don't think this. I started doing better. Once I was there a year.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sug of Misasif, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rava, that's not a chaticha de yisura. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore it's completely putter. It's not even a shaykh. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he was doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shaykh and has to bring a cut. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rava argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 amas and rishus around, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chayav. The shear is 4 ounces. Ball traveled 4 ounces. Over here it's different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely mutter. Rav in this case says he's potter, and Rabbi says he's chayav. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rishus Rabbim is also. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rishus Rabbim. He thought he's standing in Rishus Yachid. According to Rava, he's potter. According to Abaya, he's chayav. But if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chayav. If so, we take the sugya, and we had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avos Malachos. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig in all 39 Malachos, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Yisurim, then it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachos are also. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a kiseva, sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he did have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig, he's chayav. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So we have to say that the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he paris, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Tchumim. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amos on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachos. Avos Malachos are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malach has 39 Toldos. Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is chayiv in their eyes, just like the Av. Well, we can break them down into groups. 11 of them has to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the melechas hamishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the Mishkan. And 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the Urias HaMishkan. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, for the top of the Mishkan. 2 of them are for the chayros. The chayros had words on them. It was a ksiva and a zekika. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, mechaba, take out with another shus, makim. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael, they plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, and they plow it again. And the chiddush is that even the second harisha plowing is considered av malach. The next one is, well, we discussed Zureya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that includes also Zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like for planting. Noitea is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Mavrit is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Markiv is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of Av Malad. If you do all of them, you're only chayav one carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow. That includes also chayfer to dig and chayretz to make a furrow. And they're all considered one malachi. You do all three of them, you chayav one carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes boitzer, anovim, grapes, goyder tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malachi. Do all of them in one Shabbos and one awareness. You chayav one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Rabbi says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menafet, and menafet, that's to beat flax, and cotton is considered one malacha. If you do all three of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has two intents. One is he wants the wood, and the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on two malachas. And the same would apply to aspasta. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same with peats. You chayav for kaitzer and meitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more, and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, and that's koina. And if you are in a field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seed. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's koina. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's chayrish. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are puppet. Even according to Yehuda that says, Malacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayav. Meaning, if you do a malacha, but you don't want that, the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, where you would agree that since you are metalcal, you're ruining something, you are puppet. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a country in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are toilish, which is chaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarik, which is a malach of dust. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. Rashi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are puppet. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Koyer, Zoyre, and Meraked. Have a wonderful day.
Is a unique online that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets. And in a fraction get you one snack a day when you're ready. Does it work? Yup, that's it. You don't think you need it?
Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting, they accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitish, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. It says abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a clean, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was The Brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do boirer and eat it, you could do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the Brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatzos. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter. But if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatos. What says that can't be? There is no malacha that you could cook on Shabbos, but you can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the Bride is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatos. Chatzi shear also in Torah, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome in Torah. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Bride is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand. But if you do it with karam v'tamchoy, that's only an issur d'rabbanan with a funnel or with a plate. That's kilach yad. That's not the real way of doing it. But if you do it the real way with a real sifter, a napol klara, that's an issur d'raisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of kalim in that brisa. Perhaps it's talking about oichal mitzvah psoilas, and that's mutter. But psoilas mitzvah oichal is also again. The brisa doesn't mention anything about oichal. It says Rabbi, therefore I say the pshat is la'alter. It says in the Brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's an issur boirer d'oraisa. You're trying to explain that Rabbi agrees to the case of biyad and oichal mitoch psoilas. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. Gemara tells the story of Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rav Dimi held that even oichal with the psoilas is asur, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem of buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmasin type of bean is considered soils and even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns into soils that can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in Bayer. Now we're done with Bayer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered toichem, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables. If you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also toichem, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatech, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samimonim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the issur of mevashel, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says the Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, boirer the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachek, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashel it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no baina, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kelim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averis. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach, you do shtei batinirim, you start it out in the 2 loops, oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on teifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to
on the life, or it's still on the year 4, you're not over, and that's klach yad, you're not over.